Fortunately, the cargo strapped to Muppin didn't meet the same fate as Sinzi's poor hip bag. Our Rockadna companion carried most of our essential supplies: dried herbs, chopped roots, oils, flowers, solvents. Losing that would have been a healer-level disaster.
Tents, cookware, food?
We could lean on the locals for those. The Martians of Slinktickle had us covered. "What do you think of Slinktickle?" asked the Martian walking beside me. She was definitely female, sinuous, graceful, and very non-human. I focused hard on the path ahead. No erections, I told myself. Thankfully, or maybe not, the name Slinktickle jolted me back to focus.
"It's lovely," I said.
"You've got mountains, marshes, forests, fields. It's everything a place should be."
She seemed pleased.
"I am Valinia."
"What a beautiful name."
"I'm called Fletcher, well, among friends." Her glowing eyes sparkled. "Then, are we friends?" "I hope we'll grow into friends," I offered, still walking very carefully. "Until then, what should I call you?" Crap. I'd painted myself into a corner with that whole friend bit. Blushing, still very aware of the nudity all around, I answered, "Chris."
"Or Christopher.
Either works." "Chris or Christopher," she repeated with an elegant nod.
"We are well met.
I shall be your guide." More introductions followed, a parade of names I immediately forgot. The village was woven from wood and woven reeds, all connected by wide decking and intricate plank bridges. Since clothes had vanished, backpacks were out of the question.
Valinia explained. "We've had to adapt.
These baskets once hung on our backs, but now they travel by boat. Without clothing, we've lost the ability to carry most of our daily tools. We never used boats before, but now they're our lifeline." Sinzi came up beside me, grasping my hand gently. "About the disappearing clothes," she said softly, "our expedition leader here is a healer. If you or your people need help, we're at your service." Valinia's eyes widened.
"A healer? Truly?"
"That is splendid news." She took both my hands in hers, practically bouncing with excitement. "We must bring you at once to help our afflicted." Sinzi looked concerned, but I turned to her. "Please meet with the elders. Work on securing our welcome and identifying what troubles they're facing."
"But
"I'll take Regina and Isabel. Regina knows where Muppin is, and Isabel, well, she's got my back."
take Fairy Poppins too," Sinzi added.
"Gladly," I replied, unsure what the tiny fluttering fairy could do, but not about to turn down extra help or oversight. Regina fell into step beside me with zero fuss. Isabel took a moment, eyes lingering on Ivy before joining us. Regina had pulled her long hair forward to modestly cover herself. Isabel, lacking that luxury, held her pack in hand, exposing her sky blue and pink skin streaked with silver. Regina's freckles had begun to bloom into tiny flowers, and her irises weren't quite normal anymore. "Thank you both for coming," I said with a sigh. "Let's hope we can fix this forced nudity situation soon. Until then, I apologize in advance if my eyes wander."
Regina snorted. "You are sorry? Well, I'm not.
"I'm gonna keep staring at your swinging dong." Isabel gasped, then laughed loudly. So Regina was keeping up her usual teasing persona.
"Fine.
I'm saying I may accidentally look where I shouldn't. I'm not proud of it." Regina folded her arms. "And I'm saying your wong is floppin' around like a curious squirrel, and your bush is neon green. Could someone translate this language?" Valinia asked politely as we crossed one of the wider bridges, handrails and all. "Our expedition leader has a hormone imbalance," Regina offered.
"Hormone?"
Valinia asked, confused. "He's always thinking about mating. It's tragic."
"I do n."
Valinia stared directly at my crotch. "Is that so?" Wild rumors. Totally unfounded. Fairy Poppins, meanwhile, was nearly falling out of the air from laughter. I could practically hear her tiny sides splitting. "Worry not," Valinia said seriously. "If the need arises, I or another Martian will help alleviate your urges to ensure you fulfill your duties."
Pause. Regina's jaw dropped. Isabel looked stunned. Thank you." I managed. Valinia gently placed a mint green hand on my shoulder. "I shall try not to stimulate your hormone." She immediately pulled away, realizing that might have just done exactly that. We walked in a silence so awkward, it beat the time my mom asked if I needed condoms in front of a girl I had over for a school project. Asterisk high school trauma. 10 out of 10.
Would not recommend. Asterisk. "I'm sorry," Regina whispered when we were moving again. I glanced at her, catching those flower-shaped irises.
It's fine.
We're naked. Surrounded by naked people. In a village called Slinktickle. Maybe just no more practical jokes until we figure out what the hell is going on. She nodded meekly, stroking the fur of her fox, who leaned into her palm. Eventually, Valinia led us to a large, long building. Semicircular windows, elegant curvature. Inside, one long hallway with side rooms. She opened the last door on the right and gestured inside. For a hot second, I thought she was going to proposition me again.
The room looked tiny, too small for patience.
But instead, I saw rows of wooden boxes filled with straw, and in each, a large egg. Mint green and white, with brown rot spots. These are our eggs, she said solemnly. They should hatch into marshals. But something is wrong. They weren't all green and white, some were mottled with brown decay. Some spots were small, others covered half the shell. Our nest wardens abandoned them, she continued, fearing the illness might spread. But these eggs need stimulation. Without it, they may not hatch at all. Has this only happened recently?
Yes.
The discoloration began weeks ago. The disappearing clothes?
Only 2 days past.
Some suspect a connection.
Maybe.
But I'd like to focus on the eggs first. Her expression lit up. She clapped like a delighted child. You will have anything you need. Thank you, really. And of course, assistance with your hormone as well, she added brightly. I began, but she cut me off. I've heard human mating is quite pleasurable. If that would help you complete your task, I'm more than willing. As she spoke, she ran her fingers down her torso, toward the space between her thighs. Where white belly met green hips, something opened, delicate flower-like folds forming where there had been nothing. It never retracts, I admitted, eyes locked on her movements. Her expression turned fascinated. Never. She rubbed along the edges of her newly revealed anatomy.
How do you live like that?
Wait, what is happening? My tool is becoming erect. It grows, she whispered in awe. Humans are incredible.
She radiated soft white light and affinity check.
You have the identify skill at level 1.
Difficulty, easy.
Spend 1 token for automatic success. Tokens available *5 affinity, 6 free.
Nope, I thought.
Let's play it straight. I rolled naturally low, just 1 success. Not great but good enough. Valinia was using a mild psychic ability, enhance sensations. Boosts sensory input.
Not harmful. Just a lot.
Durability check. You lack the associated skill.
Difficulty, moderate.
Spend 2 tokens to autopass. Tokens available *4 durability, 6 free. Energy pulsed through me, worming into my mind and body. She was trying to encourage a release. This will help you mate more efficiently, she said huskily.
This is Christopher.
Utterly confused. Utterly aroused. Valinia stepped closer. I instinctively backed away, only to hit the rough, cool grain of a wooden wall.
She didn't stop.
I was told that mating should be done in private, she murmured, her voice dripping with curiosity and something a bit more intense. We must hurry before your companions return. Her ability was still affecting me. I could feel every tiny groove in the wood behind me, the polished texture of the floor beneath my feet, and the slow heat of her breath on my collarbone. How long do we have? I asked, barely above a whisper.
She smiled. Long enough.
The ruggedness too large to navigate the shortcut. Your friends will be delayed. Her hands found mine and raised them to her chest, cool to the touch, smooth yet firm. She sighed as I followed her lead, eyes half-lidded with wonder.
She was exploring.
Experiencing. Testing the boundaries of sensation and what her kind had only heard of secondhand. This is for the good of the village, she added, as if that made everything perfectly rational. I tried to say something, to pull back, maybe, but she was already leaning into me, one cool hand wrapping around me, drawing a gasp from both of us. The sensation enhancement was still in effect, and it was a lot. A system prompt blinked in the corner of my vision. Enhance sensations active. Would you like to spend 1 token to deepen the experience?
I spent the token.
I was too far in to argue with fate, or biology. As things escalated, I found myself half floating between awkwardness and awe. Her curiosity turned to hunger, and her composure dissolved in quiet gasps and whispered wonderings. When I asked if she was okay, she only nodded and urged me forward. For her, this was science, diplomacy, and apparently, an act of gratitude.
The rest happened.
With mutual consent, surreal sensations, and a lot more eye contact than I was comfortable with. 5 minutes later, I was redressing in whatever way still naked allowed, while Valinia lay on a cushion, dazed and glowing. Regina and Isabel returned, just a bit too quickly to not be suspicious. I could tell they were trying to catch me in the act.
You missed it, I muttered.
Missed what, exactly? Regina asked, grinning as she handed me my gear.
She sniffed the air. Ah. Never mind.
I was too busy checking my character sheet to respond.
Level up.
Pleasure Seeker, level 10 new passive skill gained, post-sharing clarity. Post-sharing clarity. Rare passive ability. After consensual intimacy, both partners gain +2 temporary bonus to all attributes for 10 minutes, plus 10 minutes per relationship level above base. Does not grant additional tokens. My stats had never looked better. Every attribute glowed with temporary enhancement. The scoliosis pain dulled. My awareness sharpened. I could see mana threads drifting in the air, finer than smoke, brighter than light. And those threads weren't circulating properly around the eggs. I pulled myself together and focused. Valinia, could I get a table set up? I'd like to inspect the eggs more closely.
Still dazed, she blinked.
Of course, right away. Isabel and Regina traded a look. She was out of it, Regina whispered, kneeling beside me with her signature grin. And the room smells different. Just how close did we cut it? I gave her a flat look.
Too close.
Now, let's solve this egg mystery. With the magnifying lens in hand and diagnostic stones laid out, I began the real work. As the buff from post-sharing clarity ticked down, I activated my diagnosis skill, running magical, physical, mental, and spiritual scans. Diagnosis check.
Very difficult.
You have Affinity 5, +2 buff, Skill Level 3. Spend tokens to reduce difficulty? Tempting, but I went the careful route.
Breathed. Focused. Used my tools.
Asked Regina and Isabel to fetch each diagnostic crystal in turn. Difficulty lowered to 5.
Tokens spent, 3. Result, success.
The affliction is not magical.
I frowned.
This wasn't what I expected.
This is Christopher, confused, again.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
I stood and went to get some fresh air outside. The air was noticeably cooler on my fully exposed skin, but the sun was shining and its warmth helped me get over the slight disappointment of having ruled out magical afflictions for these people's eggs. Luckily, my efforts over the last 10 minutes hadn't been completely in vain. The UI gave me a bit of a bolstering in that respect. However, since you have ruled out magical afflictions, the difficulty for all further checks would be lowered by 1.
Damn, I muttered. It would be physical.
The physical diagnosis went much better. This one involved a literal physical checkup, using a stethoscope to listen, running my fingers over the shells as normal, and poking them gently in the affected areas. Finally, there was a reactant strip I had for the job, and placing it against the sickly brown section of egg did result in some sticky mucus-like substance sticking to the strip, but no color appearing. I spent 2 more tokens to lower the difficulty and scored the 2 successes needed easily. And it wasn't physical either. The UI told me as such in exactly the same language. The nature of the affliction is not physical, the UI reported. It went on to lower the difficulty of the remaining 2 categories, mental and spiritual.
That's not good, I said. What's not? Isabel asked.
Both were now standing beside me on either side, watching me work. I can't imagine eggs having either a mental problem or a spiritual crisis. There was a lot of unexplored territory when it came to spiritual afflictions, Rainer had said. Thinking of Old Mustache Head made me smile. There are a lot of spiritual maladies we don't understand yet. I guess a god that doesn't believe in himself would be a pretty big deal. Regina and Isabel both snorted laughter. God has low self-esteem, huh?
Regina asked.
Rainer said there was an area far from the castle and the main admin city that all natives just don't go, because the god or gods have a spiritual malady. Spiritual sickness is something we don't understand and can't easily treat, let alone cure. I wouldn't know how to begin dealing with it, I told them. But it is still kind of funny to think about, Regina said. Once you get past the existential crisis.
Isabel snorted.
You like your humor dark, huh? The mental diagnostic test also seemed incredibly silly. After all, the embryos within the eggs couldn't listen in on what was going on, or react to it. Could they? I couldn't very well understand them even if they were suffering from some kind of mental illness. Or maybe I could and just didn't know it. I once again reminded myself I was in a magical land where mountains rearranged themselves and lakes went on vacation. Anything could happen, and would and did. I peered at the eggs that were afflicted, and squinted. Was I imagining things, or were the two nearest to where I just had sex less brown than before? You're seeing things, I told myself. What are you seeing? Regina asked, then peered at the eggs when I explained. I'd had, an enlightening conversation with Valinia, and it had been rather warm of tone. Regina nodded along sagely to my lie, pursing her lips and crossing her arms in front of her perky boobs. I could see she was holding back laughter. You're wondering if good vibes coming from the two of you during that conversation influenced these nearby eggs, Isabel said, and regarded the eggs. You want to do some measurements and see? Do either of you have the hard-at-work ability, which lets you spend fewer tokens while you're doing class-related tasks, and lets you spend fewer tokens to assist others doing their work?
Both shook their heads. It's fine.
I'll just do this. I'm the healer, and I'll do the job I was hired to do. Isabel clutched her hands between her breasts in the cutest naked display I had ever seen. You've got this. With her hands like that, it really put her pink and sky blue swirly nipples on display, and I peered down at the floor after accidentally checking them out. Now that we had been out here going on a week, the color of her skin and the advancement of the cotton candy coloration was starker than I recalled it.
Perv, Regina said.
It's difficult to just ignore things when they're right in front of your face. I protested, pointedly not saying the word hard. You try ignoring my dong when I gesture right at it.
Both girls laughed.
Fairy Poppins bobbed up and down with them, clutching her little sides. Clearly laughter made her wing fluttering more erratic. I bet you're regretting hiring on 7 girls to this expedition, Isabel said.
On the contrary, Regina said.
I bet he's never been happier.
She wasn't wrong.
Between Tara, Regina, Cinzy and now Isabel's advances on me, I was kind of in girl heaven. I couldn't believe my good luck, so I was keeping my fingers crossed they didn't erupt into a backstabbing, catty, gossip-fueled team fracturing situation. I especially didn't want to break up Ivy and Isabel, given that either of them could snap me in two without getting winded. I am not really pleased that I'm totally nude right now, no, I said. I'm also not happy that the weather's getting colder and we can't wear clothing. I don't know what the sleeping situation looks like, but I'd prefer to have the option of pajamas. Isabel stared at me, showing me with her widened eyes she hadn't considered nights. But she could also invent reasons to sleep cuddled up to her girlfriend. I would be hard-pressed to find justifications for sleeping with any of the ladies. We discussed this while taking measurements of the affected portions of the eggs. I wanted to employ Fairy Poppins and her ability to make objects lighter by tapping them with her fairy dust, but I didn't know if that would affect the eggs in a negative way, so we gingerly brought the worst of the afflicted eggs to the table Valinia had just supplied.
Thank you so much, I told her.
No, thank you so much more, she replied. It was an honor to mate with you and help you handle your hormone. Both girls stared at me. Regina wasn't even subtle about it, staring directly at the package hanging between my legs. The heat immediately rose to my cheeks. That wasn't supposed to be common knowledge, I said, burning with embarrassment. Valinia hadn't told any of the other Martians, which was good, but she had just assumed my team was open about matters of mating, which was less ideal. Finally Isabel and Regina cracked up laughing. Once Regina got going, Isabel wasn't far behind. Isabel's laughter was interrupted by a snort, which set Regina off even more. She ended up laughing until she wasn't making any sound whatsoever. Clutching at her sides, her head shook back and forth and I saw tears in the corner of her eyes. Your companions do not seem bothered by knowing we mated, Valinia said. Fresh peals of laughter erupted behind me. Great, I said, grinning through the embarrassment. I tried to go ahead with a mental diagnosis, and 1 token later scored the 2 successes needed to pass the check. I actually hadn't needed to spend the token, getting 4 out of the 2 successes necessary between ingenuity and mental diagnosis. Stepping it down to difficulty 2 wasn't needed, but there was no guarantee. I reminded myself that the recheck was still an option. When the laughter died down, my guess proved out. The infected sections of the eggs were indeed smaller than they had been when I'd initially measured them. The UI informed me that while it was likely contagious, it was unlikely to be contagious to humans. Moreover, it wasn't likely to be fatal to grown Martians. The malady is a mental one, I told them. Something affected the mood of the eggs. An empathic or psychic effect, perhaps. That is welcome news, I suppose, Valinia said. It is better to have the knowledge than sit in darkness wondering. Very welcome, I told her. It won't be fatal to Martians, but it could be to the eggs. And since it's mental, I'm going to recommend a treatment of easy conversation, positivity, laughter, dance, music, and the like. I don't think it will be a complete cure, but it will keep the situation from spreading and make sure these eggs can still hatch at all.
What the hell?
I sounded like a healer. Regina followed me outside the building, agog.
Just flabbergasted. Gobsmacked even.
We have to figure out. You have to tell me everything, she commanded. You had sex with a Nakamoman. That is, honestly, that's hot. She is hot, for a magical otherworldly creature. I need to do my job, I told her with eyes rolling. I knew she would perv on me the first chance she got, but sheesh, at least let me do my job first. I can't afford to get a boner right now, not like this. Okay, mister, but you'd better give me every single detail, she said, wagging a finger at me in mock seriousness.
Then she grinned. Dude, you perv.
That is wild. I couldn't exactly disagree with that statement. It was wild, and I was kind of a perv.
Wait, she said.
Wait a second. You said the egg problem receded because of your conversation with Valinia.
Yeah.
Your conversation?
Regina, no. Look, we can't.
I'm not setting up the hatchery as some kind of sex dungeon, okay? She waved my concern away. All I'm saying is, we don't have to stop caring for the eggs just because it's nighttime. You and I could maybe have a little playtime, and do our part to help cure. What are you guys talking about?
Ivy asked.
She just rounded the corner. Oh hey Ivy, Regina said. We were talking about the situation with the sick eggs, and how there aren't any marshals around the area. Fletcher here is working on treatment options while he gets started on a cure.
She looked to me, and I nodded. Okay, great.
Have you guys seen
Ivy?
Isabel rushed up and gave Ivy a big naked hug. I got to see boobs squishing together and Ivy's stricken expression melt a little with her girlfriend there. Then it began to wax again, as worry about us and our view of the couple sprang to the forefront. What you guys been?
Fletcher had sex with a Martian, she blurted. Time seemed to stop.
Everyone, all four of us, began to process all this at the same time. Tweedledee was also there and froze. He seemed just as startled as Ivy, Regina, me, and especially Isabel. Eventually, everyone got a handle on the words that had been spoken. Dee started off the return to normal, by rubbing up against Regina's legs and pushing a needy head into her hand.
Isabel said, just as horrified as I felt.
I shouldn't have said that. She scratched him absently, before smiling down at him. She was probably silently thankful that Isabel didn't know that Regina and I had been doing it for weeks. You had sex with a Nakamoman? Ivy asked, equal parts amazement, amusement, and accusation coloring her face and words. I would like it very much if nobody else knew about this, I said, before a thought struck me. I turned back to Isabel. Are you under the influence of fairy dust? Oh yeah, I was chatting with Fairy Poppins a little, she said. She dusted me and I didn't really think about it. I mean really I was talking and she was listening, because whatever language she speaks, I can't hear it and don't understand what I do hear. Wasn't it weird that she was buzzing between you and Cinzy last night, right before I... By all the gods great and small, I blurted, influenced by Valinia. Let's all go back to the hatchery and sort this out. I realized now that bringing Isabel into the fold was a huge mistake. She naturally had a big mouth and it wasn't one of the things I'd been interviewing for in the first place. I hadn't thought we'd need to keep secrets. Fairy Poppins wasn't there, but several of the Martians were holding animated conversations and gesturing toward my brand new workstation and the eggs sitting all around the room. They moved to leave as soon as we all entered, but I held up a hand. I'm happy to have everyone stay here, so long as they don't touch any of my materials. Good vibes are needed. Any bad feelings or disagreements have to go on elsewhere. Aren't we about to have a disagreement? Isabel asked shakily. We are looking for Fairy Poppins, I said. The little mischief maker was gone. Listen, I said, and quickly explained the situation. Regina did her part too, explaining that she'd been teasing me about a hormone imbalance that didn't exist, and Valinia took it seriously. I finished off by trying to explain to Ivy, it wasn't on my list of things to do, obviously. She hit me with a psychic ability I couldn't resist easily. Didn't want to, more likely, Isabel said, then clapped her hands over her mouth. I'm so sorry. And it amplified all the physical sensations. Whoa, Ivy said, and glanced down at the offending penis. This no-clothes situation is, difficult. Yeah, I said, and went on to explain that we were going to have to ask the Martians about sleeping situations. We could probably set up our tents and sleeping bags in the large open areas on the platforms, if they allowed it. The question is whether or not sleeping bags will count as clothing when we sleep, I said. The girls cast dismayed glances around. It's getting a lot cooler at nights. It seems like the beginning of fall here. I doubt our sleeping bags will vanish, but we'll test it. We're going to have to double up in the tents for warmth if that's the case, which is going to get really uncomfortable. The natives may have sleeping quarters for us, Ivy suggested. You won't have to worry about your hormonal imbalance, Regina muttered, and the three of them burst out laughing. Can we not reference my sexual experiences? I asked. I may not have a hormonal imbalance, but I have a ton of hormones anyway. I'm only 20 years old, for fork's sake. Oh, is somebody going to get a boner? Regina asked. If we keep talking about this, yes. I shot back. Are we going to leave the natives to satiate your overwhelming lust then? Ivy joked. We are not talking about this. I declared. I shall reluctantly volunteer to assist Fletcher, Regina said. All three of us stared at her. What? I'm joking. Girl, I know a joke when I hear it, Ivy shot back. That was not a joke. Ooh, somebody's got the hots for Fletcher, Isabel said, then clapped her hands over her mouth again, eyes wide and darting to look at all of us. You. Regina whirled on her. You're under the influence of fairy dust, meaning you can't really lie, right? How about we get you to say something incredibly embarrassing? Maybe a deep dark secret. I knew it was only a matter of time before she confessed to having had sex with me. I had to get out of there. I have to do actual work, I said, and strode away before anything else could be said or seen. My cock was beginning to stir at the thought of. All three of them watched me go, but they must have realized they were staring at my naked ass, and giggled before resuming their conversation. This is Christopher both loving and hating life. The next order of business was to find out how the rest of the team was finding things, and whether Cinzia had spoken to the trio of elders, whoever they were. Valinia escorted us through the village. Over bridges both plank and rope, we wound through a market just cleaning up for the day and then over another bridge. We sighted Muppin outside the largest of the buildings in the village, the only one with multiple stories. Eventually we made our way to where the rest of the team was currently just standing around with their dicks in their hands. Unfortunately, that was sort of what we came upon. Alan, Drat and Trent still had their hands clapped over their junk and were studiously looking everywhere but their teammates. Trent, I noted, held Garnet in two hands. Like a basketball. The Nakamaman was like the largest gem I'd ever seen, and mostly did the job of obscuring his twig and berries. I couldn't help but snort at the overly modest show going on. Maybe it was the fact that I'd already had sex here, and these three already knew about it, but my nudity didn't bother me so much. Only Cinzia, Laurel and Krista remained when I came back with the other three ladies on the team. Neither Laurel nor Krista appeared very different from their previous forms. Laurel stood there in all her big red-skin glory, holding and slowly stroking her magmamander with huge boobs exposed and uncaring that all of us could see the juncture of her thighs. Krista hung in the air about 2 feet above the planks holding up the building, also boobs out and the tops of her thighs visible for the first time. I didn't understand how her ghostly clothes could have been removed, but that was God stuff. Most of her many arms rested at her sides, but 2 of them were on her hips. The 2 natives were on alert for danger, though it wasn't really necessary. Tara was, hopefully, most of the way back to the city by this time. As we caught sight of Cinzia, her tiny glowing fair companion zipped off and got in Cinzia's face. I couldn't tell whether they were having an argument or a hushed conversation, but it occurred to me that I really wanted to know what Cinzia's intentions were for having Fairy Poppins join us. A voice suddenly spoke in my ear. Fletcher, don't look too surprised. It's Drat. Okay. Regina said. Nothing to worry about, I told her. Just talking to myself, as usual. She gave me an unreadable look, shrugged, and headed in to speak with the others. Drat spoke up as soon as I had some space separating me from the ladies. This is my element. You're here to do a job, I'm here to do a job, and the time is now. If you need information found out, or if you need someone spied on, just say the word. I got you. I thought it over. Something must have happened to trigger the problem with the eggs. If we didn't have to ask, all the better. Several weeks ago, something happened to make all the villagers' eggs sick, I said. Can you figure out what? I could almost hear the gleeful grin in his voice. I mean, I could see him across the platform, but he had a perfectly bland, schooled expression. Naked Ninja is on the job, boss man. I feel like I need a code name too. Boss in the buff, he said. I laughed. Better than Fletcher the Lecher. Oh, that's good, he said, his tone sinister. But we're sticking with boss in the buff. Cinzy bounced over, still looking like an absolute stunner. The patches of different color on her skin weren't confined to her face. They expanded, shifted colors, and retracted at a glacial pace, and somehow it didn't diminish her beauty. It was happening to her hair, also. It was far, far longer than I recalled it, down past her butt, and part of it was a powder blue color while most of the rest was platinum blonde. I loved the crinkle in her eyes and her smile as she approached and grabbed my hand in both of hers.
Fletcher.
Hey, I said, trying not to look at her.
Sorry.
Trying not to look at you.
This is difficult.
It's not hard. She asked with an impish grin.
Don't, I warned.
I've already had issues. Her amusement was replaced with something else.
What? Really? What happened?
I tried to wave this away. We need to speak with the elders. I assume everything is going to be pretty smooth, because we took a look at the egg situation and worked up a pretty good treatment while I work on the cure. Her eyes went wide with shock, and an absolutely breathtaking grin spread over her face. That's amazing, Fletcher.
Well done.
You're going to love it too. We need to sing, dance, party, and have pleasant conversations with the eggs. She started hopping around in a circle with my hands in hers, laughing in delight.
Yes.
An early win is going to be really good for us when we talk to the elders. Oh, Fletcher, you weren't supposed to do my job for me or make it super easy. I don't mind a challenge, you know. It was a challenge to keep my eyes off her body. Gods, everything about her was taut, perky, and on the verge of muscular. Perfectly toned, in other words. She was just a shade shorter than me, and I knew this because I was staring into her mismatched eyes the whole time. One was brilliant blue, while the other was a light brown tinged with flecks of gold. By the time she'd finished this meeting, the light brown one had a hazel ring to it, and the bright blue one was more like an aquamarine, sparkling light blue. It was like soul gazing with the hottest girl in your entire high school, while naked. Once again, Fairy Poppins was suddenly in front of my face, flitting back and forth and catching Cinzy on the tip of the nose, then getting back in my face. I could barely make out the expression on her face, but it seemed upset.
Hey! Cinzy barked. You cut it out, okay?
Fletcher and I are discussing the political situation.
But out.
The tiny glowing fairy whirled on her and poked her in the nose several more times, making her step back. Then, with one last few moments hovering inches from my face, she zipped away and vanished into Cinzy's large backpack.
Screw up the mood much, she muttered grumpily.
The Martians at the door to the huge building approached now, and asked if we were ready to meet with the elders. Cinzy indicated we were, and took my hand before dragging me in after the two Martians. The tone of the situation shifted immediately upon entering. It wouldn't have been an issue whatsoever, except the doors to this large building were shut behind us, and four Martians we hadn't seen before dragged a heavy, solid beam in from one side to bar the door.
From the inside.
That's not a good sign, I told her quietly, indicating with a flick of my head.
It's okay. We'll be okay.
I have plenty of tokens. We can handle this. There was an enormous hole in the middle of the floor. It looked down directly on the marsh itself, which had the effect of making me think we were about to be thrown down there, and swallowed up by marsh-dwelling crocodiles. That hole was ringed by what looked like clam shells.
Big clam shells.
We're talking like 2 and 3 feet across in some cases. They were opening and closing, and each time one of them opened, I got the distinct impression we were being observed by whatever was within. You've got this, huh? I asked Drilly. Am I calling for our guardians? No way, she said, but her hand wasn't holding mine to pull me along anymore. It was instead clutching my hand in a death grip. One of the clams opened up, and a little face appeared at the edge. The pale face of a child.
Inside a clam.
Okay, that's it.
Cinzy yelled.
Did you bring us here to scare the daylights out of us, or what? Because I don't mind telling you, it's working. A wave of mana shot out away from Cinzy and splashed into everyone in the room. Our bard had just used a special ability, and I was glad of it. The clams all snapped closed. The half a dozen or so Martians in the room took hesitant steps away from her, eyes wide and fearful. But whatever special ability she had, it didn't seem to have any effect on the things that rose up out of the hole in the floor. They were enormous, easily as wide as I was tall, and then some. Maybe as wide across as Laurel was tall. In only the vaguest sense, they were similar to the Martians, mostly white bodies, with that identical mint green in places. These ones had some brown threaded in there too, making the minty green portions of them look like trim. And they were humanoid, sort of, with 4 thick arms each and large heads on thick necks. Below the waist though they were mermaids? Whatever was down there, it seemed to have fishy scales and definitely had a fringe of fin-like thing.
So, more like eel bodies.
3 of them appeared above the floor of the building, balancing on their tails. Some several dozen more crowded around down below to get a better look at Sinzi and I. Huli ali shiitake mushrooms, Sinzi muttered in wonder and a little fear. The first of the elders spoke, drawing out every single word like it took a lot of effort to speak. These, rare the hyomomonis, it said, crossing 2 sets of arms across its broad chest. These are the humans, said in the most intimidating and spooky way possible. The 2 nearest Martians bowed low at the waist, again and again. Yes, venerable elders. This male is the healer who has seen to the martial eggs, and the female is her spokesperson. This thing could kill the both of us with one bare hug if it wanted. When the Martians waved us forward, Sinzi's already painful grip on my hand intensified and she hummed a low jingle to herself. Another small burst of mana later and an aura flowed over me. The UI informed me that a special ability used by Sinzia temporarily gave me +3 durability, +3 skill levels when facing fear or intimidation, and 3 bonus tokens specific to social roles in this scene. Then she stepped closer, pulling me along. We got within a good 2 feet of the huge hole, and within a foot of the nearest gigantic clams. I swallowed my fear, hoping that she had the same kind of intimidation shout that Blake the asshole did. "We are from the human world," Sinzi said. "Sent to help heal any ailments, illnesses, injuries that you might be suffering." "Thysis Isis Nuaun," the elder said with exaggerated slowness. She took another deep, cleansing breath. "Your townsfolk have given us permission to use whatever resources required to help with the egg situation, and the clothing situation." "We are aware," another elder said, this one a female. "Are any of these developments problematic or unacceptable to you?"
Sinzi asked.
The 3 elders who were above the line of the floor peered at one another and hissed things in a language of their own. The dozens and dozens of other ones all hissed too, pushing against one another in order to see us and be heard over the others. Eventually, the deliberation concluded and the largest of them turned back to us.
"All is well," it said.
Relief flooded through me. "I regret that our task may take multiple days. Obviously, we don't wish to intrude upon your village," Sinzi went on, "but we will need to secure sleeping arrangements in a way that will please your people and avoid possible friction."
"Yeses," the elder said.
"Do you foresee any issues with sleeping arrangements? My people have brought mobile sleeping quarters.
We call them tents."
This situation right here felt pretty intense. Quarter-tutors will be arranged." While Sinzi continued asking questions and eventually answering them, I focused on the creatures before me. They appeared similar to the Martians, but perhaps they were a different species, or mutated versions of the more humanoid ones. With this in mind, the UI gave me the +3 bonus to my Identify skill, along with the 3 tokens to use on the check. Identify check. This check will pair with Ingenuity, your ability to piece together information on hand. This check is difficult. Would you like to spend 3 tokens for an automatic success? Total tokens, 6 Ingenuity, 6 free, and 3 bonus special ability tokens. I didn't get the notification about the ability hard at work, meaning my tokens wouldn't count for double in this case. It wasn't a direct outgrowth of my job, apparently. This was disappointing, but not crushingly so. I figured spending the tokens was just fine. Although with the buff I currently had 10 levels to use, and 3 successes was to be expected, I wanted this information.
Marshmallow.
Second stage transformation. These mermaid-like Nakamoman closely resemble humans from the waist up and eels below the waist. They spend most of their time at the mouths of rivers, deltas, or resting at the bottoms of flowing fresh water, relaxing and pondering the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. Typical length, 16 to 20 feet, large. Typical weight, 600 to 1,000 pounds. Gender, male. Aspect, water/fairy. Transformations, Martian-Martian-Marshmallow. Marshmallow has been added to your Nakamedex. Everything suddenly snapped into perfect clarity. The huge clams with the faces inside weren't trapped children or anything, they were large marshals. At some point they would transform into the Nakamaman of the village, either fully grown or nearly. No wonder there weren't any children or old folks here. We had nothing to fear from these elders just because they spoke weirdly. I breathed a sigh of relief and gave Sinzi's hand a squeeze. "Excuse me a moment," she said, and turned her attention to me. "They're called marshmallows. The Martians change into them at some point." She stared at me, then looked at the townsfolk around us, then at the elders, and back to me. For several seconds she looked and looked and looked, then broke into a wide grin. Finally she threw her head back and laughed.
Oh. Oh, that's good. Marshmallow. Oh boy. Okay. Phew.
I turned to the Martian nearest and indicated the nearest clam.
May I?
It gestured permission down toward the gigantic shell, so I hunkered down and, thinking again, put one hand over my leg so my dangling hand would cover my dangling Dick Johnson. Then I slowly and lovingly stroked the shell. After several moments, the shell opened up and a child's face peered out. It was almost all that same mint green, with a stripe of white down the very center.
Hi there, I said. I'm Fletcher. Hello, it said.
It must have been laying down in the shell, because the face was sideways.
You're a marshal?
It nodded in the shell, going, When did you, hatch? I'm this many. The little guy said, and a hand appeared with 2 fingers. That's amazing, I told him. Do you ever come out of the shell?
Nuh-uh. He said.
The young ones are quite soft on the inside and require their shells for protection, the Martian said.
Fletcher. Cindy asked. Ha.
They're wondering how long it will take to get the situation with the eggs under control. That's already done, I said, and explained directly to the marshmallows what I'd found out. Once my spiel was over, they peered between one another and the ones crowding each other below, nodding and impressed. The cure I'm not sure about. I will need to consult the list of cures, gather ingredients, and concoct the cure over the course of possibly days. Hopefully not longer than a week, but I can't guarantee that. This was received less well, but Cindy held up hands. Unfortunately, healing isn't an instantaneous process, but all of his team members will be helping him at all times. We will try to speed it along.
Except Drat.
He would be looking for funny business. Eventually the meeting concluded, with me tickling the marshal's gigantic clamshell and making him giggle in there. The little guy had a particular ridge that was especially ticklish, and his tiny feet thrashed in and out of view several times. I was glad that the creepy child trapped in a box impression I'd gotten was dead wrong. These were actually super adorable. Cindy laid a hand on my shoulder. Let's get moving, big guy. We're done here. Big guy was what Tara had called me. I missed her all of a sudden, and hoped she was doing well. Cindy didn't let go of my hand until we were heading out of the town's meeting hall. You did great in there, she said, at almost the same time I saw almost those identical words.
We both laughed.
Seriously, thank you. That buff ability you used was far more useful than I thought it might be. A little courage goes a long way, she replied, grinning, before a more somber look fell over her face. She said, do you want to postpone our, dinner together until we can wear clothes? I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but it's pretty distracting having you be totally naked around me. Getting any amount of work done is going to be hard.
She laughed.
Oh my God's hard.
I sighed. Yeah.
Trust me, I'm way more intimidated and distracted by your body than you are of mine. I noticed she hadn't said the word date, and couldn't recall if she'd used the same word when talking about it before. This is Christopher speaking to a fully nude supermodel beautiful girl and not completely losing his mind. The sun was just swinging around towards sunset direction, what I thought of as west, as Cindy and I left the meeting with the elders. She seemed reluctant to let go of my hand, and I suddenly remembered that I had a power specific to this circumstance. She really was a touchy-feely person, and I had 0 complaints. I couldn't believe you figured out they were all related like that, she said. I should have known by the coloration and the similarities in the images, and started to get on myself about it, but Cindy hadn't figured it out either, and had just stood there, naked and afraid and clutching my hand. I couldn't either. You're like a genius, Fletcher. I had really just applied the abilities I had, and thankfully the knowledge had helped me overcome the creepy scene we'd found ourselves in. Now we stood on a platform in the full light of day, fully nude, with the team several platforms away. The Martians were ready to escort us back to the team, but I asked for a moment, and led her over to the far side of the building. Over here, first off, we were out of sight of the rest of the team. Second, the vista we found ourselves overlooking was breathtaking. The marsh stretched out for miles this way, eventually turning into a ribbon of a stream. A thicker forest with taller vegetation grew up on either bank, but the sky, it was absolutely fucking enormous. People in cities don't seem to realize, or even suburban dwellers, they don't seem to get that buildings drain the awe of nature out by confining the sky, putting walls on it, so you can really only see it overhead. Like this, the sky was so vast and sweeping as to make me feel childlike wonder again. She got real quiet and still, and bit her lip. The moment became charged, full of a vibrant energy. I started to get hard again, and squashed it by thinking about brick walls and huge, thick coins that dissolved into streamers of rainbow-colored glitter.
I really want to kiss you, I told her.
I hope that doesn't make you uncomfortable. It did, but not for the reason I thought. I really want to kiss you too, she said, and continued staring at my lips. Fairy Poppins isn't around to badger us for being interested in one another. Interested in one another was a wild way of saying this top-tier beauty who was way out of my league had a dearth of choices, but for some reason set her eyes on me. We were very close together now, and I was definitely getting a hard-on. But with her this close to me, she couldn't just look down at my junk without telegraphing exactly what she was doing. She was close enough for me to smell her perfume, or her shampoo.
It was lovely. She was so beautiful.
Fletcher, we can't like this. She gestured down at her body and laughed. We can't do a relationship naked. That would just be sex. I don't know anything about you. I opened up License and took another quick look over the abilities text.
License.
Special ability, rare, active. By touching a target and spending an ingenuity token, you gain insight into their deepest desires, kinks and passions. Your target also gains bits of insight into you.
What if you could
know about me? I said. What are you talking about? I have a special ability that lets us get to know each other. Very intimately. She furrowed her brow. Shouldn't that be my thing? It's kind of a gift from a god.
Whoa.
I had to be sure I really wanted to do this. Hell, I had to be sure she really wanted to do this. But it might be kind of revealing, I said. She snorted a laugh. Like how revealing? I could tell she was covering up her discomfort over the idea, and gathering up her courage to do something she maybe didn't know if she was capable of doing. Her bravery was impressive.
I don't know, I said.
I haven't gotten a chance to use it yet.
Let's do it, she said.
Yeah, I really did want to use it. I wanted to know what was going though, that sexy mind behind that sexy face and under that sexy head of color-shifting hair. I was only slightly worried that she was going to see something that freaked her out. I say slightly because in continuing to think it over, if she found something she didn't like, and we didn't get together, no problem. Regina and I were sex buddies by now. Tara wasn't gone forever. Isabel, whatever the hell had happened, there was going to resolve itself somehow, eventually. I didn't think it was going to fizzle out and die. In fact, I was being a little greedy here, but if Cindy saw with my power into my sex life and she didn't like it, she could take a hike. She could shack up with Drat if she wanted. If she didn't mind it, great.
What are you waiting for? She asked.
Curious about what you're going to see from my end, and whether or not it'll scare you away, I said truthfully.
Fletcher the sex freak.
4 partners in as many weeks. Trust me, she said quietly, squeezing my hands, whatever you've got going on that I'll see, it can't be that bad. It can't be it can't be worse than mine. That doesn't sound like you're having second thoughts, I said.
She shook her head.
I trust you. You chose to be a healer, you sacrificed your safety to help others, and I've heard about your people back home.
Now go on.
Considering what she'd said, and considering her high spirits after our weird yet productive meeting, I spent the ingenuity token and used the special ability. The very first thing that happened was that I saw her passions. She was passionate about pushing her boundaries and experiencing new things.
Crazy passionate about it.
She'd gone on road trips and used public transportation around New York City despite her parents' insistence that it was dangerous and that she shouldn't. She booked trains when she should have been at school, going up and down the East Coast. She was passionate about being the best version of herself she could be. Cynthia, whose name hadn't been that back on Earth, absolutely loved the way her body felt whenever she went to work out. She loved the stares she got while out and the men turning to watch her but jiggle on the walk by. Mostly, she loved how it got her out of the house and away from the parents.
The fracking parents.
Cindy, do this. Cindy, why aren't you doing that? Cindy, you're not wearing that to school, surely. No respectable daughter of mine is going to wear that. Cindy, have you finished your university application to Brown? Cindy, if you're going to be a lawyer or a doctor one day, why can't you just? Cindy, you have to buckle down and...
No conversations.
No consideration for who she was. She was nothing more than a game piece on a board for her parents on their quest toward a perfect life. Otherwise they could give a shift about her personality, her ambitions, her hopes and dreams. She wanted attention, and she got it. She got it in the gym, out of the gym, but none of it was attention she really respected. Her circle of best friends was dissolving, with university coming on and all of them heading to the best universities in the country, or out to study abroad. And while the friendship fulfilled her, it didn't fill a need she had. She was passionate for connection, real connection. She had a desire for freedom, for recognition, and for someone to come along who was worthy of her. See, her parents hadn't stopped with planning out her professional life. She had been courted by numerous young men, tech bros at startups, hedge fund bros at the ickiest kinds of firms, law bros who seemed more at home in a sewer than the swanky galas. Cynthia's desire for connection and boundary pushing ran deep, and it had been twisted. It had twisted itself into a kink of sorts. I wasn't sure how I knew it was a kink, except that the stream of information, the rapid-fire images and sound bites took on a different tenor. Like I was getting deeper into the core of her. I shift you not, that inner core was into anal. I saw Cynthia through a Cynthia-tinted lens, as she saw herself. I saw her stripping off her clothes in the mirror and playing with herself on her bed, watching porn, and in fleeting glimpses I saw that porn become more and more brutal, women being pushed around, and the stories getting darker. I saw those fantasies on the screen, with the girl being brought to ecstasy before being used harshly. Then I saw those fantasies as she experienced them. This included her bent all the way down, ass up, and a huge penis slowly shoving aside whatever defenses she might have, stretching out her ass to a frightening degree. This included her pushing larger and larger objects into it while rubbing furiously at her clit. This included walking around the house with anal beads inserted, and drawing them back out of herself with agonizing slowness before reinserting them even slower. This included inserting a plug up there, one with a cute glittery jewel-like flower made of plastic at the base. So if she decided to show anyone, they would know exactly what it was. Also it was cute. These mental images of Cindy included her chained up with handcuffs to a set of bedposts, and forced to be penetrated in both holes, one man beneath her buried in her ass, the other slowly working himself in and out of her pussy while she absolutely lost her mind. These mental images of Cindy included her chained up with handcuffs to a set of bedposts, and forced to be penetrated in both holes, one man beneath her buried in her ass, the other slowly working himself in and out of her pussy while she absolutely lost her mind. She had a mental image of herself walking around town on Earth, hand in hand with a man who had put a vibrator inside her and was controlling it with an app, slowly lowering the sensation as she grew closer and closer to orgasm. She wanted that person to suddenly and inexplicably make her come while she was ordering coffee. She'd be hunched over, elbows on the counter, apologizing because she wasn't feeling well. Then she would take that man's cock, fit it into her ass, and slowly lower herself down on it in the coffee shop bathroom as a thank you. All of these mental images were accompanied by mental sound clips, the panting, the grunting and groaning, the quiet encouragement for her to relax, and the praise when she finally received the full tool all the way up inside, and her butt finally rested against the man violating her as she so desperately needed. She wanted someone to strum her clit repeatedly while clapping a hand over her mouth so the people in other dressing rooms couldn't hear her building toward a crushing climax. She wanted to be face down on the couch with her ass in the air, and a man drilling down into her very core, driving her within inches of unconsciousness from the overwhelming pleasure. She wanted someone to tell her she wasn't allowed to come until he said so. She wanted someone at her deepest core to dominate her. All of these mental images and their fantasy noises she'd created came with phantom sensations and real sensations. Cynthia had started toying with herself and knew what some of these things felt like. She had a small army of toys that she'd had to put in storage when she left Earth. She had only been able to bring a tiny array of her toys, and all of them were in her gear. So she knew when she imagined a man inserting the anal beads what it would feel like to have them go up into her, and for her asshole to slowly accept larger and larger toys. Mere nanoseconds passed as all this information flooded into my brain. I had no time to wonder what it was Cynthia was seeing at the same time. It was just one thing after another, after another, after another. Pure sensation flooding me. On their heels were some even deeper passions. She wanted someone to come on to her, strongly. She wanted someone to tell her what to do. She was in a position of having every man acting totally subservient to her. She was hot, and she knew that, but that was because she worked hard on her body. It meant no man had ever dared to approach her with any confidence. They wanted to spend money on her, and give her complete control over the relationship. She wasn't some queen to be doted on, she was an explorer who didn't know the way. She wanted that man to appear, and she was getting desperate to find him. That man would tell her what they were doing that day, tell her where they were going, take charge of situations, and then he would drive her wild before using her body for his own satisfaction. In a way, the anal was just an extension of that. She could and would get off the hardest of her life knowing that she was going beyond what she'd ever tried, while having her partner confidently please her, while pleasing himself. This tidal wave of knowledge and moans and gasps and begging and pressure and demanding fingers and cocks hit me simultaneously. This was the very first thing that happened. The second thing that happened was I got an instant erection. How could I not? I'd just been in the deepest recesses of kink in the mind of the most mind-bogglingly gorgeous woman I'd ever met, standing before her, both of us nude, and she'd basically confessed to being an anal freak. I came back to myself with Cinzy's hands in mine, her mouth slack and a blissed-out expression on her face. Like she didn't have a single care in the world. Her eyelids fluttered, and she emitted a soft sigh. Her nipples were hard, pointed things, nearly brushing my chest, and my rampant erection was perhaps 2 inches away from touching the cleft between her legs. And Fairy Poppins was coming.
"Oh, forking fork," I muttered.
I'd spotted her over Cinzy's shoulder. The tiny glowing fairy had just zipped up in the air, clearly trying to find her companion, and locked on us. The trail of fairy dust told me she was flying directly toward us. I scrambled for some way to save myself. "Would you like to spend an ingenuity token for instant assistance?"
the UI asked.
I spent the token without even realizing it, so thick was my need. Once more the huge coin appeared in the air, spinning to reveal the embossed ingenuity symbol, a figure with a finger raised up in the air, and a light bulb hovering over their head. The mental image supplied by the UI was exactly what I needed, and I immediately collapsed to my knees and curled up into a ball. I let out a tortured groan that I very much felt.
"Fletcher." "Ow, ow, ow," I moaned. "What happened?"
"Oh, Jiminy Crickets, you're not supposed to get injured. You're the fracking healer, you dolt." I laid there, clutching my foot and other ankle, studiously keeping my erection totally covered. The girl who wanted to be anally intruded upon peered down at my face, putting a hand over mine. "What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?" she repeated in a panic. "I'll be fine," I told her shakily. Fairy Poppins arrived, and went flitting about trying to figure out if I was dying or not. Concern flooded through me that the little Nakamaman was going to figure out my game. Slowly, I purged the mental images from my mind and felt myself begin to get back to normal. It wasn't a quick process, not with the very attractive and equally as naked Cinzy practically showing her lady parts to me, including the one she wanted to have some lucky man take control of. Bending down like this was the upskirt shot of my dreams, and I squeezed my eyes closed against the knowledge that she had neatly trimmed down there, shaving the lips.
"What is it?"
"Is it the growth plate injuries?" she asked in a panic.
"The scoliosis?"
I latched onto the lifeline she'd thrown. The Blissence must have shown her my injuries. "I think the character sheet and physicality attribute is changing my body." None of this was a lie.
It was affecting my body somehow.
I didn't know if it would ever completely fix my body, but I had better muscles now than ever in my life. I had almost gotten myself back to pre-injury levels of stamina and fitness. The only lie was the inference that the changes were painful.
So far they weren't.
"You scared the shirt out of me, Fletcher. Are you okay?"
"Right now? No. Again, not a lie. I was not okay. You poor thing.
"Is there anything I can do to help?"
I'll be okay.
"I just need time." I repeated. "It's just, sometimes it's like this." She rubbed her hand up and down my back, and I tried to fix my mind on clams with kids in them, the brackish water of the marsh, and mountains reassembling themselves for shifts and giggles. Anything to make it so I didn't have a boner. Miracle of miracles, it eventually worked. "We can talk about your special ability later," she said. This is possibly the weirdest day of Christopher's life. After thanking Cinzy for her concern and her help, we reunited with the group and debriefed them. Cinzy immediately set off to help with the egg situation, guided by one of our Martian friends. For the rest of us, work immediately got underway to anchor ourselves in Slinktrickle as quickly as possible. In order to get down to the real job after that, the job the good people of Slinktrickle wanted and needed us settled here. Or rather, they wanted me in particular to get down to business. I spent the rest of the day in talks with Laurel as guardian captain, Regina as the only ranger, Cinzy as liaison to the Slinktrickleians, and the rest of the boys. Alan in particular had a serious amount of difficulty handling the no-clothes situation. At least Trent could hold Garnet in front of himself to shield anyone from looking at his genitalia, but Alan was new, he already had a stutter, and he was something of a social outcast. None of these helped him to cope with the situation we found ourselves in. Eventually, though, Trent got tired and muscle achy from holding Garnet like that, and went with covering himself with his hands like Alan. There was herb harvesting, which Regina volunteered to get up to. She also wanted to get the lay of the land, and took several Martians in one of their reed boats over the marsh to one of the grassy areas where the land firmed up. Once I told her what to look for, she nodded sharply and tapped the side of her head. To me this meant, "I got an ability from boning you, you goofball, you don't have to explain everything," so I let her go about the business she was best suited for. I tried not to let on that I was watching her but jiggle as she left, but at the last moment she peered over her shoulder and winked at me. Tweedledee yipped in delight, fluffy tails wagging in delight, and very nearly got me caught by everyone. Lucky for us, the sleeping bag test proved out, it was only considered clothes if you tried standing up and hopping around like you were in a sack race. We lost one sleeping bag like that, with one very embarrassed Alan furiously blushing from red down to maroon. The Martians, true to their word, cleared out a building on the edge of town for our use, and Cinzy set Alan and Trent together in one of the building's 3 sleeping chambers. Drat and I should have had another, but Isabel and Ivy began to kick up a fuss. Why did the menfolk get priority? There were 7 of them, including Tara, and that was nearly double the number of boys. Cinzy calmed them down, but I relented. They could use the more spacious rooms, and Drat wasn't here to complain about being relegated to a tent beside the building. For now this meant putting 3 girls in each room, and pitching tents for Drat and I. The Guardians once again kicked into action, no longer having a job to do. I chuckled. None of the men would be pitching tents in our pants until we found whatever god of clothing there was and getting them back to normal. Since no one had any idea where Drat had gone at the moment, I decided for us, and got 2 of the smaller tents put up side by side, rather than a single larger tent. As part of the quest we were on, Alan summoned me to his shared quarters. These bee binders, he said, indicating several thick ring binders, are full of tea tablets. Clay tea tablets. Wait, what? I waved the question away, so he wouldn't think I was insulting his speech. Opening one, I found the tablets the size of trading cards, the illustrations minuscule and the text illegible. Hang on, you've had these the whole time? He nodded sheepishly. I don't talk MMM. Finally he threw his hands up and blurted, much. I know, buddy, I told him, patting him on the arm.
No worries. Take your time.
He showed me by grabbing out a large magnifying glass and holding it over the tiny tablets. It wasn't great, but it did the trick and only gave me a tiny bit of headache. He also motioned for me to wait, while he took out one of the tablets, put it on the provided desk space, and performed a spell. Wizard spells were always so fun to watch in action. You had the slow trickle of mana through the concentration on their faces, the magic words that came out, and the way their fingers twitched in complicated hand gestures. In addition, this one used a bit of green later identified as one of the gigantic tree spheres, the huge singular green leaves. For whatever reason, Alan didn't have any trouble with the chanting situation. He could chant the magic words, or sing them, without inducing a single iota of stuttering. That focus, I guess, was stronger than whatever inside him made him stutter. Also, a tiny thread of mana flowed out of both his hands and his lips at the same time. The green thing was also laced with some mana, and by the end, the mana coalesced around the clay tablet. It immediately swelled to the size of a full newspaper sheet. Shit, he muttered, as the spell finished. The clay tablet bumped several things aside in its growth and sent one of the binders careening off, but we were quick enough to catch it. We'll have to remember that for the future, I said, chuckling. Yeah. The tablet he'd enlarged with his Engorjo spell was a list of potential cures for mental afflictions. Good thinking, I said. I'll need to take a closer look at this before I start flinging ingredients around. I read through all 3 that appeared here, frowning at how strangely similar the cures were to the one I'd crafted for the God of Footfalls. Sure, the procedures were different, and the ingredients were different, but at its core, all of them involved heating up liquids and stirring them over the course of hours, adding in different herbs, roots, flowers, grasses, generally all dried. There was the difference. At the end, the one cure needed to be misted into the air around the afflicted. Another needed to be condensed into a solid and wafted around the air by a censer. The third needed to be painted into a specific ritual circle so the offending mental energy couldn't breach it. For the god, it had needed to ingest or absorb the cure in liquid form. At least that part was different. I sought out a specific tablet for Alan to enlarge, using the magnifying glass and eventually giving myself a bit of a headache after searching so hard. I shouldn't have. Alan was holding it. Eyed him. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He burst out laughing. You should have seen your F-face. Then he did an impression of me, bent over and peering with full concentration, one eye squinted shut and the other one bulging out looking everywhere. Ha ha. I rolled my eyes, and couldn't get mad at him. It was nice to see the timid little guy having some fun. Once he got the second tablet enlarged, without knocking things off the workbench this time, it became clearer that the mental ailment had been caused by an oversaturation of rage and frustration. The page in question was an overview of typical mental illnesses and how they manifested in Nakamamon. There were sicknesses of sadness, a more bipolar sadness and maniacal swing, depression, fear, dissociation, hallucination, and plenty of others. What we were seeing was a fear and depression reaction to the rage and frustration episode, whatever that had been. Somehow that emotion had been thick enough in the space around the eggs that they'd gotten infected with it. From there, The Martians hadn't wanted to touch their little Marshall eggs. The lack of a comforting mental atmosphere had been more damaging than the initial infection. I thanked Alan for his work, told him I'd get him back for messing with me, and then headed out to find the others. It was time to convince the Martians they needed to get back to their egg-keeping duties. Martians of Slinktrickle. Cinzy called with the aid of another bard skill. Several snorts and snickers drifted up from below us. She gave the party below an unamused look, though the corner of her mouth quirked up. The special ability was the same one she'd used to get Drat's attention when we were getting moving on the raft. Her voice boomed out in all directions, aided by a pulse of mana that looked nothing like the stuff Alan, Trent, or I used. Although nearly invisible and hair-thin, it came out in a massive shockwave. I wanted to understand it better, but the villagers began drifting toward us. They were still hairless, still noseless, all of them white and minty green in mostly identical patterning. White bellies, green limbs.
It was still strange.
Please gather round.
She bellowed.
Cynthia and I were now standing atop Muppin, on a small wooden platform set up by the Guardians and Regina. She held my hand, another slightly problematic behavior, given what I knew about her. I wanted to do some pretty nasty things to her, things I knew she wanted, but for now I had to concentrate on the marsh water, Drat's unsettling-looking Nakamaman, and the sickness gripping the eggs. Anything to keep from getting another hard-on. As you should know by now, Fletcher is the name of our party's healer, she said to everyone present in that same authoritative voice. He will lay out the situation with your eggs, what will be done, and the cure he hopes to craft. Then he will take questions from you. Well, this was nerve-wracking as hell. Literally hundreds of eyes were on me, and hundreds of ears trained on what I had to say. I was very uncomfortable with this, but I decided to hell with it. Cynthia's courage flowed through me. Also, I didn't have to picture the crowd naked. They were already stark. The eggs have suffered a sort of mental illness, I said, the result of extreme frustration and rage expressed in their presence. The Martians shifted and looked to one another. A bit of muttering rose up around the assembled people. I'm sorry for that, I said. Luckily, I believe treatment should stop the spread and reverse course for all your eggs. What do we do? One of them yelled. I explained that the eggs needed good cheer. My people were thrilled to supply that, and if any of the townsfolk had time and was in high spirits, they should join in the merriment. It may seem strange to party and sing and dance around a scene of sickness, I called, but the eggs have already reacted positively to these sorts of vibes. They once again started muttering between one another at this news. I will attempt to concoct a cure, but this will take some days. Administering the cure will also be tricky. I ask for your patience at this time. Likability check. You do not have the associated skill for this check. This check is extreme difficulty. You do not currently possess the tokens necessary to perform this check. Would you like to spend 11 tokens to lower the difficulty by 11? Total tokens, 5 likability and 6 free tokens. Asterisk note, this check qualifies for the hard at work bonus of double token value. A target higher than 11 was high.
Too high.
I wanted to say yes, but I couldn't. I needed all those free tokens to first concoct the cure, and then administer it to the eggs. There was no guarantee I would have all my tokens replenish in time. And I couldn't be sure what passing this check even meant.
The people stayed calm?
This wasn't an easy decision, but in the end I thought the cure was worth more than the peace of mind of the townsfolk. I pressed no, and watched as my 5 likability and the buff from Cinzy's special ability generated only 3 successes, far short of the 12+ that I needed. Our babies need to hatch.
One of them called.
They're past due. A chorus of concern and assent washed over the scene, and Cinzy squeezed my hand. I will try my best, I said, but my words were being drowned out by the horror and despair that the eggs would never hatch. The wail that went up was stricken, horrified.
My babies. The babies.
Another cried out, like they were already dead and she was grieving lives that had never been. The others took up this chorus.
The babies. The poor babies.
Cinzy once again drew up her mana and a deep breath at the same time.
Folks.
A ray of hopeful sunshine seemed to break through the assorted masses, but just for a moment. Cinzy rushed on, if need be, we will work day and night. Please give us time, and please understand. It wasn't working. Several of the females who had apparently laid the egg swooned and had to be supported by their neighbors, while others clutched their hands to their chests and howled to the sky. Let's get to the hatchery, I said. Cinzy immediately locked eyes with Laurel, who had her guardians fan out and keep people away from the bridges linking this huge platform to the section of the town with the eggs. Isabel clicked her tongue and Muppin lumbered into motion.
Regina and Isabel helped the two of us down. Okay, well, that was a disaster, Regina muttered. I thought it could have gone worse, Cinzia said. I don't know how, but maybe possibly. Okay, it was a disaster. She immediately began to collapse out of overdoing her special abilities. Trent and Drat were there to catch her, and I experienced a moment of bitter jealousy that made no sense. I wanted to be the one to catch her, cradle her, save her, and I was upset that other men had touched her gorgeous body. Sure, she wasn't mine, and sure I had more sex partners than I knew what to do with, but there it was anyway. Fairy Poppins was, of course, in a fit, and hovered over Cinzia's half-conscious face. She snuggled up against her companion's cheek and bopped her with fairy dust, so she would be easier for the boys to carry. Laurel moved to the nearest bridge, and started fending off already grieving townsfolk. Krista took another, and let Ivy and Isabel by so they could guard other nearby bridges. We need to get to the hatchery and give them some love, I said.
Alan nodded.
On it, BBB boss, he said, then immediately cast a spell that gave me the ability to jump. Beside me, Regina was rushing across the bridge covered by Laurel, with Tweedledee bounding after her on silent toe beans. As the mana entered my body, I felt the oddest sensation. For the first time I could remember, I felt like my legs could take me to the Olympics. I could outperform every athlete in the 100-meter dash. I could jump higher and longer than any gazelle, to say nothing of any human. My muscles bulged, and grew muscles of their own.
Gee, go! Alan urged.
I didn't wait. Crouching, I launched myself off the platform's edge and damn near landed on the building on the next platform over. Meaning I just jumped the 15-foot gap, the 15-foot platform surrounding the building, and the whole 30-foot width of the building in the platform center. I landed essentially on the curved, sloping longhouse roof, and used that to launch myself at the next platform. I caught sight of Regina staring wide-eyed at me. She broke into a smile, and put on an extra burst of speed. UI messages about physicality checks came and went. It seemed that the jumping spell gave me free tokens on each of these, so it wasn't even a thing to pass them. I nearly ended up in the gap between two of the stilt house platforms, but managed to catch one foot on the planks and send myself with a half-successful kick of my leg. This one sent me only about 20 feet, whereupon I rolled to a stop and stared up at the sky, laughing breathlessly. Then I got to my feet, saw Regina race past, and leapt clear over the smaller building in front of me. Seconds later, Regina joined me at the hatchery building. She was heaving for breath. I can't believe your dick was just flopping like that in the wind.
Me neither, I gasped. Come on, she said. Dee, can you watch the door?
The fox gave an affirmative yip and immediately turned to guard the door. Good, she said, pulling me inside. Someone needs to give these eggs some good vibes, and all our team members are tied up at the moment. This is Christopher feeling good about his chances at getting laid in the next 30 seconds. A stiffening breeze was accompanied by my own reaction to what Regina was proposing. The sun warming my exposed skin felt incongruously nice against the backdrop of all the stuff going wrong. The announcement with the Martians in their village had gone sideways when I was presented with a social role I couldn't hope to pass and then still accomplish my mission. For the next several days, the team would need to keep the natives out of their own hatchery, so thick were the negative emotions flying around. I could tell right away that Regina was serious. She cooed to Tweedledee and gave him several chin scritches before ordering him to guard the door. As the wind rushing over the marsh receded from the door being closed, I turned to face my remaining ranger. She didn't even speak, but instead pushed me against the door and kissed me hard. This lingered for some time, before she broke off, wild-eyed and gasping. I'm kind of peeved that you're already naked, she muttered, kissing over my neck, my ears, my collarbone. I want to rip off your clothes right now. My hands were already on her body. Such a nice one, with curves and softness where they were best situated. My fingers traveled down the length of her torso, hugging her waist, flaring hips, and finally dug into her ass cheeks. She gasped. We have to make this quick, she said, and dropped to her knees unnecessarily. I was already most of the way hard, yet she still popped my cock into her mouth. For some time, the only sounds were the slurping and sucking, and my groans of encouragement. She pulled away with another sharp intake of breath. It's bigger than before. It wasn't this big when I sucked it last time. I gave her a smile. You're going to feel really tight then, huh?
Oh my gods, she muttered.
You're going to break me with this thing. Does that mean you want to stop? She stood and looped her arms around my neck, kissing me again and rubbing her pussy up and down the length of me. Absolutely not, she said, directly into my mouth. If I can't handle it, then it just means I walk funny for a day or so. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. She looked halfway blissed out already, eyes half-lidded and grin spreading.
Pulling her leg up, I looped it around my hip and fisted my cock so it ran up and down her slit. Squeaks of pleasure followed immediately. I watched for her reaction, and was pleased to have her throw her head back, groaning.
Put it in, she begged. Come on. No oral first?
I asked innocently.
Funk me, Fletcher. I need it.
Staring at your naked body the whole time is killing me. She hunched forward, placing the head at her opening, and soon enough the incredible heat and tightness enveloped me, bit by tiny bit. Ever so slowly, she sank down onto my shaft.
Big? I asked. Her response was strained. Big. Bigger.
Standing up sex was not as good as I'd hoped it would be, until I spun her and pressed her back against the interior wall of the hatchery. Only then did I have the leverage necessary to begin drawing out and pressing in, out and in, over and over. I'm going to spend the token now, I told her.
Yes, she hissed.
Engaging pleasure's bounty made the feelings intensify an absolute ton. Both of us groaned, and her breathing quickened. It was one of the signs that she was approaching orgasm already. Now every bit of her insides seemed to both clamp down and increase in wetness. I stared at her glittering freckles, her heaving breasts, while I pistoned in and out of her. I'd needed this too, after the Cinzy situation. I hadn't been cognizant of just how much of a relief this could be. Driving her back into the wall over and over, hearing her moans and gasps, having her arms loosen around my neck as she neared the climax, these all served to sharpen my focus and get her to the precipice as fast as I could.
Oh, she groaned.
I love this, Fletcher. I love doing this with you.
I love it too, I told her.
Her O went on, and rose in pitch and volume. One last sharp intake of breath later, this groan came out the loudest, and her whole body bucked. It was the first of many. As for me, I kept up the pace, loving the power I had within me to give a woman such bliss. She begged me breathlessly to stop, so I slowed down and she sagged against me. So I did what any normal, sex-crazed, God-touched pleasure-seeker would do, and helped drape her over the workstation table. Then I lined up and sank back into her depths, and made her fake curse again. Ugh, you've got a fracking cannon now, she moaned.
It's so big, Fletcher. It's too good. Feweth.
Her hand drifted down to play with her clit while I worked into a nice rhythm. Just loving the sounds of her breathing, her moaning, her complaints that it was too good. Just loving the feeling of her straining to accept me, the amazing friction, and the feel of her ass squishing against my abs. Loving the sight of her on her tiptoes, the sight of her parting to accept my shaft again and again. The sight of her round cheeks rippling every time I slammed home again.
Don't stop, she begged.
Funk me, funk, ugh, Fletcher. The pleasure had built and built, and over the next several minutes we lost ourselves to the act, just enjoying the animalistic perfection of this coupling. She wanted to switch again, so I laid down on the floor and let her ride me. With access to her boobs, I got to heft and knead them, run my palms and fingers over her nipples, and watch her hips rise and fall again and again. With one hand on her clit and the other on my knee behind her, she brought herself right to the brink yet again, and I watched in amazement as we repeated the crushing orgasm, the shaky uneven breaths, the inability to speak, the broken words falling into moans of ecstasy, and the full body buck. The groan transformed into a yell, and she cried out my name over the course of several shudders. Eyes closed, focused only on the sensations.
Regina,
She kept rising and falling. I'm gonna come, I told her, thrusting my own hips up and then up again. She didn't seem to register the words, but instead kept rising after I'd slammed up into her.
Regina, I got out through gritted teeth.
She kept hammering her hips down onto mine, squeezing on my shaft with her muscles, mouth slack and a tiny bit of drool leaking out of the corner. As for me, I felt every muscle in my body tense as I tried to stop a tidal wave from crashing. I might as well have been trying to stop the sun from coming up.
Reg fou. I came.
At the very last moment, she seemed to get it, and those eyes of hers with the flower-shaped irises fixed on me. I saw a brief battle go on in her brain. Did she want to feel the contractions as I blasted seed up into her, or did she want to be safe from the possibility of a life growing inside her? That battle went on a second too late, because the first blast went directly up into her. I groaned and screwed my eyes closed, trying not to, but it just wasn't possible. She rocketed up off me, and a moment later caught a stream directly across her face. Then another got her in the eye before her lips closed over the head and she took the rest in her mouth. I'd enhanced my load using the pleasure-seeker qualities available to me, so her eyes opened in surprise when I kept blasting forth. She drew up off me with a mouth completely full, pointing my cock downwards. Now when I arched up and came, it was all over the glittering freckles on her chest and breasts. And then there was even more. She was silent for a time, staring down at herself. What the hecky Becky, Fletcher?
Sorry, I told her. Sorry? What for?
You're like a fracking fire hose now. That's amazing. It was practically a milkshake I just swallowed.
Holy cow, we need to clean this up.
I can't just cover it up with my shirt.
She laughed.
I don't think that would even work. It would just soak through and everyone would know I got doused in jizz. I smiled lazily, while she went to the workstation to get a rag and wipe off the copious amount of my seed streaming down her body. Is this your second job class doing this? She asked.
Yep.
And the girth enhancement. I realized I had a magical penis pump, and chuckled to myself. Life was so weird.
She froze.
Wait, did you dump this much into Tara?
No.
I found the skills for the second job class later. I'm still amazed that you kept doing it inside her. We don't have any condoms, and I'm sure she's not on birth control. I'm not on birth control either. Her hand drifted down to her pussy and pressed on it.
Ugh, I want to go again.
Can you get it back up? I blinked at her several times. Okay, fine, I know we can't, but tonight again. I want it, slow and easy and, holy shirt, I'm getting myself horny all over again. I can't stay here and look at you. She pointed an accusing finger at me. If your jizz is laced with some kind of addictive substance, I am gonna, I dunno, get fully addicted and be in withdrawal all the time I guess. She strode to the door and pulled it open, getting a yipping Tweedledee jumping on her and wagging tails, begging for scritches with tongue lolling.
Hey buddy.
Yeah. Let's get out and go gather up some herbs and flowers and roots and such, because I'm going to go out of my mind otherwise. Or maybe do something in front of the whole team that I really regret later. She paused, then scratched D again down the head and back. No, I'm not doing Fletcher in front of everybody else. Not doing it.
Status report?
I asked from my workstation a good 30 minutes later, upon hearing the door open. Surprisingly, it was Drat who spoke up from beyond the partition walls the natives had put in this afternoon. Laurel and the guards slowly pulled back to the bridges just outside this platform. The villagers are gathered, but they're not pushing the issue.
Criminightly. Big sigh. Lots of big sighs.
Alan's here with me. Trent is working on an escape platform out in the marsh where we can take the eggs if there's an emergency, and he can blow the bridge with one swift burst of mana.
Cinzy.
She's not doing well, he said. Another big sigh. This was supposed to be a nice, calm, easy job, where the native townsfolk love us and welcome us, and not a high-stakes adventure story where the natives slowly come to loathe us and overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Then there'd be a race against time while my people got pushed back and swallowed up like in a fracking zombie movie.
Drat Dawn.
Blames herself for not making the big announcement for you. She has a way higher likability, so she's right. It was a stupid move to let you speak. She's been crying her eyes out for the last 30 minutes and Alan's been trying to console her.
That's messed up, I said.
All of this could have been avoided if she'd done her job, he said. It was time to concoct a cure. I had made myself as presentable as I could, so it was time to work up a cure in the buff. We had sectioned off the hatchery with some curtains and partition walls so that people wouldn't have to stare at each other's naked bodies. Right now I could only hear Drat, I couldn't see him.
Still really harsh, I responded.
Alan came around the partition holding one of the binders of clay tablets. I needed these recipes, since I didn't have them all memorized. Without a word, he cleared off space on the workstation and performed the spell again. He looked shaken, which was not something we could afford right now.
Hey, I told him.
You clear out of here unless you can regulate your emotions better, alright? These eggs need positive vibes. He took a deep, cleansing breath, nodded sharply, and marched right out the door. That was unexpected, I said. You know what else is super unexpected? Drat said. We aren't the first humans these people have encountered. You're not going to pause for dramatic effect and make me guess what the heck you're talking about, are you?
He paused.
Well, I was, but you ruined it. So apparently what happened was, a group of us came in here a couple of weeks ago, and there was a serious altercation. That person used some sort of ability fueled by anger. I'm going to call it a sorcerer or a guardian ability. Probably not wizard, but I wouldn't rule it out. I let out a long breath. No wonder the majority of them weren't happy we were here and didn't want to accept that we couldn't just solve all their problems instantly. After all, they saw us as the creators of their problems. We're going to fix this, I said. Did you find out who it was? It didn't matter, but there were only so many away teams that got allowed outside the castle. I'll have Alan send a message back to Central HQ, he said. Ask about the away teams matching this kind of description. Trouble is, a lot of them are rangers and wizards, but they all have guardian escorts in case of danger.
Yeah, I said.
Some young idiot with newfound magical powers had been denied something he wanted, kicked up a fuss, and possibly killed any chance these eggs had of ever hatching. It was like wiping out a whole generation of these Nakamaman in their little village society. I needed to make this cure as fast as possible. I'm gonna need Alan and Cinzy back in here, preferably with their shirts in order, and Laurel's Magmamander. Drat had either already gone, or he disappeared without a word. This whole I'm darkness, I'm the night thing was getting old. But in the spirit of keeping things light and cheerful in here, I plastered a smile on my face, started whistling while I worked, and started putting together ingredients, and getting the equipment in order. This is Christopher facing the realities of being a healer in this world, and both loving it and hating it. In the aftermath of having sex with Regina yet again, the system didn't award me Pleasure Seeker level 11. This wasn't too big of a bummer, nor was it unexpected. The higher level you were, the more you had to fulfill experience triggers. The first bunch of levels had come all at once, and now they'd come slower and slower. What did happen was an increase of our shared abilities. It turned out that Regina reached Herblore at level 3, and I got Wild Lore level 3 as well. I'd secretly hoped to get a brand new ability for each level of every special ability, but it wasn't to be. And, after looking it over, I was glad. I already had a lot of abilities. It was good to see Wild Lore shift into something more useful, rather than add something that wasn't useful in the slightest. Wild Lore 3. Special ability, Uncommon, Active. I concentrate on a plant, animal or native of this world to understand it better. While doing so, your Identify is considered plus 3 levels. Information you gain is based on your Ingenuity attribute. 2. Choose a plant, animal or native of this world and spend a token to gain the ability to speak to it for up to a minute. During this time, your Likability and Persuasion are considered plus 2 levels. The subject's level of trust and information given is based on a likability check, including the persuasion skill. This was really good. I had only used it a bit, but I was pleased with the progression. Free levels when I performed certain actions, excellent. This had already engaged to give me information about the marshals, Martians and marshmallows. It would help going forward for sure. In the immediate aftermath, I also gained a new achievement. Achievement, 3rd levels the charm. One of your special abilities has reached level 3.
How exciting.
You've begun to tread what is sure to be a very long and winding path, healer. Reward, plus 1 ability upgrade. I could definitely get on board with that. My first instinct was to grab hard at work at level 3. The level 3 lowered all skill check difficulties for my class by 1. I wanted to reach for higher, but having things be just a little bit easier wasn't so bad. It was essentially like having a free token spent on the difficulty at all times. When I looked at it this way, it was a very valuable ability and upgrade.
I love it.
I tried to convince myself, and it didn't really work all that well. The other options I'd already explored, Healer's Resistance and Healer's Endurance, weren't what I needed right this moment. The Pleasure Seeker abilities weren't going to help with regard to the egg situation either, though post-sharing clarity might help if I could take a break and have sex with Regina whenever the 10 minutes ran out. A quick look showed me that the bonuses would increase to plus 3 to all attributes for 10 minutes as opposed to plus 2. Which was great, but wouldn't be as great as an increased duration. And it required me to have sex first, which was a sporadic occurrence, mostly in my tent right now. Blissence just wasn't going to be helpful in the slightest here. The only thing it had done so far is told me Cinzy was kind of messed up, and had probably been coming on to me since this expedition started. I had no clear idea of what horrors it had shown her when we both engaged in the use of the ability, but for the moment, it was best to play it cool and accomplish this task before trying to figure out if she wanted me to slowly draw anal beads out of her before slowly putting something much bigger in there. After gazing down at my hardening cock and willing it back to normal, I sighed, stopped thinking about Cinzy and her kink, and sank the ability upgrade into Hard at Work.
Hard at Work 3.
Special ability, Common, Passive. When engaged in checks that pertain to your class, your tokens are worth double. 2. When you assist someone in their job, and seek to reduce the difficulty of a check, 2 tokens will reduce the difficulty by 1, instead of 3 tokens for 1 reduced difficulty. 3. All class-related checks using your class skills have their difficulties are reduced by 1. Let's get to work, I told the system, and banished all the screens. I had ingredients laid out, a series of instructions inscribed onto a clay tablet, and I had everything prepped long before Cinzy arrived. Fairy Poppins came first, flying in through the window and bobbing up and down in front of me. I gave her a friendly smile, told her I was glad to see her, this was the truth, and kept right on grinding up roots, soaking flowers in oils, and drying leaves with the help of a magmamander. None of these were quick processes, so I just narrated while I worked for the 4 or 5 inch tall fairy. I'm just marinating these cloves in sesame oil, I told her. The cloves need to soak up the oil for a good few hours so they dissolve in the heated potion later. Fairy Poppins rested on the windowsill and watched me work. I set to chopping stalks and dividing them up into attempt piles, in case I flubbed the cure up. I really hope Cinzy can get herself together pretty soon. She's not really handling this failure situation well, is she? Fairy Poppins shook her head sadly. I understand she's sailed through a lot of life really easily, being so smart and so pretty. Failing for your first time when you're 20-something can be hard. I shrugged and swirled the cloves around in the oil. Fairy Poppins watched me work, knees drawn up and chin on her knees. I learned it pretty easily. There are always going to be things you can and can't do, that's just a fact. You have to focus on what you can do, and get good at it. Eventually I got the cauldron set up, took a deep breath, and started heating the oil. Just like the last time, this mixture was a series of steps that had to be done in a specific order. It was precisely like being in potions class. This one, though, differed in one important aspect: it would be misted over the whole hatchery. I wasn't entirely sure how that was going to happen, as we didn't have any spray bottles handy. The magic would have warped the plastic they were made of anyhow. Focus on one thing at a time, I told Cinzy's Nakamamon. She had flown over and was standing on the ingredients. Could I ask a favor of you? She nodded vigorously. Unfortunately, I need an assistant or two. Could you make sure Cinzy is feeling better, and grab her? And Alan, while you're at it, if he's okay to come in here. She flitted up to me, saluted, and followed this up by bopping me on the nose. I ended up sneezing from the fairy dust I got in my face, but I laughed nonetheless. By the time Alan and Cinzy entered the hatchery, I had the temperature of the cauldron at a nice 220, and had dissolved the already softened cloves in there, followed by the stirring, the ground roots, and then the mana-soaked stems. Cinzy, I'm so glad you're here, I told her. What? She sounded very much like she was in a daze, like nothing. I'm glad you're here. Oh. Why? Because you've got an incredibly high likability, you're perfectly suited to keeping eggs happy, and you're walking around, meaning you've gotten over the nonsense that happened earlier. I heard a sob. Well, I hadn't meant the nonsense that happened earlier to mean she was at fault, but apparently that was how she saw it. I got halfway through yelling that very thing when I heard the door slam. You have got to be kidding me, I muttered. Be boss? Alan asked. It would be really nice if everybody put aside their drive to be perfect, and just tried their fracking best. I called, more angrily than I wanted. The mission needs us all to be doing our jobs, Alan. Why, yeah, he mumbled, clearly upset, and looking the same way Cinzy had before she stormed out. Not you too. Healer's resistance too, you have been dealt damage. Would you like to spend a durability token to resist the damage and step down the duration of debuffs by 75%? Yes, I very much would, I said. And for that matter, I'll spend one on Alan here. The two tokens, like before, appeared before me as massive gold coins. Both were a good half-inch thick, and the video game sound of the coins, CLA cling, sounded twice. While physicality tokens had the image of a muscle-flexing torso, durability tokens instead had a small raised image of a faceless person hauling a backpack that was easily twice their size. The UI then went on to explain that I just resisted all damage from a debilitating lash, a psychic damage effect. The debilitating depression had already run its course, because my stamina had already replenished. It informed me about a minute later that Alan's stamina had fully replenished also, from where it had been draining away, and he was now done dealing with the psychic damage. Get Cinzy back in here right now. I really was allowing this to get me angrier than I should have been. Once more, I plastered a smile on my face and tried whistling as I worked. The fight was on, then, to actually craft the thing I had been requested to craft. It required only one temperature alteration, which I liked, although there were more ingredients overall. The sun drinker petals and seeds were in there, along with a flower I'd seen on my first day here, the common numpty. I smiled as I ground up the numpty stems. Yes, of course, I thought, the flower with the silly name gets to be on the list of the mood-improving cure. Cinzy appeared not long after I began trickling mana into the cauldron as instructed. She moped into the hatchery, bawling, leaning first against the doorframe and then slowly sinking into a crying ball of pure misery after 2 steps. Not looking away from the cure I was crafting, I pointed at her with one hand and quickly spent the durability token to help her overcome the debilitating lash. You all right? I asked. She blinked away the tears and looked at me like she hadn't seen me in weeks. Fletcher?
What happened?
I didn't stop stirring, and actually had to make a durability check at easy in order to continue going without losing my concentration. Something called a debilitating lash, I told her. Duh, I can read, she said, and wiped her eyes with the insides of her wrists. Where'd it come from? I think it was a psychic attack from the eggs, possibly from the Martians. Could you kindly go check our guardians and how they're doing? If they've been affected. I didn't need to tell her again. She shot out the door, her half-white half-brown tushy bouncing amazingly before it vanished. Some 30 minutes later she arrived, panting, and telling me that they had weathered the debilitating lash poorly. Although only Isabel had been seriously affected, all 4 of the guardians gave ground and slowly dealt with psychic damage before turning and securing bridges far closer to the hatchery. Isabel had gone fully fetal position. When the Martians tried to press through Isabel's bridge, Drat appeared out of nowhere with a terrifying Nakamamon wrapped around his torso. He, Alan and Cinzy had scared them back, and dragged Isabel directly to this platform.
How about Trent?
I asked, still stirring and still infusing the whole thing with mana. Her eyes widened and she ran out the door again. While she was gone, I continued to monitor the situation with the cure. The mana went in along with another batch of sun drinker petals, and I eased the cauldron back down to 220 by putting the telescoping legs of the tripod up to where I'd marked them. Cinzy reappeared a short time later, telling me that she'd nearly exhausted her mana on her mood-stabilizing special abilities, because they'd hit Trent so badly. I think, I said, stirring and pushing an increased amount of mana down into the concoction, that we're going to need that escape platform. Tell him to double-time it, and he can have up to 2 mana potions if he needs them. She let out a low whistle. We didn't have many of the really good mana potions that would last, so using 2 of those meant I was really serious.
You got it, she said.
She had just returned and said something when the UI interrupted and gave me the check dialogue. I held up a hand, staring down at the cauldron to see if it matched the instructions on the tablet I was using. All right, I muttered to myself, it's been a dull yellow-orange the whole time, deepening to yellow, and now it's supposed to shine like the sun.
And sing?
I don't know how a potion's supposed to sing. A tiny, distant heavenly chorus could be heard, and I frowned in amazement. It nearly made me lose my concentration. Develop cure, /fairy, check. This check is very difficult, 7. You currently have 5 like ability, 3 levels in small Nakamamon, and 0 levels in fairy aspect Nakamamon. Would you like to spend your 4 tokens to automatically succeed at this check? Total tokens, 5 like ability and 6 free tokens. Asterisk hard at work. Your tokens are worth double given you are engaged in your class duties. I let out yet another huge sigh, this one of relief. The difficulty was lower than that of a god, which was nice, and also realistic instead of going with the slowly escalating difficulty rating most often seen in video games. A total of 8 ranks would give me 2 to 3 successes, not 8. I had the option of sinking my available skill points into fairy aspects, or just spend the tokens, hoping they replenished quickly. Even if I spent the 7 remaining skill points, that would give me maybe 4 more successes, if I was lucky. No, it was better to keep the skill points in reserve and spend the tokens for now. I still had plenty left for.
I spent the 4 tokens.
All 4 of them rose out of nowhere, CLA cling, CLA cling, CLA cling, CLA cling, and spun in mid-air before they faded out of existence. They puffed into various different colors of smoke and glittery stuff.
Success.
You have crafted a cure for a unique creature. I let out a whoop of triumph and immediately pulled the cauldron away from the magmamander. Now we're talking, I said, about 3 seconds before Laurel entered the hatchery. We have to go. This is Christopher's relaxing sex adventure getting decidedly far more fraught than it should have been. The weather was just beginning to turn foul when Laurel burst into the hatchery. There's no time, she said without speaking.
The people are pushing past.
Some of them are getting to the boats and trying to climb up the stilts inside the perimeter.
We have to evacuate.
She scooped up several backpacks, and I noted she already had mine in hand. Are they getting violent?
I asked.
No, but they are convinced we are going to hurt all their children.
Come, we must flee this place and... I have the cure finished, I blurted. She froze.
Fletcher, she tried a resigned tone that told me she was ready to abandon the eggs. The revelation that the cure had been finished didn't change that, she was still ready to cut and run. And, being the guardian captain of this expedition, she had a veto power when it came to keeping us all safe. If our safety was compromised, she was within her rights to take command of the whole thing until we were all out of harm's way.
We can attempt this another time, she told me.
Look, I told her, and pointed down to where the cauldron was singing cheerfully, with warm spring sunshine blazing up out of it.
It's pure positivity.
It succeeded, and all we have to do is apply it. There was a shout from outside, and a thump, followed by a chorus of dismay. If we leave these here, the people are going to kill them. They won't mean to, but they're going to bring their negativity in here. All the fear, the horror, the anger, it's going to rapidly accelerate their condition. Meaning this is our only shot at this. We will move the eggs to Trent's redoubt, she said.
No.
The sick parts are spongy and sticky. The shells are weakened there, so just picking them up could break most of them. We will save those that can be moved.
Laurel, I told her.
I'm not moving from this hatchery. You can take the others and retreat if you want, but I'm staying here. The captain goes down with his ship, or in this case, the doctor goes down with his sinking clinic. For a brief instant, I saw her consider just taking me. She could scoop me up in her big muscle mommy arms and stomp past all the dismayed natives, maybe stiff-arming a few of them if they pushed in too close. That internal discussion went my way in the end. She stomped back out, clearly not best pleased with how things were going. A loud cry came from outside, where the Martians now had the building more or less surrounded. With only a single entrance to the hatchery, the natives only had to gather near the door. The Guardians had kept them focused that way, so us non-guards could get away towards Trent's evacuation platform. Thankfully, none of them had considered going in through the windows. Yet. The babies. Came the horrified cry from outside.
Our babies.
Dozens of voices picked up this call, which visibly dimmed the light and the chorus coming out of the cauldron.
Fletcher.
Cinzy said from the doorway. She was wild-eyed, terrified now. Cinzy, get in here and help me. The cure is cooling down.
Once that's done.
We have to go, Fletcher. She said, and a pulse of mana came bursting out of her. It was a bard special ability and I didn't care for it one bit. Like ability check. You do not have the associated skill for this check. This check is very difficult. You do not currently have enough tokens to pass this check. Would you like to reduce the difficulty by 3? Total tokens, 0 likability and 6 free tokens. I desperately wanted to know why this check didn't fall under the auspices of hard at work, and turn my 6 free tokens into 12 tokens. Just as I was gritting my teeth to spend the tokens and push my luck, another UI pop-up appeared. You have been forced to make a contested social check. Stalwart gives you the persuasion skill for this check at rank 7. Would you like to reduce the difficulty by 3? Total tokens, 0 likability and 6 free tokens.
Yes, I hissed.
The first thing that happened was all 6 of my free tokens CLA clinged up into the air in rapid fire order, rotating as they went. These now all had the likability embossing of a cheerful grinning face, flanked by 2 thumbs up. Cinzy saw them too, and stared in wonder that I had so many. I then watched as the difficulty rating fell from 6 to 3, and I crushed it with my 5 likability and 7 persuasion, scoring 5 successes. Cinzy's expression went to pure dumbfounded amazement as the readout came up for her, and her lip trembled. I just spent all my free tokens on that check, I hissed at her. If that costs me the chance to administer this cure, I'm going to have you off this team before the sun goes down. You'll be hiking back to HQ in the buff.
Fletcher, don't.
Get in here and help me. This needs to cool faster. I poured the sunshiny concoction into a cool mixing bowl and started scooping out cupfuls into mugs. I have to tell Laurel.
Shut it and help. Or go.
She scurried to obey, and I wasn't sure if I just initiated a contested social check or not, since I was willing notifications out of the way. I needed to concentrate on what I was doing. This has to be misted over the eggs, I told her, scooping up and pouring out another ladle into another mug. The droplets have to be very fine. We have to figure out a mechanism to mist it out. Tears were slipping down her cheeks, but she nodded and followed along.
Check the cups.
Once they're cool, we can start administering.
Okay.
Her voice was shaky, and I caught her wiping the tears away several times. In the meantime, I was suddenly low on tokens, and I had a feeling this was going to be likability again. Administer Cure was at rank 7, and I saw as I pulled up the information on my character sheet that I was only a sliver of experience away from leveling it to 8 naturally. Putting a skill point in there now was almost counterproductive, but I really wanted all the natural successes I could get. Do you have any tokens left?
I asked. She shook her head.
I used them up in the big talk earlier, and then getting Trent and Isabel back on their feet.
Free tokens.
I only have 1.
Huh.
I wondered. Scrolling back up through my logs, it appeared that I'd gotten the first 5 free tokens from my near-death experience achievement, from touching the goddess of the meadows. I guess people didn't run around poking things that could kill them on the regular.
It's fine, I said.
You're going to be using likability and a skill you don't have for this check, but your likability is really high, right?
She nodded, looking shell-shocked. 12.
It's about what I'll be doing with my maxed out skill. It had to work. These eggs were due to hatch any day. They weren't going to survive the zombie Martian apocalypse. This was literally our only chance to do this.
How do we miss them? She asked.
There's no spritzer bottle.
Inspiration.
Would you like to spend 1 token for inspiration? I considered it for a second, but then replayed Cinzy's words. She hadn't said spray bottle, but spritzer bottle. Spritzer bottle sounded an awful lot like Spitzer. A game my folks played at family reunions, but that didn't matter. I waved that way. Spitzer sounded an awful lot like spit. We get a mouthful and just spit it out all over the eggs, I said, and blew a raspberry. The UI notification disappeared, and I mentally pumped my fist. I could inspiration without tokens, thank you very much. You're serious?
Yeah.
The spitting was, and I'm being perfectly serious here, glorious. Honestly, I thought it would be stupid and stop the cure from working. Neither of us had leftover tokens to use to make this easier, but I was hoping good old-fashioned ingenuity, not the game-derived kind, would trump system shenanigans. And so, getting a mouthful of the cure, I puffed out my cheeks, pursed my lips, and sprayed it out as misty as I could. Now here's the thing about magically infused cures, they have magic in them. I know that sounds stupid and obvious, but you forget once you've created your first or second magically infused cure. It's just liquid after all, with a chorus of singing being drowned out by the freaking out of the natives not 10 feet away, and with the glow being normalized by your 5 minutes of seeing it. Humans can make even the most astonishing of miracles seem tame and banal by the end of the day, honestly. You know that story about the Wi-Fi on the airplane that had never existed before, and went out after a few minutes? Nobody shot up out of their chairs and went holy shiftballs, this is life-changing technology. They did, however, grumble and grump about losing it after just a few minutes of being able to talk to people from 35,000 feet. Was it absolutely amazing? Yes. Is modern technology like magic?
Sure.
Do we take it for granted once we've got it? Yes, and after about 10 goldarn seconds. Example, you can drive your car faster than any animal on the planet can run.
Amazing? No. You hate driving.
It's because the other people are in your way, or don't use their flashers. Example, you carry around a device in your pocket, perhaps the device on which you're reading or listening to this written account of mine, and that device shoots information up into friggin' space, then receives information back. We've taken photos of black holes. We've left footprints on the moon. We recreated the likenesses of people who've been dead for millions of years using their skulls. We've printed materials out of plastic, and concrete, and living cells. We made identical clones of animals. And once we'd done it, or once it had been around for 5 minutes, we waved a dismissive hand at it and called it boring. So the liquid I was about to spit out seemed like a liquid that I could just drink. I have no idea what would have happened if I had, but I think it probably would have been as spectacular as what actually happened. What happened was I had my mood lifted. As soon as the liquid got in my mouth, I felt better. I mean, the heavenly chorus of angels was directly in my ears, as loud as a dentist's drill when he's going to town on your molar. The light was in my mouth, making my cheeks look orange and highlighting the blood vessels. I know this happened because Cynthia did it and that's what happened to her. She also told me later on this had happened. And I felt the best I ever had. Better than I had all day, even better than I had when having sex with Regina just a few hours ago. Yes, I immediately got an erection. It was immediately and strong, the hardest I've ever been. I spit this substance, glowing and warm and bright and wonderful and calling down from the heavens, onto the nearest eggs, laughing the whole time. Tiny droplets of good-feeling juice went everywhere. It definitely reminded me of the thousands of videos from the dark depths of the COVID era, where the androgynous, computer-generated hairless nude person would sneeze and release a cloud of droplets too small to see into the air. Infectious and potentially deadly. Then they'd put masks on those people and depending on whether this video was pro or anti-mask, the droplets would be sneezed directly out the mask holes or be contained inside. I could not have been more thankful at that moment for a number of reasons. 1. To be in a situation where news was based on direct observation or the direct observation of friends. 2. To be in a situation where my mood was sent to the heights of giddy excitement by a cure I just created, which banished all the bad vibes that might have arisen from the thoughts I just connected with what I was doing. Seriously, I thought about just having some of this stuff around in order to make me feel better whenever I thought about how my mom probably wasn't doing too well, or my sister and father were having a tense conversation while my nephew watched from nearby. I could just have a swig of feel-better juice and boom, none of it mattered so much. Hell, based on how it was going so far, I wouldn't even have to drink it. All I'd need to do was open up the bottle and get a whiff of the scent, a listen to the chorus, and a look at the glowing goodness. It wouldn't work like that, but a man could wish. Nearby, Cinzia had her cheeks bulging with the cure and was also spraying it up and out away from her with absolutely wild eyes. High as I was off my own supply, I could really appreciate her right now. She might very well be a patchwork of different colored flesh like a monster made by Doc Frankenstein, and her hair might be a bunch of different colors, but she was so beautiful. With her mouth full like that and her cheeks glowing from within, she was simultaneously hilarious and gorgeous. I wanted to swat that muscular jiggling, but right this moment. I wanted to tweak both her nipples, and plant a big fat kiss on her perfect lips. But instead, mouthful after mouthful, I sprayed out the glowing and singing cure until the UI message popped up. Ingenuity check. This check can be reasonably covered by the administer cure skill. This check is difficult. Would you like to spend 2 asterisk tokens for an automatic success? Total tokens, 5 ingenuity tokens. Asterisk hard at work. Your tokens are worth double given you are engaged in your class duties. Grinning, in the mood I was in, I knew I could handle this check without needing to spend tokens.
Of course I could.
I could do anything in this state. Figure out quantum entanglement or string theory or rocket surgery.
Sure.
Calculate the favorability rating of a brand of chips after a string of Super Bowl ads, or do brain science.
No problem.
In retrospect, I honestly wish I'd been able to call up the check before, partaking of the good stuff. I skipped around the room, blowing out little clouds of the cure everywhere and anywhere. I felt so good I just tossed my head from side to side and got as much of it on me as I got on the eggs. Cinzia and I pranced around the room, roaring laughter at one another, spitting and spitting, our bodies now glistening and beginning to glow. Somewhere distant, possibly as far away from the cure as 10 or 15 feet, pounding could be heard. A few distressed voices that didn't matter at all were raised in alarm. They were familiar, but a lot of them weren't.
Crashing followed.
The natives were breaking through the windows and climbing inside. It seriously didn't matter. When the Martians got close enough, I simply sprayed them with the cure, spitting it all over them. The way they fell back, I could tell they understood right away what I was up to.
They got it. Of course they did, how could they not?
Cinzia and I joined hands in the center of the room and were skipping, literally skipping in a circle, getting mouthful after mouthful and going pffffffffbbtbttt
over and over.
Just raspberry after raspberry. In retrospect, it was sheer insanity. I don't know how we continued to do it as long as we did. Or rather, I do know how did it. I don't know why none of the parties involved didn't stop us with ranged attacks to put us out of their misery. This is Christopher, glad they didn't. I was later informed by the UI, once we had run out of the cure, that the check had succeeded. Barely. I'd gotten lucky that the check switched from likability to ingenuity, though it made sense. There hadn't been a good delivery system, so we did our best with the tools at hand. Namely, our mouths. The eggs were suitably misted by the two of us, and would begin hatching the following day. The Martians understood this, and immediately ceased hostilities once they realized that although we looked like disrespectful naked buffoons prancing around their sick and injured babies, we meant well and the works we were doing were good. I did end up spraying half the Guardian unit of the Divinity Rescue Corps, which was its own set of weird issues. So while Laurel and Krista had specified they weren't willing to sacrifice themselves for me and my stubborn insistence that we could do the mission, Isabel and Ivy had stayed behind to try to keep the Martians at bay as long as possible. They had set themselves on in a suicide mission. Regina, Alan, Drat and their Nakamaman had all gone with Laurel and Krista to where Trent and Garnet had been exhausting themselves to make a stone platform away from the village of Slinktrickle, just in case this very thing happened. It wasn't a large thing, but it was a stone block large enough to hold both Muppin and the team if absolutely need be, raised right out of the water with considerable difficulty, with a thin stone walkway connecting them. The moment the team, the survivors who hadn't offered themselves up to die for the cause, got across, Trent waved his hand and the bridge collapsed, stranding them all about 30 feet away from the Martians. No, it wasn't a foolproof solution for safety. The natives could attack with weapons if they wanted to, get on boats and climb the stone column if they wanted to, but it was the best Trent could do in the space of just a few hours. They could, and did, hide behind the enormous Rochidna in case projectiles or water aspect attacks came from the unhappy townsfolk. He'd burned through a lot of mana potions, and though it hadn't ultimately been necessary, it sure seemed like it would be. They sure had used it, pursued by a contingent of grieving and wailing natives to the edge of the village, onto the stone bridge, and Krista kept the Martians off it until it could be collapsed. She then simply floated across to safety. This left Cinzy, Isabel, Ivy and I surrounded by well over 200 angry townsfolk. I came to some time later in a small private room with Ivy sitting against the door.
"You all right?" she asked.
Now, I had studiously avoided contact with Ivy for various different reasons since this whole thing started.
1. She was fierce.
Like a fucking juggernaut. She was close to matching Laurel and Krista in firewood cutting ability, with only 2 arms and not being 7 feet tall.
She didn't take shirt from anybody. 2. Lesbian.
I didn't want her to misinterpret my interest for something it wasn't, either in her or her girlfriend. 3 through 999, her girlfriend had had sex with me. If that's not a reason to avoid somebody, I don't know what is. I didn't know what Isabel had or hadn't told her. I didn't know how she would react to any of that information. She was also, as I viewed through half-lidded eyes, built like a wrestler. She was all lean, wiry muscle, with none of that soft roundness most women get. She usually went with tight shirts that flattened her chest a bit, and baggy pants most of the time to fill out the punk look. Now I could see she had breasts that were on the smaller side, and the tattoos went far deeper than just the arms and neck. Then again, it might have been the residual ambient magic of this world changing her body like it was doing with Isabel. Instead of making Ivy into a cotton candy swirl version of herself like Isabel, I initially thought it could be that Ivy's thing was new tattoos. I hadn't yet caught sight of the tail, or the wings. Between the tattoos, the piercings and the shaved head, she had natural intimidation without needing the skill. But it was definitely an attractive intimidating.
"What happened?"
I asked, feigning more grogginess than I felt. Actually, I felt forking amazing. I could have jumped out of bed and run on the walls in defiance of lame gravity. But the shock of being under Ivy's gaze held me back. "You and Cynthia spit all over everybody.
"And yourselves."
You were glistening with glowing mental cure juice, giggling and running around like lunatics."
"Oh, is that all?"
I asked drily.
She snorted.
"Well, you spit all over Izzy and I. And several dozen natives. You're lucky we have special abilities that give us resistance to mental impairments."
"Stalwart."
I knew exactly what she was talking about, because Isabel had come into my tent unannounced, sexed me under the cover of darkness, and I'd only known it was her because the UI told me so. That let us keep the Martians from tearing you guys apart, and you kept spraying them all. Real mood changer you brewed up there. Seems like something we could bottle and sell. I grinned ruefully. It would go off in under a day, but yeah, I see what you mean. "You feeling okay?" she asked, and used the opportunity to look me up and down. We had handled the egg situation, but hadn't gone after whatever god had stolen all our clothes, and the ability to wear them. I was still in Christopher Fletcher's patented birthday suit, Dick just flopping around out there for all to see.
"Feel good," I admitted. "You?"
"Sorry I doused you guys. It was too much to deal with. I wasn't in control."
She shrugged.
"Honestly, this world is weird. So fraggin' weird. And this might have been the weirdest thing to happen, but I figure it definitely wasn't the first weird thing. It won't be the last."
"Thanks." She shrugged this off. "You're the team leader.
If you spitting on us is part of the job, I guess that's what's gonna happen." It was a decidedly odd sentence to come out of her mouth. She leaned forward in her chair and stared at me. "Izzy and I had a long talk."
"About you." "Oh, fork."
"You know she and I are a thing. I messed up and you heard it. We generally keep that quiet. She likes me, for whatever reasons she has. I obviously think the world of her. This was going to go really badly for me. We ended up here some months ago. Everything's been pretty fracking amazing, to be honest.
Until recently." Internally, I winced.
This was where things got nasty. She was going to slap me around a bit, threaten me with castration, and then... "Don't worry," she said, reading my obvious concern with ease.
"I ain't pissed. I was pissed with her. Not at you."
"But I get it."
"What? Why?" "She came on to you."
"Ah. Isabel had cheated, then come clean. But here we are, just the 10 of us, and I guess you're also involved with Regina." My brain went into overdrive. She waved this away too. She talked with Izzy. Izzy talked with me. All 3 of us talked together. Needless to say, I was upset, and now I'm not. Luckily Regina said she couldn't lay claim to you, and was surprisingly cool with Izzy boning her, fudge buddy. I get what she did and why, though I really wish she'd told me what she was going to do." "Why didn't she?" I asked. She scratched the back of her neck. "I say some things when well, I made a suggestion in the heat of, Anyway, I wasn't really serious, and she took it seriously. What are you talking about? I asked flatly. We were having sex, she said, and I said some stuff I only halfway meant. My body certainly reacted to that bit of news. When you're in your 20s, just a word or an image can get you horny. Ivy had been talking dirty in the heat of the moment, and one of the things she'd been talking about was adding a guy to the mix, so she could have her guts rearranged while Isabel sat on her face, or while they made out. Maybe she'd talked about sucking some cock with Isabel, kissing around the shaft, and maybe she'd talked about having someone rail her from below while Isabel licked her from above. Whatever they talked about, Isabel took it seriously enough to come into my tent and test drive a stick shift. Ah, I said, lacking any brainpower to do anything but fight against an erection.
A fight I lost.
Cindy didn't want to be left out of what was happening here, but when I used the word order she left, pouting and stomping off. Fairy Poppins trailed after her, though she paused several times and looked back towards Ivy, Izzy and I. That left Isabel, who'd been watching over Cindy, to join me in the bedroom that had been reserved for Alan and Trent. The cotton candy-colored cutie who I thought was Cindy the other night entered the room timidly, shutting the door as quietly as possible. She surveyed the scene and frowned at all the attention focused on her. I told Cindy she has to go speak with the elders.
I snorted.
It would be some time before she got done with that little errand. Did you speak to him? She asked Ivy.
Yup, Ivy said.
What did he say? He's in the room, Ivy said with full eye roll. Isabel turned my way.
Are you okay? You're not upset?
Ugh, I always make everybody upset. I'm amazed Regina didn't tear me apart when she cornered me and made me tell the whole story.
She what? I asked.
I said too much again. Her hands fluttered in the air and came to rest on her thighs. Ugh, I always just talk without thinking. Come here, babe, Ivy said, and stood up to give her girlfriend a good hug. The two embraced for some time, with me watching, and murmured encouragement to one another. They began with light kisses, with Ivy taking Isabel by the hips and pressing their bodies together, slowly grinding and humping. I don't know if I want him here, Isabel complained. I knew it was best to just shut up and let Ivy do the talking. I wasn't sure if I wanted me here either. I didn't want to screw things up for these two and their relationship. The least we can do it get a special ability for me, Ivy said. I feel like you owe me that much. Isabel made a high, keening whine that I thought was both cute and horrible. She complained, I apologized already. You also got a free special power out of the little ambush situation, Ivy said, thumbing both Isabel's blue and pink and silver swirled nipples, while kissing down the length of her neck. Then, Ivy's hand snaked up into Izzy's hair and clenched tight, pulling her head back. Ivy licked over her throat. And you got the D. Fine, Isabel muttered, panting. She'd been grinding her mound against Ivy's. Both started moaning, Isabel with her face pointed at the ceiling, and Ivy with her tongue all over Izzy's neck. Fine. I was about to have sex with one bisexual and one professed lesbian who had already had sex with me once. A bicurious lesbian? I shook the thoughts away, willing myself not to overthink it. What if I don't want to do it with him again?
Isabel asked. That's fine, Ivy muttered. You promise? I promise.
And you promise not to go sexing anybody else until you get permission first. I promise, Isabel said breathlessly. Ivy turned to me. We don't have forever.
Lay down.
I lay on the bed and watched, fascinated, as Ivy led Isabel across the room while furiously making out. Eventually Isabel's confusion turned into question, until Ivy told her to mount my head, 69 position. Her head appeared from around Isabel's thigh, and she stared hard into my eyes. It was a don't fork this up look. I hadn't been lucky enough to see Isabel up close like this in the light of day. Izzy's blue and pink but came together at a very pink juncture, though tiny threads of silver converged here too. I pulled her butt down and extended my tongue, and the moment that happened, I spent the token to enhance what was to come, with pleasure's bounty. I barely heard the CLA cling of the token flying into being and dissipating again, since Isabel cried out. Now, for only the second time, I felt two sets of lips on my rampant erection. Gods, but I was horny. After listening to Ivy tell the story of how she needed some good deep dicking, and about how Regina had pumped Isabel for information, I was more than ready to go. Two beautiful girls were okay with this, then I was okay with this. Isabel and Ivy worshipped my cock while I made damn sure to put every one of Regina's lessons into action. Isabel was wet and getting wetter by the moment, shivering and moaning around my shaft when I concentrated on the tiny bump of flesh at the top of her pussy. Her clit wasn't the same size or shape as Regina's, not exactly, but the differences didn't matter as much as the reactions. Isabel loved having her clit licked. A tiny ridge was the place she loved it most. And what set her off was fingering her while using tiny little flicks of the tongue. She lost the ability to work on me, which bothered me not at all. Ivy took over, sliding her lips up and down the head and half the length of me while I drove Isabel crazy. She just lay on my stomach, clenching tighter and tighter within herself. The bubble of magic inside her grew more intense, and grew both larger and smaller at the same time. It got more dense and shrank, even as layers of the magic pulse outward with every breathless moan. I held her soft form to me to make sure she couldn't go anywhere, and worked on her until she finally made several gasps and grunts that were different than before. The ball of mana within her exploded, shooting off little streamers of magic balling throughout her entire body. They shot down to her feet and into her toes, which spread out before curling up. They shot out to her fingers and up to her scalp, where they sat and tingled. "He's good, isn't he?" Ivy asked, grinning.
"Uh-huh," she muttered.
"As good as me?"
"Nah. Ah, that's sweet," Ivy said.
"I'm gonna stuff this monster inside me now, pet. Watch or participate?" Watch," Izzy slurred, and slumped off me and onto the bed. Her sky blue and pink thigh lifted off my face to reveal Ivy, lithe and muscular tattooed body already poised to take me into herself. She enveloped me, unbelievably tight. Her slick center didn't want to allow me in at first, and I watched as she did the work of slowly loosening herself up to accommodate my girth. "Oh fudge," Ivy murmured. "I'm sorry, pet, but your tongue doesn't reach this far. All right, Fletcher, give me all you've got." The first thing I did was spend the token to increase our pleasure. A ripple of additional pleasure went through me and I noted Ivy's shiver. The second thing I did was bring her into the fold for 2 tokens. Now I was running dangerously low, but didn't care. Who got to be in a threesome with a committed pair of beautiful ladies because they'd forgotten their strap-on back at home?
"Oh," she hissed out a breath. "You are big, Fletcher." Definitely the biggest cock I've ever had in me. The dirty talk definitely did it for me. I started going at her in earnest. "I think you're poking my diaphragm." Ivy had to hold my knees as I thrust upward and into her tight confines. Still, her perfect and perky boobs bounced with each slam. I relished the pained look on her face each time I bottomed out. Time disappeared. There was only the slap of skin against skin. "Ugh, Fletcher," she said, her voice shaking. "Ugh, you're big. Fuck me. Fuck me are real good." Isabel had roused, and started swirling her tongue around one of Ivy's big dark nipples. I sat up and got my lips around the other one, then told her what I wanted. "Ugh, oh okay." Once I laid back down, she slowly spun until she was facing away. All her strange back tattoos came into view, Dr. Seuss characters, a dragon's spiderwebs at her elbows, the strange eyes at her calf muscles, comic book characters mid-fight with their villain counterparts. All coated in a sheen of sweat. Now, Ivy's ass wasn't nearly as nice as Regina's, with her extra back padding, and her legs weren't as long and strong as Tara's. Ivy had muscles, and I watched them flex and bunch, holding herself above me so I could drill her from below. And Isabel now had access to her girlfriend. She immediately got her lips on Ivy's tits, and her finger down between her legs. It only took Ivy a few minutes of this to clench tighter, and then finally convulse with a powerful orgasm. She kept disregarding the no-swearing rule, going fuck fuwak, through a shattering climax. I had to stop in the face of risking blasting off inside her. I'd already done that to Tara too many times. I had to slow down while Ivy threw her head back and groaned loudly, shaking and shuddering. Afterward she lay down, directly onto my chest, ass pressed against me and breathing heavily directly in my ear. I got an idea. I waited until she had just sunk down and rested her ass on my thighs to go into the pleasure-seeker qualities and upgrade length by 1. Ivy started to have a sort of aftershock orgasm as my cock expanded into before untouched depths. Letting out a loud squeal, she shuddered and bounced yet again. "Fletch, ugh. What the?" All talk ceased when I moved inside her. The sex continued for some time. Isabel latched her lips onto Ivy's clit and flicked at it while I slowly fucked in and out with long, slow strokes. It seemed like Ivy's orgasm just went on, and on, and on. Beneath her like that, I had 2 choices: support her hips from below and rock my hips to stroke in and out, or knead and pinch at her tattoo-covered breasts and nipples. Both were appealing, but Isabel took care of the latter. She reached up and had 2 handfuls of Ivy's breasts while lashing her clit repeatedly, then sucking on it. Ivy was incapable of doing anything except twitching feebly and constantly groaning. I couldn't tell if she came 2, 3, or several dozen times. They all seemed to blend into one continuous shuddering experience. My pleasure grew, especially when they shifted into a 69 position,
with Ivy's tattooed ass pointed directly at me. She gave me a lazy smile over her shoulder before going down on Isabel. From behind, Ivy's body seemed even more taut, more muscular, and more athletic than before. Each time I penetrated her, she growled and moaned into her girlfriend's pussy. Together, we all managed to come together. Isabel stopped licking at Ivy and cried out just as Ivy likewise collapsed onto her, and my release could be contained no longer. I pulled and sprayed Ivy's ass with more than I'd ever produced, shooting farther than I ever had. I reached her shoulder blades, and it pooled in the central groove of her back. I covered her ass. It was enough that the dripping fell onto Isabel. She dutifully opened her mouth and lapped it up.
Don't swallow, pet.
Izzy's vocalization was less a question than a moan. Fletcher will love this, Ivy said exhaustedly, and got up. I watched in amazement as first she sucked the remainder off my cock, then licked over Isabel's face for any left over. She then kissed Isabel, hot and hard and long, swirling my seed between them. This sweaty, inked angel looked up at me, half drenched in my seed, a look of wonder on her face.
Damn, Fletcher, that tastes good, she said afterwards.
You're really big, good stamina, and your jizz tastes like joy. No wonder Regina can't get enough of you. She turned to Isabel even as she scooped more of it off her ass to put into her mouth. Don't worry, pet, I'm not leaving you. Isabel's numb shock disappeared into a wary smile. This is Christopher somehow evolving into a guy who has sex friends. More happened, much more, but this is the first leg of my journey completed. Hell, I hadn't even touched my system progression following the healing situation or the threesome with Isabel and Ivy. Cindy returned from a lengthy session of negotiating to find us cleaned up and acting like we hadn't just screwed each other's brains out. I could tell she was disappointed we wouldn't be able to spend time together, but there was a lot to learn and a lot to do. First of all, I'd inducted Ivy into the sex-having squad, giving her the special ability I was about to get from level 12 in Healer. She was giddy with the ability, and I was too. Healer's breath actively healed people, and obviated the need for healing potions so long as Ivy or I was around. We'd have to discuss what to tell the others when the guardian on my team suddenly kissed someone and healed a physical injury, but we'd have to jump off that bridge when we reached it. In return, I gained an ability called Fierce.
Fierce.
Special ability, common, passive. You know you're kind of scary when you want to be. Whenever you force a contested social check against an opponent, you are considered to have the skill for such a check at rank 7. When you enter a dangerous situation, you gain a temporary token in physicality and durability. These tokens disappear after an hour if unused. My stalwart ability didn't go up a level after only my second encounter with Isabel, but I was confident that 1 or 2 more times would do it. Whether or not she'd allow that was another thing entirely. I'd also reached level 12 in Healer and level 11 in Pleasure Seeker. In my main class, I got an ability called Healer's Breath. As for Pleasure Seeker, level 11 meant a free attribute point and a skill point. Since right now my token situation was looking very bleak, I'd need to try to level up in Pleasure Seeker in order to replenish them. I certainly couldn't take on the god of not wearing clothes like this. Oh no, that meant I would have to have a whole bunch of sex.
How terrible.
I chuckled at the thought, earning me a dubious look from Cindy. She was still pouting about something, so I squeezed her hand for reassurance. That earned me an even more dubious look. Fairy Poppins had been sent ahead to relay communications to the rest of the team. Laurel, Krista, Alan, Trent and Drat were stuck on a stone pillar out away from the village of Slinktrickle. I won't ever tire of writing down Slinktrickle, and will write Slinktrickle as often as I can because it makes me laugh to do that, but the natives were effusive with their praise and thanks. They held a party, which would have been a far different affair had we been wearing clothes the whole time. Since we weren't, it was awkward. All the marshals were now out and peering through the edges of their clamshells at the Divinity Rescue Corps. Nearby, the Martians danced alone or in pairs, and in some cases lifted the marshals up and swayed with them. The Martian music was mostly done with a few drums, and a lot of stomping, but plenty of singing. They had beautiful, ethereal singing voices, though I couldn't tell if there was much in the way of lyrics. The marshals slowly opened out of their shells and the tiny humanoids stood on top of them, swaying and clapping and stomping. The girls were in love, and I even caught Trent and Drat going us so cute at the 2-foot humanoids wiggling and singing on their open shells. Eventually all the marshals were put to bed, taken away by some nannies so the higher stage transformation adults could get down with their bad selves. Torches were lit and put on poles around the platform's edge to ward off the deepening gloom. The Martians had alcohol, but thankfully it was both potent and awful. After 1 cup of the vile stuff, I was drunk and able to keep myself from getting aroused throughout the after-dinner dessert buffet and the singing and stomping they did by firelight. I thought keeping my dick from getting hard would matter.
It did not.
After several hours of partying, a brazier was brought onto the main platform outside the huge meeting hall. It had grown chilly by now, and some of the nude Nakamaman were holding one another for warmth or more. Marshmallows joined in the festivities on their enormous tails, some of them sitting on the edge of the platforms and chatting, and then the chatting turned into rubbing and grinding. Rubbing and grinding showed me exactly how these creatures mated. I thought I was witnessing something private, but the natives didn't seem bothered in the slightest. The males appeared smooth and androgynous, but with enough rubbing they grew miniature penises. It was like those infographics I'd seen on social media about gorillas having tiny genitalia. The female Martians didn't seem to mind. They also didn't seem to mind bending over against the building walls or getting down on hands and knees right on the platforms. Larger females often paired off with marshmallows, the thickly built creatures getting larger erections out of nowhere. In most cases this meant the eel mermaid creatures just lay on the platforms and let the females ride them. "We're in the middle of an orgy," Regina whispered. "This is wild," I replied, not sure what else to say. Alan had been approached by several female Martians, and after initially warding them off, he eventually looked to Trent, who shrugged, then to me. Across the platform, I made the go-ahead waving gesture, and the stunned wizard was pulled out of sight by his native partner. Trent and Drat were more brazen, both taking the first Martian females that came onto them. Valinia approached, swaying and stomping and crooning. A dozen of the natives followed after, 2 dozen.
"Fletcher." She sang my name.
"You are our savior. You and your Cynthia Graham."
"Savior." She sang.
"Say aviavir." Savior of Slinktrickle definitely undercuts the gravitas of the situation. Cindy said, as some 8 or 10 of the natives bent and laid hands on her, Fletcher. They then lifted her into the air, still singing. "Saviors. Saved the babies." "Go on," Regina whispered to me, patting my hand before a mob of them lifted my naked ass into the air too. "Make a whole bunch of hybrid Nakamaman little babies." "What did you just say?" I said before going hooah, as I was lifted above their heads like Cindy had been. Let me tell you, as a grown adult, the only thing like it would be perhaps flying commercial, where that weightless feeling comes into play, or being thrown around on a roller coaster. Grown people just aren't used to having someone else do gravity on their behalf. "Have fun," she called cheerfully, waving. I thought Cindy and I would be carried to the same room, where we would end up screwing one another's brains out. Honestly, I was ready for it. We'd been in close contact, I'd seen her naked body so much, and she'd shown so much interest that I was prepared to get my first taste of Cindy. Hopefully Fairy Poppins wouldn't try to interfere like she had before. Whether the little Nakamaman was trying to save Cindy from me, or the other way around, it was tiresome. At the same time, the moment the two groups separated and took us over different bridges, I had a moment of relief mixed with regret. Sure, we wouldn't be able to have sex, but did I need more partners? Did I need more possible entanglements? I couldn't be sure how Tara would view the situation with me engaging with not just Isabel, but also Ivy. I didn't know how she would view me having sex with Valinia either. So adding Cindy to the mix was another big question mark. The Bard didn't know about my relationship with the two Rangers, nor about the Guardians. How Cindy would react to the news that she was sharing me with any of them was a huge unknown and not something I truly wanted to deal with, in all honesty. However, I couldn't lie and say I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time in bed with Cindy. Every straight man who sees a woman that mind-bogglingly gorgeous in real life would love a chance in bed with her, whether he's 18 or 80. Just because she's out of our league doesn't mean we don't play the what-if game. But it wasn't going to happen tonight. The Martian females didn't even ask, they just worshipped my body. They got me hard, they marveled over my equipment, and then took turns going down on me. I'd seen a handful of Japanese porn videos like this, and it was with a pleasant buzz of bad alcohol that I watched it play out in real life. To me. Soon enough I was being ridden and smothered by minty green and white breasts. I had their tongues in my mouth, on my neck, on my nipples. I slowly eased into native after native, laying down, kneeling to accept me from behind, or even standing up against the wall. Facing me, yes. Facing away, yes. Regina was there. She'd followed me in somehow, even after the native girls closed and barred the door. I saw her in the shadows, touching herself as she watched all of them run a train on me. Either they didn't notice the sparkling freckles with their flowery little outlines in the shadowed corner of the room, or they simply didn't care. It was far more than I should have been able to handle, but my experiences earlier that day, with Regina, with Ivy and Isabel, helped keep me from blasting off. I had not one single thought to the game system at this point. No considering whether to inflate my qualities as a pleasure seeker. The night went on, and then on, and on more. Eventually, the room's bed was covered in slumbering Martian females, one after another being unable to handle what I could dish out. While the rest of the natives paired off and enjoyed one another's company, I sated and then exhausted partner after partner. They muttered to one another about me and what I was doing to them, about how no male Martian was capable of anything like this. I could only fit about 3 inches into some of them. They cried out and told me it was too deep. Some of them could accommodate more eventually, but others could only handle the head, and that was about it. Repeatedly popping the head inside them still drove them wild, making them flop and thrash and cry out like I was remaking their entire understanding of their place in the universe. It was, quite frankly, a massive ego boost. It was Valinia who came to me last, and demanded what I had in me. "I want your seed," she breathed, as she bounced up and down my pole. Martians lay on the floor now, one of them with her legs up on the bed and her face down on the stomach of another semi-conscious native, unable to move after the pounding I'd given her. Her hand drifted down to tenderly explore what had become of her slit. Others were watching in silence, having drifted back to consciousness.
Valinia was flexible.
She had started by folding herself in half, grabbing her ankles, and letting me just pull her ass back and forth like a toy for my own pleasure. This had continued when she jumped into my arms and wrapped her legs around my waist, then demanded I lift her up and down while standing. Enhanced as my body was, I could only handle a minute or two of this kind of thing, since she was well over 100 pounds. Physicality or no, my growth plate injuries and scoliosis began to protest what I was forcing on my body. Once I had her against the wall, this was easier, and I could really make my partner cry out in ecstasy from the brutal pounding. After that, she wanted to spin around and be pressed flat against the wall by the force of my thrusting.
Again, I obliged her.
Who wouldn't love the full-throated moans and groans, the shuddering and shivering of pleasure, the squeaking and crying out that I was too big, that she would never be able to walk again? Finally, I was sitting on the expansive bed and she was using my knees to help her with leverage.
"Fill me up, healer."
I couldn't believe what she was saying, but my body was more than ready to obey. I thrust upward, making her clutch onto my neck and mule in a mixture of pleasure and pain. At the end of that, the dam of my self-control burst and I gave her what she wanted. I awoke sometime in the middle of the night to Regina sucking me back to full hardness. My first partner grinned into the first kiss, climbing up my body. "You got one more in you," she breathed, barely audible, "because I want it in me."
I did.
I threw Regina onto her back, mounted her, and the hot confines of her pussy welcomed me in. This is how it ends, with Alan getting laid by a native, possibly having his first ever experience by a native, because such things matter a lot. With Trent and Drat getting laid by natives as well. With Cinzy getting carried off to an unknown fate. With Laurel and Krista who knew where, and all the companion creatures somewhere, hopefully asleep. Regina disappeared after swallowing my last load of the night, sleeping in her own quarters. I ended up in a sweaty, cum-glazed tangle of bodies. Of course the tale continues. This is only the first leg in a journey. Heck, I haven't even gone back to Earth for my first few weeks of rest and relaxation as mandated by the company. As amazing as it sounds, I was under contract to work for the government. Apparently my duties included inseminating the natives of this new land. The next few weeks would see us working towards a solution with the god that had erased all clothing here. It would mean exotic new locations, meeting new and interesting individuals, and coming to grips with the odd magic of this beautiful and unspoiled world. Right now though, that will all have to wait for another day. Like all things, there's a time for doing and a time for resting. This is Christopher signing off.
For now.
I knew, even before I got in the door of my home back in USA, that everything was working out perfectly. My father and my sister stood on the front porch of my house, or my old house at any rate. My new niece or nephew sat heavy in Sarah's stomach. Braden looked significantly bigger than he had before. 2 new cars sat in the driveway of the house.
Newer, at least.
Both looked like they were a couple years old and probably bought used. Neither of them had that "your mom's dead" look written on their faces, which I have to say was a massive plus. Grinning, I trotted up the walk with hands outstretched, ready to scoop up Braden. Unfortunately for me, he ducked behind Sarah's leg, eyes wide.
"Unc. Riss." "Yeah, buddy." I told him. "Uncle Chris." "Are you sure?" Sarah asked. "Oh, shut it." I bent low and peered around. "I brought you something cool, Braden." That brought him out. Soon enough I'd presented him with a large, wrapped box. "Toph." Sarah half said, half asked, "What's going on?" I gave her a cheerful wink. Uncle Chris has been out making that money. So my favorite and only nephew gets to be spoiled just this once. "Woo." Braden said, ripping the paper off. What is it?
Sarah's mouth worked open and closed. Her expression went through several different important changes, but I couldn't catch them all. I was too busy reveling in Braden's joy. He started trying to get the box open, but when he couldn't manage, his grandpa stepped in. Soon enough they had the present out of the box and the extra pieces added on. My dad's a DIY guy.
It's a balance bike, I told her.
I'm not buying him an X-Cube 720. I'm not a monster, sir.
But where?
Braden flung himself into my arms, beaming with joy and thanking me. I told him he was very welcome, and that he should try it out right now. Dad had headed to the garage to get the wrenches necessary to put the 3 parts together so he could zip around. That was done a handful of seconds later, and soon he was tootling back and forth over the sidewalk. Then after my dad pulled the car out of the driveway, there too. Come on in, my dad said, overcoming his own urge to say something about whatever he saw before him. Your mom's taking a rest. She just finished up her last round of treatments. I'll stick around here with my grandson. The wonder and pride in his voice made this whole trip worth it. We went through the house, while Sarah continued casting disbelieving glances at me. I'm glad you're here, I told her. She seemed on the verge of saying something several times, but clamped her mouth shut. Finally she went, Where have you?
But again, interrupted. Christopher.
The sleepy voice came from deeper in the house. Is that you, Christopher?
Ma. I called.
My mother looked virtually unchanged from when I'd left, pale, scrawny, and bald from the chemo. Her clothes hung loose on her frame, but they hung loose on a woman who was standing under her own power. The former wasn't great, but the latter sure was. I gave her a huge hug. I missed you guys, I whispered. Suddenly my chest felt hot and tight, and it was like something had clamped down on my throat, strangling the words into tears. She hugged me right back, and after several moments, Sarah's arms joined hers. It lasted a while, but not nearly long enough. Soon enough, she had me by the shoulders and pushed me out to arm's length. Christopher Fletcher, you explain yourself right this minute. Where the hell have you been?
Right. Sarah shrieked.
Can I get on his ass about being gone for 6 friggin' months now? Am I allowed now?
I laughed. All right.
Should we wait until Dad gets in with Braden? After 6 months the living room felt entirely alien to me, and in a disorienting way. Sure, all these things were virtually unchanged and I recognized them, but I was a different person who had left them. I was seeing them with new eyes. I have to back up a bit, because none of this is easy to keep track of. I've been on a lot of adventures, though they've been pretty tame by the standards of most adventures people consider to be, adventures. There've been near-death experiences, but nothing like the movies.
Thankfully.
I didn't tell my family that. They don't need to know all that. There's a magical land through a portal, I told them, and described it. Mountains that just shifted around however they liked. Lakes that turned into dragons made of water and went on vacation whenever they felt like it. Trees that didn't necessarily grow towards the sun, some with leaves that were nothing less than car-sized spheres of yellow-green. Clouds that shimmered with various different colored light depending on how the sun fell on them. A castle that hovered in the air, which was both right side up and upside down at the same time. My family shared a look that told me they might have to have me committed to a psych ward. What lay beneath that was a reluctance to contradict me. A serious amount of money had just flowed their way on my behalf, and they weren't inclined to stop me from being insane, in case the money spout shut off. When I mentioned Nakamaman, the spell broke. What's that?
Sarah asked.
These companion creatures. My friend Regina has one that's a fox with flowers sprouting up around its ears and multiple tails. Oh, as though she wasn't pleased, this was the answer actually.
Whose?
The welcome guy has a pterodactyl-like creature with sparkling scales. The healer trainer has a flying manta ray, and this jerk I know has a storm ferret. Anyway, there are Nakamaman that are humanoid, some that are like puddles of slime, some that are just sentient crystals. Anything and everything you can imagine, there's a Nakamaman for it. Is there a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater? My mother asked. There are several different kinds of purple people eaters, I said severely, then laughed at their expressions. No, almost none of them eat people. We're more of an invasive species. Anyway, there's a wind serpent that my friend Tara has, and a glowing Tinkerbell fairy that my other friend Cindy has.
Cindy.
Cinzy, short for Cinzia. Do you have any friends that aren't girls? Sarah asked, wrinkling her nose in disgust.
Yeah.
We definitely weren't going to go into how the girl who'd brought me to the castle in the first place had seduced me and had sex with me up in a tree. Skipping right over that.
Oh sure, I said instead.
There's Alan.
Hold on, my father said, holding out a hand. Too many names.
You said you would tell us why you haven't been home in over 6 months.
Oh, right that.
Well, I told the story, about how I first went through the portal and met Regina with her flower fox called Tweedledee, skipping the sex with Regina in the tree, and then the many instances of sex afterwards, and then went through the orientation of meeting the good-natured Russ.
Too many names, Dad grumped.
Stick with what happened, and no quiz afterwards, okay?
Okay.
There's orientation. I choose what job I want to have over there. The options are like guardian, ranger, wizard, thief, or healer. There are more, but they don't really matter. And you went with what, thief?
Sarah asked.
Healer, my mother said quietly. You went to a magical land and you got magical healing. That's right, I said softly. Our eyes met, and an important current of energy ran between us. This is nonsense, Sarah said, too loudly. She rolled her eyes when everybody warned her not to wake her toddler.
What?
I don't know why we have to listen to this BS. It's obviously not real. He's playing a video game, most likely. Or writing a book, like he always said he would. He left for 6 months, wrote a book. And somehow managed to grab onto a 6-figure salary with excellent benefits, Dad muttered. It was that sort of tone that both cut through the bullshit and also explained to you that you were being a moron, and while you were at it, could you please stop being a moron? Sarah's mouth snapped shut. She had a car, a new house closer to Mom and Dad's, peace of mind for her current son and her unborn child, and she sure didn't have a job that changed everything in the blink of an eye. And BT dubs, he hadn't just gotten them new cars and put food on Braden's table, he'd also paid for a whole host of chemo treatments and specialists to come help deal with our ailing mother's situation. Dad's tone told her that her older brother had made all that happen, and maybe he was stark raving mad by now, but she was not going to antagonize him. In fact, she was going to listen to her stark raving mad but somehow ultra-rich brother. Well, keep going or whatever, Sarah grumbled, with less acid than before I'd left for half a year. Alright, so after I'd gone through basic training, there'd been a situation with the god of footfalls. I'm sorry,
Sarah asked.
There's a small god for basically every natural phenomenon, I told her. Some of them have names, some are just god of sneezes, and that's that. This one got sick and needed to be healed, but the healer trainer accidentally touched it while he was trying to calm it down. Of course he did, that look said. And to be fair, saying the story out loud made it all sound pretty ridiculous. We woke up one morning and every time anyone took a step, a different sound came out. Yells and squishes and the phone ringing and all that. Nuclear explosions, laughter, all kinds of stuff. We eventually surrounded the thing, treated it, and the weird sounds got less, but I still needed to craft a cure. That ended up taking something like 18 straight hours of work. It's basically potions class straight out of Frogwarts. If you do something wrong, you start the whole process over. I skipped over the part where I had to go out looking for ingredients, and instead encountered the god of lovers. This culminated in me having several hours of ravenous sex with a long-legged beauty, and grabbed me up the other job title I hadn't told them, and would never, pleasure seeker. That sounds difficult, especially for a new doctor, my mother said. Not easy. And it's magically infused. I needed help to go through 8 hours of potion crafting, so I had my friends keep my mind sharp. What I didn't tell them was that the girl I'd had sex with, Tara, kept my mind sharp by showing me progressively more and more arousing sights, her cleavage, belly button, and then more. Here's the other thing. Once I went to administer the cure to this god, it touched me and bestowed a blessing on me. Of course it did. The other gods I'd encountered had done the same. The goddess of the meadow gifted me with the knowledge of every flower there was in that world. The lovers made me into a sex machine. After that, the administration wanted to send me out away from the main HQ on a field mission. Apparently these sick gods weren't just around the castle, they were everywhere. This involved me interviewing for positions on my team of 11 people. Dad was nodding along. I chose 4 guardians, 2 rangers, the ones I'd had sex with so far, a bard, a wizard, a rogue, and a sorcerer. Some of these already had their companions, and some didn't. The most important part was that 2 of them were natives of that world. One was an ice ghost with a bunch of arms, the other one was a gigantic muscle mommy with orange skin and way too much hair. Fascinating, my mother said. Were they both girls too? Sarah asked sarcastically. As a matter of fact they were, I told her, and received a hefty eye roll in return. Once I had my party, there was the small matter of traveling to the tiny town of Glumpdumpkin. You have got to be kidding me. Sarah shrieked. Yeah, you're going to love this. The 2 nearby towns are called Flunt-on-the-Russell and Saxwacket. Snorts of laughter erupted from the audience. But we didn't even end up at any of those places. While we were trying to cross a magical lake, it took flight and carried us on our raft for a good 12 hours out of our way. Kind of a lake dragon. Again, not mentioning the fact that the first girl I'd slept with, and the second girl I'd slept with conspired to sleep with me together in my tent on our journey. Or later, when a possibly lesbian, possibly bisexual girl snuck into my tent in the dead of night and had sex with me several nights later.
As a test drive.
To see if I was appropriate to share with her girlfriend. Come to think of it, a lot of this tale is not family friendly. The parts that are end up being pretty short and not strung together well.
A flying lake, my mother said in wonder.
Thank all the gods great and small for her bringing me screeching back into the story. It would not do to get aroused in front of one's family. At least I was wearing pants. Yeah, and all the wild creatures that were inside it were also flown up in the water.
It was insane.
Anyway, after it landed, we traveled to the nearest town, which was called Slinktrickle.
Of course it was, Dad said.
He had scooted up to the edge of his seat. I explained how the buildings were all on stilts, with huge platforms surrounding them. Some of those platforms just glommed together, while others had been connected by various types of bridges, from rope to fully constructed wooden walkways. This would be important when things got heated. You know how I mentioned that the gods of everything are all messed up?
I asked.
Well, apparently there was a god of wearing clothes. I stopped and let that one sink in. The bombshell struck a moment later, with Mom's non-existent eyebrows shooting up, and Sarah throwing her hands in the air.
Do we have to listen to this? She asked.
You can return the down payment on the ranch you just bought, my father said, with quiet venom.
Ugh, fine. She turned to me.
Please, for the love of Pete, don't tell me you walked around for the next several days naked.
Try several weeks, I said. You.
But it wasn't just me, it was everybody. The 4 female guardians, both rangers, well, Tara had gone back to HQ to get a medicine that would hopefully keep us from transforming into natives, our female bard who was absolutely smoking hot, and us 5 guys.
You.
Super you. Skip past this part. The natives of Slinktrickle, strange white and green humanoids with fishtails, had a problem with their eggs being sick. Those eggs all had brown, sticky, soft spots on them that needed healing, and I was the person to do it. So I cracked my knuckles and clenched my butt cheeks, and got to work. And they were also due to hatch in the next few days, so I had to get them healed up as fast as possible. What happened? My mother asked, fully invested. It turned out to be a mental and emotional affliction. The treatment was positivity, amazingly enough. The eggs responded to positive vibes. More to the point, they responded to the sounds of me having sex with one of their natives, an assistant named Valinia. Add that to the do not mention pile. I suggested cheerful conversation, dancing and singing, but the natives were falling into despair. We had to hurry. After a disastrous announcement with the townsfolk, we had to retreat back to the hatchery. The guardians had to guard the bridges between the hatchery platform and the nearby others. Some bridges ended up being destroyed. So while I was busy making a cure in the hatchery with one other, the rest of the team tore up bridges, kept the townspeople from crossing, and slowly backed up further and further until we were almost completely encircled. The cure was like essence of positivity. It glowed and sang with a heavenly chorus, and you couldn't help but feel better just looking at it, smelling it or hearing the distant voices. The only problem was, it needed to be misted over top the eggs, not drizzled or dunked. The only thing we had on us was our mouths. So Cynthia and I got mouthfuls of this cure and sprayed them into the air like we were doing a zillion raspberries. I love it, my mother whispered. Outside they'd almost gotten to the point of battling. The guardian in charge had come in and told me we were evacuating to a safe spot, but I refused. We misted the eggs, misted ourselves, and misted the natives when they burst into the hatchery. You mean spit all over them, Sarah said, making a face. She really was the personification of that green disgust girl from that Disney movie.
Yep.
I spit all over them, and afterwards they threw us a party for saving their eggs. But not dealing with the pants god, my dad said.
No.
It was just you flopping around all together, dancing around some bonfire above a marsh with a bunch of naked savages.
And my team members, I said. Don't forget them.
It had actually turned into an orgy, but that went into the large list of things I didn't retell. Ugh, you're not allowed to say member when you're telling this story, she replied. My father, bless his heart, laughed for what seemed like the first time I could remember. And this is what took you 6 months to do?
Sarah demanded.
Her hand smoothed over her bulging tummy, full of child.
I laughed.
Oh no, that was basically just the first 6 weeks. I was supposed to have a couple of weeks off after the first 2 months working as a healer, but things didn't work out like that. This is Christopher about to spill the whole can of beans. In the immediate aftermath of the situation in Slinktrickle, a decision had to be made. Should we abandon the town and try to head back to our original intended location of Glumpdumpkin, or should we continue to aid the Slinktrickleians in their wardrobe malfunction situation? Because one thing was clear, we were doing work we hadn't been asked to do. Presumably the people of Glumpdumpkin, a word I will never tire of writing, needed us. The people of Slinktrickle, another word I will have difficulty growing tired of, could function well enough even with the god of clothing sick or absent. I didn't love the idea of leaving a god under the influence of whatever ailment had taken them. On the other hand, these people didn't seem to need clothing to live. We're having this meeting to discuss the pros and cons of staying, versus trying to get back on track, I said before adding, among other points of order. The room wasn't a large one, and we were all fully nude. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. The Martians of this village had built their domiciles well, but they were small and cozy, and we were 10 people. Drat sat on the dresser, while all 4 of the human girls sat cross-legged on the bed, with Krista hovering next to Laurel, towering in the corner with arms crossed, like a statue to ward off evil. The table had been taken by Trent and Alan, who used the meager cover to not have their junk on full display. I was, and this fact boggled my mind, getting used to letting it all hang out. Leaning against the door as I was, the cover I'd been afforded came from Tweedledee, the Vulpatunia Nakamaman sitting rigid before me. Sure, everybody who wanted to could just lean to one side and stare at my twig and berries, but I was getting over the openness. We ought to wait until Tara returns, Cinzy said. A lot of nodding and hear erupted around the room. She could return as early as tonight, I said. If we start the situation with this god, it could end up being days or longer before it's resolved to anyone's satisfaction. We're cool being naked in Slinktrickle until that happens. The weather's been getting colder, Regina said. I've been here long enough to know that the seasons aren't what we know back on Earth. You could have a week-long fall, a 2-week winter, and then a couple of weeks of spring. Or fall could go on for a month. Alan or Trent, do you have any way of predicting that kind of thing?
No, Trent said.
I do have a note here from Alan that I'm supposed to read. SSSSS sorry, Alan muttered. Everybody reassured him his stutter wasn't a problem, he had nothing to worry about, and he was a great wizard, regardless of his stutter. The attention caused him to blush furiously, and he scratched the back of his neck. Read away, Drat said, in his customary wry Drat manner. Trent read, I've leveled up enough that I can cast the spell to contact the HQ. That's something I can do daily, so we should prepare reports.
That's awesome news.
Congratulations, Alan, Cinzy bubbled, and Alan went tomato red, having the supermodel gorgeous Cinzy not only pay him attention, not only talk to him directly, but actually praise him. I wouldn't doubt steam would have boiled out of his ears if it could have. We should probably ask whether we should stick around Slinktrickle or move on, Drat said. This is Fletcher's expedition, Krista said. The ghostly Nakamaman rarely ever spoke, but when she did, it was like you could feel the chill of winter creeping up your spine. He will make the ultimate decision regarding our course of action. Several of us humans shivered. I meant, Drat said, that we should ask HQ for information on Glum, on our original destination in case the situation there is quite serious.
More information is better, Trent added. That's fine, I said.
We'll definitely do that, and I'll decide based on that info and your recommendations. Not that it's a democracy right now, but I'll take a show of hands for stay and help out. I was curious at who would choose to stay in the naked village. All 3 of my fellow males raised their hands right away. Yeah, no duh, Sarah said, still rubbing her very pregnant belly. Of course they chose to stay where they could stare at their naked co-workers all day long. And the naked villagers, my mother said, smirking at the idea. Don't forget the hundreds of nude fish people. The actual reason my family didn't know that made the decision obvious. All 3 of the boys had just gotten laid at the big celebration the night before. Perhaps they'd guessed. I had too, and with a good dozen of the native Martians. Martians. Yet another word I'm definitely not going to get tired of writing down. Of the ladies, Krista raised her hands, several of them. I had to stop myself from snorting a laugh at the idea that the many-armed Krista deserved multiple votes. After frowning, Laurel slowly raised her thickly muscled hand. None of the girls on the bed raised their hands. That also made sense, if I figured everything was about me. If they didn't want the Martians to have their females come on to me, it made sense that Regina, Isabel, Ivy and Cinzy might not want to stick around Slinktrickle. It's 5-4 in favor of staying, I announced for no good reason, unless any of the girls who didn't raise their hands have another course of action in mind.
They did not.
I'll take this under consideration, but for right now, I'm thinking we'll hunt down the malfunctioning god and get it set right. Without a strong recommend from HQ, that's what we'll do. Drat and Regina, I'll need to speak with you, but the rest of us have jobs to do.
Me? Trent asked.
Priority 1 is reinforcing the redoubt. I don't think we'll have a repeat of what just happened, but I'd like that option if some god of psychopathic fury pops up and turns everyone into berserkers. Afterwards, I'd like for you to join a pair of guardians, I said, or pair up with Cinzi on the god hunt. You are all strictly forbidden from going anywhere near it. If I'm not there, you're dead if you touch it.
Please do not.
Trent gulped but nodded, while I goggled at myself and what I just said. The charisma I just displayed is not something I'm used to. Immediately on the end of this thought is the next one: I hope I didn't piss anyone off. But then, peering around at all the acceptance on the faces of my teammates, or rather subordinates, it's clear that this warning needed to be given. I hold up my hand, where the shape of a flower is somehow inscribed deep inside my flesh, and it can only be seen under a certain light. I'm serious. It nearly killed me on my first day because I didn't know what I was doing. Almost everyone here has more experience in this world than I do, but we need reminders. More nods, along with a light in Regina's eyes I take to be admiration, or horniness. She is an awfully horny ranger. The second order of business that I was hoping to do is getting a read on everyone's stats and special abilities. I'd prefer for all of us to know everyone else's capabilities, in order for us to coordinate on tactics and defense strategies if things go sideways. We were a group bent on surviving and helping to heal what made the people of this world sick. The people of this world had largely no idea what violence was in the first place, so there was no reason to hold cards close to our chests. We should never have been at odds in the first place. Drat's feet slapped against the floor.
No thank you.
He went to stride out, but I called after him. I have an ability called Healer's Resistance, so if you ever end up poisoned or under the influence of a status effect, especially if you've touched a god, I can make it so the affliction is easier to resist and leaves quicker. Drat paused on his way to shut the door. He turned, pursing his lips. I'll keep that in mind. I'd hoped that this would convince him that sharing was caring and he needed to grow a pair and trust us, but apparently not. He left without another word. You can order him to stay, Laurel said, directly into my mind. He is your subordinate on your expedition. You are the leader. I shrugged this off. The moment I stopped being a good and friendly part of the team and brought down my iron fist, I'd start getting back shoddy work. They'd cooperate only as much as they had to in order to satisfy the orders. Right now, Drat was searching for the cause of the egg sickness, and he was convinced it had something to do with an incredible surge of anger, but the townsfolk Nakamamon hadn't wanted to talk about it. If I forced him to play nice, I doubted he'd be doing this job so willingly.
Rogues, Ivy muttered.
I'm sure you had a reason to bring one along, but I tell ya, they're all like that. Every single sneaky one of them.
I nodded.
With that done, I went through my list of special abilities, including the new one. The non-sex abilities, of course. I wasn't about to tell them all. I could get a deep view of their kinks and deepest desires by touching them. I've got an ability that doubles my token expenditure for class-related tasks, I said. It was something I thought everyone had, but I'd been wrong. After that, I can spend durability to resist the need for sleep. This I'll be using when I craft the next cure. The one I told Drat about is called Healer's Resistance. High resistance to all damage types, and reduces durations of long-term damage. I can pass it on by spending a token. Then there's Healer's Breath.
Ivy sat up straight.
I just got this one after administering the cure, and you're going to like it.
Maybe they wouldn't.
After all, I basically had to kiss them to make it work.
Healer's Breath.
Special ability, uncommon, active. Make a treatment check with affinity, or spend an affinity token, and breathe on the target in order to administer a temporary treatment for any damaging ailment. The target is healed by 3 to 18 hit points over 6 seconds. Symptoms of the ailment are reduced in intensity by 50% for a day. May only be used on a target once per day.
This one was big.
First, it didn't require a token to be spent, which was good. Right now I didn't have any left. Second, it didn't require me to collect, prepare, and mix ingredients into a salve, unguent, potion, or anything else. The treatments didn't take forever to make, but this was much faster.
Nice, Cinzi said.
Also, Ivy had gained this ability after we'd had sex just 2 days ago. Last, I added in a dash of my highest attributes as well, though they were all fairly even. Attributes. Affinity 5, 0/5. Durability 6, 1/6. Ingenuity 6, 1/6. Likeability 5, 0/5.
Physicality 4, 3/4.
The new class was ramping up my likability and durability, while healer mainly gave me ingenuity. The result was a pretty even spread. Next to each statistic was how many tokens I had remaining, not many. I'd spent them all on the latest cure, and resisting an ability Cinzi used to get me to abandon the cure. We went over the abilities of the Guardians first. All of them had Stalwart, which allowed them to resist being influenced by social roles and psychic powers. Several had Fierce, the opposite version, which gave them incredible skill bonuses for intimidating others. An ashhole named Blake used this on me when I first arrived at the HQ. Krista and Isabel also had Quick, which made them extremely fast for a short time. Laurel and Ivy had Sturdy, a buff that gave them a bunch of bonus HP and strength for a short time. All four of them had Interpose, the power Isabel had used to generate a magical blue tower shield once upon a time. It was largely what they'd used to keep the Martians from dealing them violence. We're given the choice of offense or defense, Isabel explained, but the HQ people strictly regulate the choice of abilities to the defensive. Anyone who manifests a flaming sword or a purple magic staff is out of the program. Laurel's Magmamander did basically nothing, though it could be coaxed into starting the cook fire each night, or be the cook fire. It looked a lot like one of those huge Japanese river salamanders, except it was patterned with black and red. I liked that all the names of the Guardian abilities had short, simple names that made sense. It certainly wasn't that way with Cinzi and her bard abilities. She had Viltrain's patented entrancing vocalization, a very fancy way of saying she could be extra persuasive. While Fierce worked very well on a single target, Cinzi's special ability worked pretty well against anyone who could hear her voice. Adatiran's superb ventriloquism was what she used to put her voice wherever she wanted it, and was the most basic thing she'd received at level 1. After that she had Courage of the Allies supremely bolstered and energizing and refreshing rhythms from the soul. All of these were a mouthful, and roughly what I'd expected. She used her voice or music, and her presence to buff allies or debuff enemies. The last one could provide a stamina or mana recovery rate boost, and she claimed to have just received it from a recent level up. The contrast, just in the names between Guardian and Bard special abilities, was delightful to me. I had a good laugh over it. You could have just as easily called them Entrance, Ventriloquism, Bolster Morale and Stamina/Mana Boost, but Bards didn't work like that apparently. Regina had powers to enhance her senses, which was a revelation to me. No wonder she'd been able to find me so easily in the anti-gravity HQ castle. She also had powers to travel more easily, faster, and more stealthily. I can speak with animals, she said.
PFFFF, Ivy said.
Anybody can speak with animals. You just use baby talk and pet them. She scratched at Muppin's gigantic stone crown extending off the back of his gigantic head. Isn't that right, you whittle cutie patootie? Who's the best whittle pack mule? That's right, you are. Muppin leaned into Scratches, as he always did, his rocky eyelids grinding closed and a placid smile appearing on his face. Regina folded her arms and cocked out a hip. They talk back. MMMHM, Ivy replied, and tipped her an exaggerated wink. After that, she had several arrow shooting abilities, which she didn't typically use. These included an arrow that could split into many, an arrow that was guided directly to its target, and an arrow that exploded on impact. We could use the exploding arrow as a signal flare though, Ivy suggested. That's a good idea, Trent said. We'd seen Trent at work a lot already. Trent had the ability to sense through rock, and he had a lot more mana for rock manipulation and shaping than Alan did. Alan could do everything, but just a little. Trent could do one thing, and a whole lot. We'd seen him create tunnels, float rocks, shift the earth to push our huge and heavy raft into the lake, and create an entire igloo out of stone in mere minutes. Garnet, his crystalline football of a Nakamaman, apparently boosted his mana for earth manipulation even further. Perhaps the most unknown power Garnet had was rapid movement through any kind of earth and stone, and its ability to communicate with Trent over a distance. That made the orange gemstone creature a potentially powerful scout. We'll need that ability, I think, I said. It wouldn't be long. As for Alan, his abilities ran the gamut. They were essentially limitless in scope, on the condition that Alan could perform the complicated spell. He could teleport himself a short distance, if he ever got the spell to work. He'd already cooled things down, given them water-breathing capabilities, and he claimed that now he could make gravity half as effective for a short time. They were calling it Feather Fall, but once he demonstrated, we called it Moonwalk. We could have jumped off the cliff with this, Cinzi said, as we all leapt high in the air and bounced around like we were astronauts. Only Krista didn't need it, since she floated a few feet off the ground. It was discovered, however, that she could float much higher off the ground when Moonwalk was used on her. She seemed to find this disconcerting at first, but she got used to it like the rest of us. Alan's other abilities were only limited by our imaginations. He manifested a ball of light that floated around his head. He made a message on a piece of paper vanish, until one of us touched it and spoke a magic word. Disappearing, reappearing ink. He had a spell for comprehending different languages, a spell to make a disc that floated 3 feet in the air, a spell to coat the area in sticky stuff, a spell to coat the area in slippery stuff, a spell to coat the area in flammable stuff. This is Christopher being seriously impressed. The individual conferences I had after the team split to get to work involved first Regina, and next Drat. Cinzia seemed disappointed not to be joining us, and cast several glances back our way before drifting away to join the others and get to work. Regina took me aside, and we were soon joined by Tweedledee. The flower fox rubbed against my leg and I reached down to give him some attention while we talked.
Ugh, she said.
What's that?
You were so ugh.
I mean, I watched you plow through like a dozen natives without stopping. I keep getting wet just thinking about it, and I have to use a rag to keep myself from looking too shiny. I think maybe Isabel noticed. I couldn't deny that my body was ready to go and down to fudge literally all day every day. Every time I look at you I can see your teeth clenched and you spewing like a gallon all over 3 of them at the same time. Do you know what that does to a girl? Makes her want to concentrate on doing the best job possible? I asked innocently. It makes her want to take her man aside and get railed until she loses her ever-loving mind. She all but shouted, then ducked her head. A little louder for the people in the back. I laughed at her embarrassment and bent to give Dee some belly scratches when he rolled onto his back, tongue lolling. Several tails thumped on the wooden decking again and again. We planned to meet up after I found and spoke with Drat. I needed to investigate the marsh over where it turned out of sight and a stand of thick forest blocked our sight. That's great, a great plan, she said enthusiastically. Then I can suck your cock and get your monster back inside me before I explode. I arched an eyebrow at her, and took several deep, cleansing breaths. I would say keep it in your pants, but ugh. Anyway, we are strictly forbidden from talking about this kind of thing in public until the god has been found, treated, and cured. And that, my dear, is an order. Like an actual order. I couldn't really handle walking around with an erection. It would mean answering some pretty awkward questions. Her smile faltered and her face became serious. My dear.
What? I asked.
You said my dear. Am I your dear? It had just come out, apparently. Is that something you're okay to be called?
She considered. I think yes. Yes, it's okay. I like it.
Well then, my dear, you're only allowed to get me hard when we're not surrounded by people. As you wish, my dear, she said, but I caught the telltale sheen of moisture between her legs and the way she was shifting her weight back and forth again and again. I also noted that she was thrusting her boobs out at me. I wanted to take a little time to get my body under control, but I had very little time before Drat appeared. Regina went off north to the part of the marsh yet unexplored, and Drat was simply there the moment she had gone. I tried to handle this without jumping a foot, but jump scares are always in horror movies for a reason.
They work.
You shouldn't do that. You going to order me not to? He asked with only a touch of the snide. I confess, no, I'm not into forcing people to do things. I wanted to be an easygoing guy. I hoped to have things go smoothly. I wished all these problems wouldn't constantly crop up. But then life got in the way. He nodded, saying nothing. Look, I told him, I know it's only been a few days, but have you got something for me? Drat had been doing his job as rogue, which was ferreting out the information we were after. In particular, we needed to know who had caused the eggs such distress that they were infected. The mental malaise I'd had to cure with concentrated happy juice had come from somewhere. I knew it was a concentrated blast of rage and frustration. Drat was in charge of figuring out who, or what type of Nakamaman was doing this sort of thing, or if it was the presence of yet another malfunctioning god. We are going to want to tread really lightly, boss, he said, looking around. These folks have good ears, even though they don't look like they have ears at all. We locked eyes, and both looked at the planks below our feet. The third transformation form was called the Marshmallow, a wonderful and innocuous name, or was it? Though they were a very chill species, they could be in the marsh directly below us.
Okay, I said.
But you've got something.
He nodded.
Do we need to be worried about the people here?
He shook his head.
They've already seen that our team are the good guys. You did the egg-saving bit. We're good in their eyes. It's not a god, because you'd have just told me, and then we could handle the problem of finding it and curing it.
He nodded slowly.
The confidential and sensitive nature of his behavior right now meant the perpetrator was human. Possibly a friend of one of our team members.
All right.
Write it down then. We'll have Alan cast his disappearing-reappearing ink spell on the information and get it passed back to HQ. When we're further away from prying ears, or when I'm free, you tell me.
Drat nodded.
Regina wasted zero time in showing me exactly what was about to happen when we went out ranging. Walking ahead of me meant she grasped each butt cheek and gave it an encouraging waggle, making it bounce just a bit more than before. She was also thrusting out her hips like she was a model doing a naked runway walk. She'd glance over her shoulder and grin, even while Tweedledee pushed his head into her palm for ear scratches. I got into it too, reaching forward for a couple of nice butt pinches.
Well, if you're going to be like that, she muttered over her shoulder, and stopped suddenly.
This led to me crashing into her backside, and her giggling. It wasn't long before my body started responding to this treatment. The next time she halted and I collided with her butt, I was fully hard.
Already? She asked quietly.
In my defense, somebody's got herself a really sexy butt, I said. You keep talking like that and you're going to find yourself getting very laid, Mr. Fletcher, she said, and rubbed herself back and forth on my now insistent erection. Dee was set on watch, and when Regina spun to face me, it was with fire in her eyes.
All the joking fell away.
She had a blush on her, making her skin the same color as her hair. It had flushed down the sides of her neck, and over the top of her chest, where she was heaving. We were just out of sight when Regina fell to her knees in the grass and appraised my cock.
God, Fletcher, she sighed.
How did I get so lucky? I didn't know what to say to that, so instead I just ran my fingers through her hair and smiled. I was still having trouble knowing exactly why any woman wanted to bed me, though less trouble than the first time. Now that I'd had so many partners, it was starting to make sense. The emerging muscles, the disappearance of the fat, and one hoped my winning personality had a little something to do with it. With my cock in hand, she licked at it from root to tip, then spent some time bobbing her head back and forth. With my increased girth, she could no longer take more than a few inches before bottoming out. Gasping, she pulled back and licked down lower. You're way bigger than before, Fletcher.
Should I apologize? Definitely not, she muttered.
But if you get any bigger, it's going to start hurting. Some positions already hit too deep.
What a compliment.
Regina kept going, making obscene noises and humming deep in her throat. She seemed entranced by the act, like she had slipped out of normal thought and into an unconscious or meditative state. Like she could suck on my cock forever, if necessary. She was getting better too. I could tell she was using more lip and tongue action than previously, extending her tongue out on the downstroke. It felt forking amazing. Eventually I twined my fingers in her hair and tightened them to give her the indication that she could get up and let me return the favor. When she continued, staring up into my eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up into a hint of a smile, I hissed through my teeth.
Now, I growled.
I want to be inside you now.
Attaboy, she purred, and lay back.
I was down between her legs in a flash, slotting my cock down and dragging the head back and forth over her well-lubricated slit. It seemed a lot smaller now, facing my larger size. She started wriggling and moaning before I'd even pushed in.
Please, she begged. Don't make me wait. Fork me, Fletcher.
She even pulled back on her legs, until they were parallel with her torso.
This was also obscene.
The head pushed down, met resistance, met more resistance, and just when she was gritting her teeth and groaning in a mixture of pleasure and pain, it popped inside.
Oh my goods, she moaned. Oh.
Now, I didn't know that if you have the same partner, her body simply adjusts to fit your size. I had never had the same partner over and over. It wasn't part of my reality to have so much sex your partner feels different. I hadn't gone away on vacation or gotten into a fight, having sex withheld for long enough that her inner walls changed size and went back to incredibly tight, after having had daily sex. So when I had to force myself in there, it was just normal now. Pleasure's Bounty asked if I'd like to spend a token to enhance our shared pleasure, and I gave my consent. It was like fireworks were going off inside me. Now every shift of position and every smidgen of movement felt like going at it full bore for minutes on end. It was like putting on glasses for the first time and seeing across the street, except with my sense of touch. Regina came immediately. Her body hunched down into itself several times, over the course of about 10 seconds, and her eyes scrunched closed in a familiar way. Mouth opening, she half repeated my name several times while the spring of her orgasm wound tighter and tighter, and finally popped.
Fletch, oh Fletcher Furu.
As for me, her pussy wrapped around the head of my cock and squeezed to either side. I froze, because I could feel my own spring tightening, ratcheting up bit by bit as her body attempted to milk me. After several full body shudders and some lighter aftershocks, I started to really give it to her.
Wait, she begged. Fletcher, SD. SDO. I couldn't stop.
Even though I could see her spring winding tighter and tighter again, after only a few seconds, I needed to feel her squeezing every inch of me. I couldn't stop my hips without a gun to my head. Several more strokes and I was halfway inside her.
That did it. She came again, harder this time.
Hard enough that she let go of her legs and flopped down bonelessly. The shakes and shudders were just as intense, and actually seemed to go right on.
This time I didn't stop.
I just grabbed onto her hips, bent down to try to distract myself by getting my tongue all over her glittering boobs, and sawed in and out of her. I was almost all the way embedded in her vice-like tightness, listening to her sputter and beg for mercy without being able to articulate full words. I was doing this. Me, Fletcher, a limping punching bag for jokes and fists all throughout high school, the pity party for anybody that actually cared, was rocking a beautiful woman's world. Regina's mouth closed and her teeth clenched yet again, and her eyes shot open. The spring had somehow wound down again and tightened to such a degree she couldn't even make a sound.
A tiny squeal emerged from between her teeth. She came again.
I couldn't hold on longer after her third rapid-fire orgasm. Sure, I had stave off at level 2, but the absolute treasure trove of heightened pleasure from the special ability overcame it. I tried but couldn't get the word out. If I spoke, I would dump a torrent inside Regina. Instead of speaking, I pulled out of her tight confines, which pulled right back at me, and barely managed to get out of her before exploding in climax. I think she had another micro-orgasm right at the moment I popped free.
And then the dousing began.
The first ropes hit Regina on the face, startling her, but subsequent blasts coated her boobs and then her stomach. She goggled down at what I'd done to her. Fletcher, she breathed in wonder, then locked eyes with me. Her mouth worked open and closed, and she spent some time dipping a finger into what I've gifted her, swirling it around. Holy gods, Fletcher.
I know, I said. It's a big change.
And then sheepishly I asked her, can you go again? You bet your giant cock I can go again, she said, though she didn't sound as confident as the word she spoke. 20 minutes later, I did to her back and ass what I'd done to her front, and all but covered her. Her head was buried in her arms by that point, and she was essentially just a ball of continuous orgasm. The shuddering and breathless crying hadn't stopped once I'd started rubbing the head up and down over her oversensitive slit. After our little tete-a-tete in the scrubland beyond the marsh, Regina and I got cleaned up, then actually did the investigation we had been planning. While I checked through my gains, hoping for level 15 in Pleasure Seeker, Regina got to work being a ranger, and did some ranging. Unfortunately, level 15 wasn't on the menu yet. I'd need to do even more delicious deeds before that happened. Entwined ecstasy, you have entwined with Regina Hampstead. Your relationship status remains unchanged presently. Your relationship level has changed to passionate pairing. Pleasure from intimate acts between passionate pairing is boosted very strongly using Pleasure's bounty. Your ability Wild Lore 3 has advanced to Wild Lore 4. Alternatively, you may replace Wild Lore with Beast Talker, Survivalist, Archer, or Pathfinder. Do you wish to replace Wild Lore?
Oh wow, I breathed.
Passionate pairing sounded pretty serious. Then again, I'd called her dear. The sex was getting more comfortable, with me reading her more easily, giving her more pleasure. Beast Talker would influence my relationship with non-humanoid Nakamamon found in the wild. It wasn't clear on the exact bonuses, but promised me a greater affinity with newly discovered Nakamamon. Based on the fact that I'd had a near-death experience from spooking a metallic bird, this sounded pretty great. Survivalist would probably give me skill bonuses for finding or making shelter, finding water, and producing food when away from the villages.
Another excellent choice.
The last option, Pathfinder, would increase speed and also make difficult terrain easier for me to navigate. Similar to the boots I had called Go Lightly, from the god of footfalls.
Archer was right out.
I didn't want to do violence in this non-violent world. I could probably conceive of uses for a bow that weren't killing something, but there were other abilities with wonderful effects I didn't have to shoehorn into usefulness. I was tempted to see what Wild Lore 4 meant and how it would aid me, but honestly, I hadn't made any use of it. Beast Talker and Pathfinder both sounded better. I could give the Go Lightly shoes to one of my teammates in the latter case. However, making friends with the local flora and fauna was even more tempting. I instructed the UI to give me Beast Talker, then had a look over the result.
Beast Talker.
Special ability, uncommon, passive. Your like ability is considered +3 when dealing with non-humanoid Nakamamon found in the wild. You gain a persuasion skill of +3 with them as well. Your identify is considered +5 when used on a new species. Unlike wild lore, this one started out at uncommon rank. It was a huge leap forward in power level, and was passive. I wouldn't have to succeed any checks or spend any tokens to use it. Free bonuses all the time score. D joined us, sniffing around at the grass and into the brush where we couldn't hope to fit. The place was mostly a snarl of dense shrubbery that was basically impassable, but the flower fox navigated the whole thing like he was straight out of one of those liquid cat videos. You think he's going to transform?
I asked.
I sure hope not.
Why not?
Usually the transformed ones aren't nearly so cute and cuddly. I like a fluffy and adorable companion pet, honestly. Those bright eyes, that silky coat.
If he ended up as a humanoid, she shuddered.
He'd be a furry.
I laughed.
Yeah, that would be the worst.
She shrugged.
I guess it wouldn't be that bad. He would be a kitsune, I guess. There was a yip from somewhere inside the brush, and Regina started. This is Christopher not liking the sound of that. Regina turned a look on me I'd never seen before, dread. The certainty that things were going to be bad.
That's not good, she mumbled.
What's that?
I asked.
Dee ran into trouble of some kind. Her eyes suddenly flared with bright green energy, and when that magic faded, they were the brownish gray of tree bark. I'll be right back, she said, and her glittering naked but vanished into the brush. There was no way she had gotten in there without a special ability of some kind. I just selected Beastmaster, but what I needed right here was more like Pathfinder. I momentarily cursed myself for picking the wrong ability, but of course I couldn't have known. I just had to believe Regina knew what she was doing and could handle this without me trying to barge through thick scrubby bushes. 2 minutes of fretting and waiting passed before I heard a panicked shriek. For the first time since this vanishing clothes situation started, I really seriously regretted the nudity. Every other time I'd been able to enjoy being in the buff, watching boobs and butts jiggle and wobble. Right now, what I needed were my tools and my ingredients. It was so awful not having them, and knowing I was going to be needed in a big way, very soon. Worse, I didn't have any tokens left. Regina came back after 5 of the longest minutes of my lifetime. Every second was filled with worries and fears. Dee had fallen into a crazy deep hole and there was no way to get him out. Dee had spooked some creature like the one that had nearly gotten me once upon a time, and it chopped him a good one. Dee had just had a run-in with a god we didn't know was there. I didn't expect to see the fox at all, but he came out of the brush in Regina's arms. Several flower petals dropped off of his tails and ears as he came through the clinging brush. His body was limp, but the rapid rise and fall of his little chest confirmed that he was breathing, and therefore still alive. Instant thankfulness and relief washed over me. Regina had a look on her face I never want to see again, devoid of hope, but also filled with grief. She had already counted him out of the fight permanently. In Tweedledee's jaws was what appeared to be some fabric. And it was glowing. It was time to put on the reassurance. Hey! I said in my soothing, cheerful voice my dad used to use whenever I was sort of hurt, but not too hurt. Hey there, you two.
Fletcher, you have to help him, she sobbed. Of course, of course.
Put him down, I told her with extra gentleness. She knelt and did as she was told. Now we need a stick to help keep that thing from touching us, and it has to get out of his mouth, okay? Before I do anything, that's gotta go. She obeyed robotically, with shock setting in quickly. Seconds later, she handed me a stick, and carefully pried open Dee's jaws without touching the glowing piece of fabric. I scooped it out of there with the stick with extreme care. It was a sort of old-school t-shirt, long and laced up with a leather strip that was tied at the neck.
What would you call that? A tunic?
The very first thing that needed doing was Healer's Resistance. Healer's Resistance 2. Special ability, uncommon, active. You may spend a durability token to resist damage from any source. Long-term effects are reduced by 75%. Onsets of all diseases, venoms, poisons, or other afflictions are tripled, as are intervals. Lasts 1 day. You may spend an ingenuity token to gift this ability to a willing target for 1 day. 2. You may spend a durability token after taking damage from any source. You gain a percentage of resistance to that source permanently. I still had a single of ingenuity and durability after handling the egg situation, and I spent them immediately. This reduced the damage, reduced the duration, and lengthened the time between taking more damage. Now more than ever, I needed to replenish tokens.
Before tomorrow.
I got you, I told her, and reached for Healer's Breath. Sure, I was glad to have it, but you also hated to need to use something like this every time. I have to believe police officers would be much happier to not have to do anything. No crime would just be better. But I bent down and breathed into Dee's little orange face all the same, hoping that my lack of affinity tokens wouldn't mean his death.
Healer's Breath.
Special ability, uncommon, active. Make a treatment check with affinity, or spend an affinity token, and breathe on the target in order to administer a temporary treatment for any damaging ailment. The target is healed by 3 to 18 hit points over 6 seconds. Symptoms of the ailment are reduced in intensity by 50% for a day. May only be used on a target once per day. The affinity check came with treatment, potions. Somehow, and out of the 8 ranks, I ended up scoring an incredible 4 successes. I breathed out another deep breath, this one full of amazement and a soul-shattering relief. D was going to live. Color immediately flooded back into D's fur, and he took a deep, shuddering breath. Regina's cry was so heart-wrenching that I choked up as well. He's going to need that every day, I said. Until this thing is cured. I assume it's divine. I peered down at the tunic, or the really long shirt, and tried to will the identify skill to work. That, plus affinity, gave me 2 successes. Not enough to do the trick, apparently. The check said it was a difficult check, meaning 3 or 4 successes necessary to get the ID on it. It took some time for D to show signs of cognizance, but eventually he got up and shakily to his feet and went immediately into Regina's arms. There he licked Regina's hands, then curled up and went immediately to sleep. Without tokens, I wouldn't be identifying, diagnosing, treating, developing cures, or eventually administering them. None of that was going to happen until I got some tokens back. With that in mind, I spent the rest of the day asking around for how to do it. Alan said it was a meditation situation, and Trent agreed. Both of them had done it under the guidance of their trainer back at HQ. They offered to sit down with me and get some meditation on, and I accepted. This led to Laurel and Krista also finding us, asking what we were up to, and joining us. You must clear your mind and open your soul, Laurel told me. It is vital that no distractions disrupt you. Your breathing is everything. Every inhale, and every exhale. And hey, I tried. I closed my eyes and opened up what I thought was my soul. I had done a lot of magic already in this place. I'd used a lot of abilities, I'd been able to begin sensing magic through smell, and I'd even begun to see it in certain instances. There was a sort of third eye in the center of my forehead that reacted every time I went to use abilities. There was another. I don't know, a core of power down in my abdomen. Sometimes it felt like it was in my freaking balls. Like a power generator buried in my body, the power went up throughout my body and into my brain, then out through the middle of my forehead. Usually. So I will say this, I tried my best. I visualized the battery of power in my stomach, visualized the potential there all flowing up and into my third eye. I steadied my breathing. It was so steady. I could have fallen asleep if it hadn't been for the need for tokens. This did not work. Hours later, I didn't have a single token back. My hips and legs were numb and sore from sitting crisscross applesauce, along with my lower back. And I was frustrated. See, there were problems. Regina was insensate. There was a glowing holy item we'd very carefully brought back across the marsh and to the village, and the villagers did not like this thing to be among them, so we relocated it to Trent's stone redoubt. Tara had been gone for days, and there was no word on when she would be getting back. If I'd made a different choice of wizards, our wizard could have opened a chat line directly with the HQ, but I'd been so drunk on sex and enjoying the time with Regina and Tara, that I simply accepted their recommendation without really thinking things through. Never mind that I wasn't aware of the communication problem, I was responsible for these people and it was my ignorance that was causing problems. So I was back to my old earth way of blaming myself, taking on all the responsibility, whether it fell to me to take or not, and that was clogging up the token replenishing pipe. I had to do better. Unfortunately, this anxiety crushed any chance of getting tokens back through clearing my mind, because my mind was far from clear, and I wasn't any good at this. I went to bed safe that night, but generally disgruntled. Valinia approached me the next day, after we had had our meeting about next steps. I'd taken a break to wander around the village and get my thoughts together, and the Martian fell in step with me. Outside, the air was getting even cooler, and I wanted to be able to wear, anything. There was a tunic infused with godly power, but putting it on would likely kill me within hours, if not minutes. I hadn't noticed she was beside me initially. The marsh spread out before me, on the edge of town here. Here and there, her fellow Martians paddled those shallow boats. Some of them were meeting with their next version beings, the marshmallows. The mermaid-looking Nakamaman hefted themselves onto the sides of the boats or simply held themselves up on their enormous eel tails. I was so caught up in my own thoughts and the surroundings that I nearly jumped on spotting her. Savior of the eggs, she said, giving me the title the rest of the village had. They'd been so excited they jumped in bed with me, one after another. With luck, This fall will turn immediately back to spring, she said. That happens. She nodded and took my hand, lacing her smooth and cool fingers into mine. Sometimes the cool weather lasts only a few days, other times a few weeks. I peered around to see whether or not any of the other Corps members had seen us. Well, basically everyone knew I'd had sex with Valinia already, so it wasn't a huge deal. I could practically see Regina salivating in my mind, and since we'd been in this town for several days, I had an excellent mental picture of her nude, so I knew what it looked like when she salivated.
And got really aroused. That is wild.
I sure hope so, because we don't know where this nudity god might be. I would love to tell you we know where he is, but there's a story about an emperor with no clothes. Everybody just ignores the fact that he's nude because he's powerful.
Me?
I know I haven't got any clothes on. No lie here. She threw back her head and laughed. Your levity is most wonderful, she said. I was so glad she hadn't been exposed to much earth levity, because I was far from an expert. Fletcher, could you accompany me out to that stand of brush? She pointed out away from the platform we were on. 5 minutes later we were on one of their wide-bottom boats, with Valinia using a pole to push us this way and that. I am aware that you have attuned enough to my world that you may bond a Nakamaman, she said quietly.
I went still. Oh?
How are you aware of that? Your third eye and your core have opened to the magic of Dorfialtos. As if that explained things. As such, if you were to bond a Nakamaman, they would be required to accompany you on your adventures. What's a Dolph Realtors? Sarah asked, then blinked at herself.
Wait, what? He said Doric freeloaders, my mother said.
He said Doreen feels toes.
What the heck?
Why can't I say Dor feeling strows? I chuckled, more pleased that my mother wasn't laying around the house trapped by her own weakness, but rather vibrant with the need to know what else happened. For some reason we can't say the name of the other world. I don't truly understand it, honestly. The natives can say that word.
We can't.
My father just sat there with a smirk on his face and a knowing glint in his eye.
Go on, son.
You were about to bond with a magical creature that was nude and female. I spluttered in embarrassment. This was one of those times where I channeled my father. I needed to shut my yap and listen, so that was precisely what I did. Let the old noodle work overtime processing while your ears pick up vital clues to help you figure out what the missing puzzle pieces. There is a great value in silence and listening, and not just because I had absolutely no idea what to say. I have longed to travel beyond the reaches of the marsh and my village, Valinia told me. I told her, that you don't need to bond a human in order to leave your village in search of the wider world. I would like to accompany you, Fletcher, she said, and as your bonded Nakamaman, we can do much more than simply mate. I have to confess, I said, I don't know a whole lot about bonding, about how it's done or the advantages of doing so. Krista and Ivy hadn't bonded Nakamaman yet, and Ivy mentioned she just wasn't interested in having a pet following her around. Krista hasn't talked about a lack of bonding because 1, she hardly ever talked and was scary, and 2, she was a Nakamaman herself. Laurel had her Magmamanda. I didn't need to know how the rules might be different. Once we reached the stand of shrubbery, the boat slowly ran aground and she hopped off before extending a hand out to me. I didn't need it, and I was thrilled with that fact. My balance was better, my legs were hurting less, and I had stamina to go farther and do more than I ever did in my teens. It was like aging backwards. Martians are fairy aspect and water aspect, she said, and I took her hand. You receive abilities and resistances based on those two aspects. The shrubbery was a good 10 or 12 feet high, and some of them were vines tangled around one another, tipped with purple balloon flowers. Some of those were still big purple balls, while other had popped open into star-shaped blossoms. Other bushes sported clumps of berries of all sorts of colors. All of them were swirled with 2 colors, red and gold, white and sky blue, orange and silver. And, she said quietly, if you agree to the bonding, we will be able to mate much more frequently. She squeezed my hand and turned to face me with a winning smile. The large eyes, the strange hair and the no-nose all served to make her simply adorable. The perky breasts didn't do much to lower her cuteness factor, nor did the supple, but I kept watching wiggle this way and that as the humanoid creature walked.
She stopped.
What do you say? I blinked several times at her.
I say, okay. Let's do it.
She jumped up and down several times, making those perky breasts bounce. Finally she jumped onto me for a crushing hug, wrapping her legs around my waist and burying her face in my shoulder.
Fletcher. Thank you so much.
You won't regret this, I promise you. This is Christopher doubting I would regret it either. The innocence and purity that pervaded her so completely were adorable, and I would be thrilled to have that in my life. Although I had secretly hoped for a dog or a fox Nakamaman to stroke or pet, having a gorgeous female that only wanted to have me railing her day in and day out was actually a trade-up, not a trade-off. She got down and faced me, beaming, holding both my hands in hers.
Here.
Let's do it here.
Now.
She nodded vigorously, so cute I smiled, then closed her eyes. Reach for the mana within you, she said, so I did. My mana had refilled with ease in the day or so after curing the eggs, so my resources were topped up. Once I had that sixth sense clenched in the magical fist that was my control over my internal magic, that beatific smile grew even more. Now wind it into my mana, she said. Mana wasn't easy to see or hear or feel. I was only getting the hang of it. That said, something blue and shimmering and barely perceptible was expanding out away from Valinia just as my own green-white mana was doing for me. When they connected, my breath left me in a rush. I felt both a great pressure in my core, an electric zap of pleasure that got me hard instantly, and a rush of sensation up into my head I had never felt before, like my brain was being cupped by two large hands. Oh, I said, shivering. Wind our mana together, she muttered. I didn't know how to do this exactly, but it didn't matter much. She took the lead, drawing the thread back toward herself and around mine. I tried to urge my own mana to replicate this, and found sweat popping out over my forehead. It worked, but it was slow, and it was difficult. I got at least one affinity check happening in the UI, but I had no tokens, so I couldn't do anything but test my magical skill. The overwhelming sensation of arousal grew. The feeling like someone was gently massaging my brain inside my skull intensified. The electric tingling up my extremities only grew. I tried to focus on my breathing and the spot in the middle of my forehead that controlled the flow. Valinia's breath caught, and she twined her fingers with mine, even as her mana thread wrapped slowly around my own. Finally, the UI made the announcement. Congratulations! You have bonded with a Martian. You have gained the following. Asterisk water resistance. Asterisk water breathing. Asterisk glamour resistance. Asterisk dazzle. I wanted to access these things and figure out what they meant, but Valinia was kissing me. Her lithe, light body was pressed against mine. I had my hands running up and down her back soon enough, feeling her tongue dart into my mouth. She was humming into my mouth, and both of her small hands were already encircling my hard shaft.
Fletcher, she moaned.
I want to mate with you every day. This feeling you give me. Here the UI gave me the opportunity to spend a single token to enhance our pleasure, but I was nearly out. It did not, however, give me the option to spend 2 tokens to induct her into the fold, using entwined ecstasy. It would have given me a power from her, and her one of mine. The bond must have prevented this. She rubbed her nipples up and down my torso, but I already had my hand between her legs. The Martian anatomy was usually a smooth expanse of nothing, but once she got aroused, genitals appeared. Meaning her slit was blossoming like a flower, petals slowly opening at my touch and breath rushing over the side of her neck. Yes, she urged me on. I bent low and scooped her up by the backs of her thighs. I didn't truly understand what Nakamaman were at their core, but I did know she weighed practically nothing. I hoisted her up and brought our faces level without any effort. She kissed me even more deeply, moaning and humming while her tongue licked at my lips and did battle with my tongue. Out under the brisk air, we gradually warmed her up by rubbing her over the top of my shaft. I love this, Fletcher. Your human mating apparatus, it is clearly superior to all of my kind, and the others of your kind. Though I have only seen a handful, yours is by far the best. You can call it my cock, I told her in a husky tone. Your cock, she breathed, like I'd just given her a secret word only available to the two of us. A shiver went through her body. Please, Fletcher, I need your cock again. I feel empty without your cock. Okay, with such an adorable creature saying that, it sounded far dirtier and alluring. She snaked a hand down between us and lined the head up. Now when I lowered her an inch, we were both forced to groan. Valinia's body accepted me, inch by inch. How is it, so big, she asked. I didn't answer, and instead started moving her up and down the length of me. It wasn't even fully inside her yet, and I had to be careful not to hurt her. I stroked down, slowly inching deeper and deeper until she winced just slightly each time. And each time I pressed deeper into her tight confines. The whole time she shuddered and trembled with the pleasure, clinging to me tightly. At around the 75% mark, she threw her head back and cried out in orgasm, before nearly shaking herself off me. I had to put her down on the cool grass to continue plunging down into her depths. Meanwhile, I bent and latched onto one of her nipples, licking it in circles. I know this drove her wild, because her hands gripped me frantically, and the tension of a coiled-up orgasm waiting to strike again wound down and down toward another. Finally, she came again, her whole body arching back and sliding against mine yet again. Down below us was a thickly muscled tail containing a few swim fins. It didn't waggle like a cat's tail would, but simply swished back and forth. Now, when I got up on my knees and turned her on her side, Valinia's tail was within reach.
Why not?
The moment I stroked it, her mouth went wide and her eyes shot open. Clamping down on me with her pussy, she went through several convulsions I thought might not even be orgasmic. She bucked time and again, seeing and saying nothing.
Are you all right? I asked. Oh, Fletcher. Oh, wow.
I cannot describe wow. So that was good? She nodded with eyes closed. It was astonishing. Then she got on her elbows and looked up at me. You have no tail. Can I provide you with such a sensation? I had never played around with trying to get to know my prostate, and had no real interest in it. Regina did, however, learn a trick. I took her hand gently in mine and pressed her fingertips against my sack. If you rake very softly here, or squeeze with just a hint of pressure, you can. She did it perfectly, staring up at me with absolute innocence in her expression. Mate with me, Fletcher, she said with a sultry look on her adorable face. Give me your seed. Consequences and the future were the furthest things on my mind at this moment. I pounded down into my new Nakamoman with renewed vigor, pushing her body forward and back by several inches, causing her to jiggle and groan. At the same time, she played my body like a concert pianist. She somehow just knew how to stroke, and where, and when. In minutes my orgasm had risen up, and now it cracked the dam. If I didn't pull out this moment, I'd fill her just as full as I'd done with Tara all those times.
Give it to me, she whispered. Inside me, she begged.
I gave in and seated her, loving the way her eyes rolled back in her head. Sensation overflowed, poured out of me in earth-shattering bursts.
I can feel it, she told me.
It's so warm. For a time, we lay in the grass, a tangle of limbs, sharing warmth. Eventually she ended up lying fully on top of me, her butt and tail pressed against my softening cock, her back on my chest. Her head rested comfortably in the hollow of my neck. She placed my hands over her boobs and cooed softly without speaking. She gave me the opportunity to inspect the UI's announcement regarding our mating. Congratulations. You have bonded with a Martian. You have gained the following. * water resistance. * water breathing. * glamour resistance. * dazzle. The descriptions were simpler than other special abilities. Water resistance. You are immune to water aspect damage from your bonded Nakamoman. All water aspect damage has a 50% chance to be reduced to 0. Any water aspect damage taken is reduced by 50%. This functions identically for status effects derived from water aspect damage. Water breathing. You may breathe water as though it were air. Glamour resistance. You are immune to fairy aspect damage from your bonded Nakamoman. All fairy aspect damage has a 50% chance to be reduced to 0. Any fairy aspect damage taken is reduced by 50%. This functions identically for status effects derived from fairy aspect damage. Dazzle. By concentrating, you may spend 1 affinity token to hypnotize a target with 7 automatic successes. This is a contested likability plus persuasion roll, and the target knows they have been hypnotized. While under the effect of hypnosis, the target will be much more truthful and compliant, though they may not be ordered to harm themselves or others. I pondered these new abilities while holding Valinia. The resistances were in line with what I'd come to understand regarding Nakamoman bonding. That guy in HQ had immunity from his own bonded Nakamoman's lightning attacks, which was how I'd learned about it. This meant Isabel and Trent both had stone or earth resistance, and Laurel had fire resistance that caused her to hand me a living ball of lava.
Regina had.
I would have to ask if there was a beast resistance, or if she had a plant aspect resistance. Cinzia had glamour resistance like mine, and Tara must have the same but for air damage. Now that I saw these, I'd be willing to wager Tara had a way to keep herself from instant death falling damage. Emergency wings, flying squirrel skin flaps made of pure magic, or just sparkly stuff that cause her to fall slower. Something of that nature. In that way, Tara's might be the best of all. She could jump off a cliff and float down without having to worry at all. Heck, she might even be able to fly with mana or something. By far the ability with the most potential for abuse was Dazzle. It screamed corrupt abusive power at me, and I vowed never to use it unless I was directly under attack. This sounded almost identical to what Fairy Poppins had tried to use on me, to get a truth serum effect so I would answer Cinzia's questions more truthfully.
No thanks.
The water breathing, though. I would definitely find a way to use it, if I could bring myself to do so. All I'd need to do was attempt to drown myself, No biggie. Though it was cool, the sun shone down from high above, in a sky so blue and limitless, you'd only be able to see anything close in Montana, or maybe the Mongolian steppe. Sparklers that looked like shooting stars twinkled down, glittering with colors. We lay like that for some time, her wiggling against my cock with glacial slowness, and running her fingers over my hips while I massaged her fantastic breasts. I would have gotten hard again if she hadn't suddenly sat up.
"Oh," she said.
"I meant to show you this. That was the main reason for coming out here." She once again took my hand and led me around the clump of strange bushes.
"You need this," she said.
I frowned, knowing what I was looking at but not entirely sure what they meant. "I guess I do." There, in the midst of a patch of dead grass, lay a pair of shining pants. My mother was enwrapped. What was with the pants? Sarah's eyes were narrowed. She wasn't okay with the truncated version of events concerning Volenia, whereby we just bonded with Mana, hugged it out, then gone to see the glowing bell-bottoms. She seemed to have a sense that I just amputated part of my story, and she could see the ragged stump of events. "First I have to tell you about the game stats and the abilities," I told them. "Then I'll get right back to the pants situation." "Yes, the water breathing sounds fun," my father said. "Terrifying but fun." "Why terrifying?" Sarah asked, sharper than she'd probably meant.
I held up a hand.
"When lava will kill you all your life and then suddenly you're told you can swan dive into lava and it won't kill you, you don't just immediately do a cannonball into a volcano." Sarah had to concede that this did make sense. "Tell us about the abilities," my mother said. "Just a bit, then you have to go back to the pants." "I have stats in the other world." I told my family, and they didn't get it.
Like a video game.
I don't know how the system came into being, but when I got there, I got to put points into my stats. There are physicality, durability, likability, ingenuity, and one for magic called affinity. Hard eye roll from Sarah. It started out not too complicated. Every time I need to do something difficult, or someone tries to influence me socially, there's a check involving my stat level, and the appropriate skill if I have it. It seems like, for every 3 levels of attribute and skill, I usually score a success. But stats also had tokens associated with them, a finite resource that only replenished every 5 levels in your class. Unfortunately, it was always really tempting to spend tokens for automatic successes, or to lower the difficulty of checks. "You make this so difficult to believe," Sarah said. I held up my hand and manifested a physicality token. I used these the least, so the enormous gold coin that manifested between my thumb and forefinger wasn't a huge loss. Sarah's mouth dropped open and her eyes bulged. Both my parents were agog as well, eyes fixed on the glittering golden coin some half-inch thick and 3 inches across. One side had a raised embossing of a buff human torso with arms up, flexing bulging biceps. Unreadable otherworldly runes also ringed the token. "Is that sleight of hand, close-up magic? Are you a magician?" I fought the urge to roll my eyes, and instead beamed out a big smile.
"Physicality token.
This is pure magic, and it gives me the opportunity to do feats of strength I couldn't otherwise. It'll dissolve into sparkles and smoke in the next 24 hours.
I tossed it to Sarah.
In the immediate, I got a new achievement.
Achievement: bonded a Nakamaman.
Congratulations on bonding your companion. How deeply the bond goes will depend on your relationship to the Nakamaman. You have gained access to the bonding menu. In addition to the rewards you gained from the bonding itself. Reward: you gain +1 free token. The reward of an extra free token was an incredible gift. Having a cache of tokens I could spend at any time on any action was a huge boon none of the others shared, so far as I knew. Tara had confessed to only having 1 free token. Of course, it took a near-death experience for me to get the reward. It was important for me to go over my gains after the Ahem party that saw me having sex with something like a dozen female Martians, followed by Regina. I would have been sore and had difficulty walking for maybe a full day after so much repetitive boning, but this was a magic world and my body was enhanced by my levels. To my family, I simply told them there'd been a celebration of our curing the eggs, and I gained levels. It wasn't a lie exactly, just an omission of events no one wants to explain to their mother. How many people have ever discussed orgies with their parents? I'm going to go with practically 0, throughout the entire history of people. And speaking of which, not that I would ever tell my family, but I just leveled up 3 times in my second class, Pleasure Seeker. Congratulations! You have reached level 14 in Pleasure Seeker. I was still 11 levels away from ranking up from Initiate to whatever came next. It would be Apprentice and Healer, but I didn't know about Pleasure Seeker. Maybe Sexpert. I chuckled. The trainers back at HQ, Russ, Abby and Rayner, had all explained things changed at level 25, and changed again after level 100. I was trying not to get too ahead of myself, but when you leveled up 3 times after one wild sex party, you start to look forward. I also knew that, after level 12, I could officially bond a Nakamamon. This caused a surge of excitement to well up within me. Yes. What would I pick? Something fiery, so I could work on my cures without needing to borrow Linnell's Magmamander? Something that could fly like Terra's Slitherwind, so I could travel quickly to the places I was needed? Something adorable and cuddly like Tweedledee? Something with healing powers, the way Cinzy's fairy matched and enhanced her bard powers? Or the way Drat's companion helped him stay even stealthier than he otherwise would be able to? The way Trent's gem thing helped him scout beneath the earth and extended his earth magic capabilities? Something completely different, like the gigantic pack beast Muppin? The possibilities were literally endless. I had to shelve it for now and concentrate on how I would progress. Each level up brought with it specific bonuses, like in the most popular tabletop RPG in history. Sometimes I got to spend them how I liked, and other times I was just assigned a specific ability.
Level 12, plus 2 skill points.
Level 13, plus 1 durability.
Level 14, ability upgrade, Blissence.
Just like that, I'd blown past my healer level. In one sense it was gratifying, because getting upgrades after having sex was absolutely incredible. In another way it was a little disappointing that I was doing more philandering than healing. But I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I would saddle that baby up and ride it, because I was becoming an expert at riding. I could be down with upgraded Blissence.
Blissence 2.
Special ability, rare, active. By touching a target and spending an ingenuity token, you gain insight into their deepest desires, kinks and passions. Your target also gains bits of insight into you. 2. Anytime someone within 30 feet of you has desires pertaining directly to you, you may spend an affinity token to reveal who, and gain a glimpse into the thoughts in question. Asterisk note, these desires need not be sexual in nature.
Okay.
I was initially disappointed with this. The first one had only really been usable in 2 instances. It was great if I wanted to get a deeper look into the mind of a partner I already had, like Regina. I could therefore understand that she was open to basically any and everything, didn't want to have a long-term exclusive relationship with me, and was only really looking to shack up in order to have her world rocked from time to time. She didn't want to marry, not at the age she was, but she did want to explore and have a lot of orgasms. The second-tier ability seemed, on the surface, like an invasion of privacy. I couldn't see using it, until I considered the note afterwards. This actually could be a really useful ability.
I hoped I wouldn't need it.
The other bonuses I'd gotten were great. I wanted more skill points, because everyone wants more skill points all the time forever. I had been pretty liberal in spending them on the qualities from my new class, because they transformed my body into sex god status. I didn't regret this, but I always wished there were more skill points to be had. Unfortunately, I just wasn't going to get the skill points flowing in like candy, like I wanted. Well, you can't always get what you want. Another life lesson my father had given me that proved out time and again. Now, I had also leveled up as a healer, by producing and then administering the cure to the ailing Martian eggs. Those little cuties were going to hatch today or tomorrow, and I swelled with pride knowing I'd done my best to get them healed up, and fast.
Christopher Fletcher. Healer, Trainee 12. Pleasure Seeker, Novice 14.
Attributes. Affinity 5, 0/5. Durability 6, 0/6. Ingenuity 6, 0/6. Likeability 5, 0/5.
Physicality 4, 3/4. Free tokens, 1/7.
Unspent attributes points, 0. Healer skills. Diagnosis, physical 3, spiritual 3, magical 3, mental 3. Treatment, potions 3, salves 3, tinctures 3, elixirs 3, unguents 3.
Develop cure, swarm 3. Develop cure, small 3. Develop cure, unique 7.
Administer cure 8.
Pleasure seeker qualities. Girth 1. Load 1. Stave off 2. Length 1. Other skills.
Identify 2.
Hiking 2. Cooking 1. Persuasion 1.
All other skills unranked.
Unspent skill points, 6.
Special abilities. Hard at work 2, uncommon passive. Wild lore 2, uncommon, active. Eagle-eyed 2, common passive. Healer special abilities. Healer's endurance, common, active. Healer's resistance, uncommon, active. Healer's breath, uncommon, active. Pleasure seeker special abilities.
Blissence 2, rare, active. Post-sharing clarity, rare, passive. Divine gifts. Floral knowledge, rare, passive. Pleasure's bounty, legendary, active. Entwined ecstasy, legendary, active. Back to the pants, I told my family in the real world. They were, obviously, a part of the god we were hunting. Or the god's pants anyway. I didn't know if the god had melted there and left the pants behind, or had shrugged off all its clothing and this was one of several pieces. As I stared at them, one thing was clear: they were divine, and if anyone touched them, they'd die a rather quick and painful death. Not good. I'd have to run a diagnosis. Without any tokens to speak of. Actually, I understood that tokens came back with time and meditation. I was terrible at it. But there were other ways. When I returned to the village on the boat with my new bonded Nakamaman, I realized some important conversations needed to take place. "Valinia," I said cautiously. This time it was my turn to pull the boat. She sat directly beside me and clutched onto my leg, sliding her hand up and down the inside of my thigh. You do know that I have, mated with some other women, right? In the ongoing sense. Of course. Oh, does that bother you? Why would it? You will need human companions to mate with, since we aren't compatible. That was a surprisingly pragmatic take on things. And good information to have, us not being able to produce offspring. I was so glad thus far to be surrounded by women who weren't jealous monsters. Hopefully they wouldn't be jealous of monsters, or more specifically the monster I just bonded. I certainly was glad they chose me over Alan, Drat or Trent, or just existing and being single. In the same way, I was really lucky they didn't quarrel over possession of me. This was no different. Tweedledee was sitting curled up in a ball on Regina's bed, shivering and beginning to look faded out. He was surrounded by the team, peering hopefully at him, and then at me. Another dose of healer's breath got him looking better again, and Regina cooed and stroked him the moment he opened his eyes. "This is Valinia," I told him, "in case you hadn't met her before. She is not my bonded Nakamaman." A lot of staring happened then, though Krista and Laurel, Alan and Trent were quick to offer congratulations. Regina, Cinzia, Ivy and Isabel also did, after a period of awkward staring with mouths hanging open. Fairy Poppins, in a move surprising everyone, flitted up off Cinzia's shoulder and zipped out the door. "We discovered a pair of pantaloons," I said, and soon led them outside to where the pants had joined the tunic. I gestured grandly. The pants had the same golden glow coming off them, though the tunic was summer green beneath, and the pants more of a rusty tree trunk hue. They were definitely divine and 100% off limits to everyone except myself. They were to be guarded at all times, and Cinzia was soon off with Valinia to let the natives know these were here, and not to touch them. Regina declined to stay in bed with Tweedledee, and instead chose to range out around the village, where Trent would help her by looking inside the earth if necessary. Together, they would search for any other items of clothing that glowed, and were surrounded by the glowing goop of what was likely a liquefied god. I put Krista on guard duty first, took Laurel aside, and let her know that I would need for security. Luckily for us, none of the clothes were moving. Both garments just lay there, glowing with energy. Laurel assured me she would make it so, and left Ivy and Isabel to me. "We have a problem," I told them. "I can't seem to make meditation work to get tokens." They nodded. "I'm close to level 15 in my class." More nodding. "Are you interested in helping me get to level 15 in my class? Obviously there's a chance whatever ability you got from me will level up, which helps all of us." This part was the cutest. Isabel blinked and said, "But we're not hurt. How can you heal us to get to level 15 if we're not injured?" Ivy snorted. This was how, 10 minutes later, I was nestled in between two beautiful women, one of whom was definitely bisexual and the other one on the fence about being a lesbian. "Thank you," I muttered to the two of them. Ivy's body crawled with slowly moving tattoos that hadn't been on her body when I first met her. Only her face and hands were still uncovered. The rest had slowly swimming fish, skulls breathing fire through their mouths and eye sockets, snakes and spiders and Dr. Seuss characters gallivanting around her body. Isabel, by now, was almost completely swirled with pink and sky blue, with that now familiar silver filigree having sprouted tiny flowers and leaves. Most of the silvery bits of her skin swirled into spirals or curled around her limbs. It all made for a surreal situation. Ivy snorted laughter. "We haven't even done anything yet." "Except agree to fulfill every straight guy's fantasy," I retorted. "That is fair," Isabel admitted with a giggle. She was far less squirmy against my side than Ivy. "You don't get to thank us until you've reached your next level," Ivy said, sliding one toned thigh up and down my leg. Her hand drifted down and cupped my junk.
May I ask you a question, Izzy?
I asked.
You just did, you lunk, Ivy responded. She got up over top me and slid her whole body over mine, nestling the junction of her thighs just below my hip, and dipping one nipple into my mouth.
It's okay, Isabel said.
In between licks, I asked, is it okay for a lesbian to have sex with a guy?
Her cheeks reddened.
Ivy said, I mean you have to unders. I got this, Ivy said, giving me her other nipple to suck on. There are plenty of straight girls who go through experimental phases, just like there are totally straight guys who end up giving a blowjob or having a finger up their butts, or going all the way. Then they decide it's not for them. Just like there are lesbians who never got with a guy and decide maybe they want to, or gay guys who get talked into trying it out with a girl. All these things happen. Maybe sometimes they change who you are on a fundamental level, but a lot of times they don't. Isabel wasn't reacting well to my question, and I realized belatedly it had been a terrible time to probe really sensitive area.
Hey, I told her, I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
Change positions, Ivy declared, and slid over Isabel. On the bed, I was no longer the cream filling of this sandwich cookie, Izzy was. She turned to face Ivy, and the two began making out. Hands clutched every body part, until Ivy's hand reached behind her and pulled me up to where I was spooning her girlfriend. From here, I was able to caress and fondle Isabel while the two of them kissed like lovers. Still feeling like a bit of a dolt, I tried to get back into the groove with butt squeezes, breast caresses, neck licks and kisses, and then getting my hand down between Izzy's legs. Ivy had beat me to it. She did, however, grab my hand and press it against Izzy's slit, before reaching further and grasping onto my shaft. A couple of quick strokes was all it took to get me fully hard again. Rubbing the whole deal like Regina had shown me, I soon had Isabel moaning and humping back into me, and forward into Ivy. Now, Ivy breathed, you're gonna get this big cock inside you. And I'm gonna lick your clit the whole time.
Oh, Isabel moaned. Oh fudge.
I had one finger inside Isabel when Ivy's finger joined mine. There's a spot on the inside at the front, right here. Isabel nearly head-butted me when her whole body convulsed in ecstasy. She let out a loud moan of appreciation. I copied Ivy's motion and got a similar result, while the tattooed guardian slid down her girlfriend's body and began to run her tongue over my hand and between Izzy's legs. Isabel could only pant and groan now, head thrown back against my shoulder. Her ass humped against my midsection in a way that drove me crazy. I wanted nothing more than to get all the way up inside her right now. An instinct made me stop that impulse and keep pressing against the G-spot, driving Isabel wild with pleasure. Ivy's rhythmic tongue work certainly did the job too. In minutes, Isabel's body writhed in climax. Moments later I felt Ivy grip me again, and guide my cock into her girlfriend. The way was tight, but she was plenty lubricated from all the foreplay. Oh my gods, she muttered, and humped back into me. I'm here babe, Ivy said, sliding up the bed and kissing Isabel yet again. Fingers once again danced over the place where we had joined, first pressing against Isabel from the outside and tightening even more against my cock, and then drifting down to lightly rake nails over my balls. In time, Isabel would have a second orgasm, and Ivy would pull me free of her in order to get all her juices by sucking my cock deep into her mouth. She was in the middle of telling Isabel how good she tasted while she mounted me and had half my length inside her.
Oh, she moaned.
I needed this. I couldn't disagree with that. It seemed like ever since I'd started down this path with Regina, my cock had been drawing me back towards sex over and over. Any day I didn't have it was a bad day. Any day I did have it was acceptable, and any day I had it more than once was perfection. Ivy rode up and down, and I watched in fascination while the tattoos writhed over her body and my shaft appeared and disappeared into her. The flex and relax motion of her thighs and the six-pack abs was hypnotic. We ended up having sex for several hours. Ivy beckoned Izzy to join her, and the two continued kissing while Ivy got her fill. Switching positions allowed me to pound Ivy from behind while she nestled in between Isabel's legs and ate her out. Isabel still seemed unsettled, and wouldn't make eye contact with me, but it wasn't an issue. She still spread her legs for me and accepted me inside her while Ivy rode her face. Having sex with a girl while her girlfriend slowly ground her pussy into her face was something I never thought I would personally witness. I ended up blasting off all up Ivy's stomach and boobs a good half hour later, with Isabel laying dazed.
That's a lot, she marveled.
I just grinned down at her. Thanks. Part of me wanted to watch her lick and swallow it. Whether Ivy could read my mind or not was up for debate, but she grabbed onto my ass and slid down so she could get the head in her mouth and suck the lat drops off of it. Her eyes widened in surprise. This is Christopher wondering for the very first time what his jizz tastes like. The bright sunshine blunted some of the bite of the brisk coolness of the fall day. All around me, the blue sky shimmered in places with various other colors, like someone had put an iridescent layer of plastic over it. Not a cloud could be found anywhere. Distantly, the cliff still towered well above most of the village and the marsh, obscuring the way we've come. I kept checking it, hoping to find Tara flying around on the back of her wind snake. Although it was not to be, I had still gotten level 15 in Pleasure Seeker and watched as all my tokens topped up. Most encouraging of all, I now had 7 free tokens. "I've missed you guys," I whispered, looking at my character sheet in wonder. Even better was the message regarding level 15 of Pleasure Seeker. Level 15, plus 1 free attribute point, plus 1 skill point. The attribute point could go in so many places, but I considered ingenuity probably the best fit for it right now. As for the skill point, I couldn't be sure. It would sit with the skill point pool for now. More than anything, I wanted to add it to the Pleasure Seeker qualities. I found the lovemaking and cries of ecstasy so relaxing and right. They were what I could look forward to after doing the work that needed doing. First up, spending a durability token to use Healer's Resistance on Tweedledee. The little guy was starting to look bad again, and the moment color flooded back into his coat, Regina visibly relaxed. I liked the relaxed and cheerful version of Regina over the concern and helplessness that came from her staring down at an ailing Nakamamon. Now with my tools and ingredients, it was easier to whip up a little something to treat Dee. "I think an elixir will do it," I told them both. Elixirs are harder to make, but last longer. Soon I set to the task, getting the oil heated, choosing the herbs, roots, flowers and ground bark necessary for this one. Lucky for me, I hadn't used up any of the magical cure ingredients when working on the mental cure for the Martian eggs. I needed henge grass and mist lilies again, but for a longer lasting type of treatment, you couldn't use Jaln oil.
"Vel?" I asked.
Valinia appeared in an instant, sinking to her knees by my side and cooing over the convalescent flower fox. "How may I assist you, bonded one?" Regina's mouth quirked up in a hint of a smile. "I will be using flaxseed oil for the treatment, but I will likely need to extract some more and keep it for future treatments or cures. Does your village have a press for this?" She tapped at her chin in a very cute manner, then held up a finger. "I will inquire and return to you."
"Smashing," I said.
"Smashing,"
she repeated.
Is this not a euphemism for sex? We are not engaging in intercourse presently, are we? Her eyes narrowed. It seems highly unlikely. Finally, Regina's veneer of misery cracked and she let out a bark of a laugh.
"No, Vel."
Back on Earth, smashing also means that's great.
"Ah."
"Smashing, I will inquire about the flaxseed oil, after which you may have free time for smashing." She peered at us, huge cute eyes looking back and forth between Regina and I for confirmation that she'd done it correctly. Regina continued snorting laughter, then slapped her hand on her thigh. I joined in too, shaking my head.
"She's a treasure," Regina said.
"You're not going to get the two of us in bed," I growled at her. "Not right now." Honestly though, if I had sex, there was a nice bonus of +2 to all my stats from post-sharing clarity. We actually could start my job off with a bang.
"Do you really want to?" I trailed off.
"Want to what?" she asked with a sparkle of amusement in her voice. "There's a stat bonus if we get freaky," I told her, glancing around to see if we were alone. Aside from a snoozing Dee, the place was presently empty.
"Ooh," she said.
And this was how, just a few heartbeats later, Regina had my member in her mouth and her hands roaming all over the insides of my thighs. I goggled at her, and she grinned around my hardening member. "Just go ahead today," she whispered, right in my mouth. And plunged back down onto me. She worked backwards and forwards, slurping at me and gasping for air after a good 10 or 20 seconds of slurping and sucking. There was nothing to be done for this, except get my fingers twined into her scalp and watch her go. "Or on my face," she added, in between long licks. She jacked on me while licking up the entirety of the shaft, then back down. She was getting better at this. She'd been pretty clumsy at it the first few times, though I'd been a complete novice as well. Every bit of attention was both mind-boggling and seriously arousing. Not to mention pleasurable. To go from my hand to a girl's mouth was euphoric.
Unbelievable.
She wasn't just doing this act, she was down on her knees before me, staring me in the eye until the moment I could paint her face if I wanted to. I groaned and she smiled. She looked so proud of herself. "You're getting better at this," I told her. "I want a lot of practice," she said, then dove down. It was so awesome, having someone totally dedicated to my pleasure. I made a mental note to dive between Regina's legs next time and lick with abandon. With no reason to stave off my orgasm, I just stood there and relished in the attention and pleasure. It built, watching her slide her mouth up and down my shaft. It built, feeling her tongue wriggle against the underside. And it built, from the attention and dedication she was showing me. And then it erupted. I growled out a warning and received a pleased coo before she accepted the first few bursts into her mouth. Then she pulled off and jerked me to completion, taking all the rest on her face.
Holy heck.
When I was finished, the UI dutifully informed me that I had a good long while before the +2 on all my stats ran out.
Thank you, I told her.
Thank you, she replied, and swirled her finger around the mess I'd left on her face, then licked at what she had scooped up on her face. I carefully gathered ingredients and adjusted the height of the cauldron over Laurel's magmamander. Then, with my fraxseed oil warming and the beeswax added to melt, I infused the mist lily petals. While they steeped, I ground up some of the willow bark, added hengegrass when the time came, and finally extracted the film of yuck that rose to the top. The time passed in a bit of a daze. I couldn't tell just how much, as I slipped into the trance of creation. I begin to draw on the core through the strange new spot in the middle of my forehead where the mana comes out, and place it down into the concoction before me. Treatment check. Elixirs are naturally longer-lasting treatment options for magical injuries than potions, and are thus more difficult to craft. You have the treatment, Elixirs skill at rank 3, and the associated attribute is Ingenuity. The check is difficult, requiring 4 successes. Would you like to spend 2 tokens for an automatic success? Total tokens, 7 Ingenuity and 7 free tokens. Asterisk note, this check qualifies for the hard at work bonus of double token value. I considered just tapping on no, but was brought up short by the possibility that I wouldn't succeed. Usually it went 3:1, where 3 attribute and skill points equaled a single success, though I'd done better than that in the past.
I'd also done worse.
This could be one of those times. I also had +2 on my Ingenuity due to the boost I just received from Regina. Nah, I said, and pressed no. If I failed, I could use a token to retry the check. The success came out after all, exactly the 4 I needed. In a flash, the mixture went from ink to a bright yellow, bubbling with what looked like carbonation. I soon had the elixir cooling in an aluminum camping mug. When Dee drank it several minutes later, he perked up immediately. New flowers sprang into being around his ears and tail, blossoms I definitely hadn't seen before. Daisies were there, some really odd ones that were called glorabowers, pansies, the list went on. I loved how the goddess of the meadows had bestowed upon me perfect recollection and understanding of what these flowers were. Tweedledee was a wonderful Nakamamon, and I shared in Regina's delight at having his tails waving behind him, his eyes alight, and the color back in his fur. Regina hugged me tight yet again, and pulled me in for a quick kiss. You can't really, I trailed off.
She could.
Even if Cinzy found out. I had plenty of interested female partners already, even if some of them weren't technically on the permanent betting list. I didn't, strictly speaking, need to try and add Cinzy to that list. With every addition, I was courting trouble. Still, Regina and I danced around the building where I had my lab set up, with Dee weaving his way in between our legs, leaping up between us, and yipping in delight. That is going to last a few days, I said, reading the notification from the UI. I bent and gave the little guy some head and ear scratches, avoiding the flowers ringing the base of his ears. Let's get to work then, she said, and together the two of them headed out to search for any remaining pieces of divine clothing. So weird.
Hey! I called.
When Regina popped her head back in, I told her to take Alan or Trent with them, to search using a mana sense or a spell. I ran the diagnosis thinking that this god probably had a magical ailment as well. With the sensing stones I'd used with the eggs just days ago from the lacquered wooden box, I unwrapped the first and waved it slowly over the tunic and pants. I followed this with the other stones, carefully re-wrapping each stone before getting the next out, since they couldn't be allowed to contaminate the others.
Bonded one.
I peered back at Valinia. Hey! Do you require assistance? I guess I could use another pair of hands. Just don't touch these. I indicated the glowing clothing. Diagnosis check. This check works with affinity. This check is very difficult. Would you like to spend 4 tokens for an automatic success? Total tokens, 5 affinity and 7 free tokens. Asterisk note, this check qualifies for the hard at work bonus of double token value. This was also a tempting bargain. 12 tokens seemed like a lot. 8 successes seemed practically impossible for my current level. And then there was the chance, like before, that this might not even be the actual illness afflicting this shirt and pants, meaning that I'd be throwing 4 tokens in the garbage. Also, losing 4 tokens until I could hit level 15 in my healer class or level 20 in Pleasure Seeker. It now seemed like a much more serious investment. Unless I could replenish tokens with meditation. I'd just have to figure it out sooner rather than later. You wouldn't by chance have a whole wealth of affinity tokens lying around to lower my difficulty, would you? Valinia blinked twice, before producing 6 tokens out of thin air. Just like with mine, they appeared out of nothing, jumped and spun in the air, and made that telltale CLA cling sound 6 times in quick succession. For that cost, the difficulty lowered by 2 and meant I would only have to spend 3 instead. It didn't seem worth it, honestly.
Thank you.
I felt dumb now, but spent my 3 tokens anyway. The window that popped up before my eyes was very confusing. The being you seek to diagnose suffers from a magical malady, as well as another type of malady. Though you have succeeded, the exact type of illness eludes you.
What the? I trailed off.
A few minutes later, I had Alan's binders full of trading card-sized clay tablets that could be expanded with a spell if you wanted to read the whole thing without giving yourself a headache. I was slowly trying to locate anything in the literature talking about an illness that had more than one type of cause. And I'll be damned if it didn't take something like 45 minutes, me standing there in the buff with a magnifying glass pressed against my face, looking for the cure to a magical and another type of malady. Alan even showed up, and rapidly started expanding the pages I was working on, onto the desk, and shrinking down some of the ones I'd been looking at for mental maladies, so they could be more easily read. "WWW, what are WWW looking F for?" he asked. "A dual type affliction," I said, not pausing at my work.
In the end, nothing.
I had to go through the diagnosis process again, and possibly again. At least I thought I could rule out physical diagnosis pretty easily. There would be no running my fingers over the articles of holy clothing I had before me, nor using a stethoscope, though I seriously considered it for a time. Instead I got out the reactant strip, and cautiously placed it down against the fabric of the pants to avoid touching it.
Alan watched, holding his breath.
Others had joined me in the building, even though they were supposed to be out searching for other holy vestments, I guess you could call them. The reactant strip flashed momentarily gold and I dropped it like it was made of hot lava. It didn't even hit the ground before dissolving into gold glittery stuff, which vanished into the air. This time, the diagnosis check was at a lower difficulty, only 4 instead of 6. My ingenuity and skill gave me 10 once more, and I wasn't confident I could get 4 successes. 2 tokens seemed like a high price to pay just to hear the UI tell me no, but I paid it anyway. And the UI then told me no, it wasn't a physical malady. Whatever had disintegrated a god but left its clothing behind wasn't viral or from a sword slash. The nature of the affliction is not physical, the UI reported. It went on to lower the difficulty of the remaining 2 categories, mental and spiritual. This time, I decided to skip mental and go to spiritual. Now I wasn't even an apprentice healer, but I'd been shown the very basics in how to perform a spiritual diagnosis. A lot of this came directly from the 3 points of diagnosis, spiritual, skill sitting on my character sheet. For shirts and giggles, I slapped a skill point into the skill, and was satisfied with it. I now had 11 ranks to use. Why not, I breathed, and put another skill point down there. The information was there now, resting inside my brain. The sensation of it appearing was a warm flow over my brain, like someone had just opened up my skull and poured in a bit of coffee. Not hot coffee, but coffee that had been cooling for a little while. The information I got was that a spiritual malady could be checked with a number of spiritual tests. One was burning a specific type of incense and wafting it around. This was usually done with a censer. The next test involved sprinkling the afflicted with holy water. Next was drawing a ritual diagram and laying holy artifacts and specific plants down in the diagram, before infusing it with a touch of holy manna. "I will need," I muttered, "something called Heaven's Tears. It's a flower that grows in the shadows of some specific holy sites." A spiritual sickness involved a degradation of the actual divinity, which I didn't quite understand yet. The mana that made up a lot of these Nakamaman wasn't the same energy or particles as the holy stuff. What it was exactly defied understanding thus far. Wizards were good with the mana side of things, but this spiritual side didn't operate by scientific laws like we were used to on Earth. The diagnostic tests were there in my mind because of the skill ranks I just purchased, but the rest of the knowledge was just instinctual. I needed to go through Alan's books to see what else Raynor the mustache headman had written down on this topic. I was interrupted by the appearance of Laurel and Trent. They had a tiny column of stone moving along the floor, and on that stone lay a single glowing sock. "You've got to be kidding me," I said. "Sorry, Fletcher," Trent said, understanding my frustration instantly. He had the stone column arrange the sock, which had a hole in one toe, at the bottom of the pants, where it would go if you were about to make a doll or a scarecrow, that had socks. "I'm going to run the diagnostic," I said, "but I'd bet we need to find the rest of the clothing to make the cure and administer it. We're looking for underwear, maybe an undershirt, possibly gloves and a hat." "Valinia, Could you kindly ask the Martians and the Marshmallows to assist in the search? The Lukey louse in the room nodded and filed out to look around the village. This incense, I told Alan, is filled with frankincense, heavenly blue morning glory, and sacred lotus. There are hints of a lot of other flowers here too, because here divinity is real and we don't really know how that corresponds with earth religions. Wild, he said, fascinated. This will be a serious problem to replicate. Hopefully this is the last time I need to use it. The incense I quickly burned, and we wafted it around over top the laid-out clothes. I didn't have a censer, which was just an incense holding ball on a chain that you'd waft around in a church. I'd only ever seen them on the internet. Oddly enough, the pungent smoke seemed to congeal around knee height, over a foot above the clothing. A lot of it just drifted away and diffused around the room, leaving a thick aroma that wasn't pleasant to my nostrils. What was left was an incomplete 3D rendering of a humanoid form, made of smoke, hovering over the assorted clothing.
Whoa, Alan said.
This is Christopher wholeheartedly agreeing. Well, that cooked it. We were dealing with an entity that was both magically and spiritually sick. I still couldn't pass the check and get information out of the UI until I'd done the other spiritual diagnostics, but that much was clear, it was a dual type. Just like Valenia was a water and fairy aspect. I ran the mental diagnostic test just to be sure we didn't have some sort of weird trifecta of ailments, but with nothing to respond to me, there was no response. At least the UI didn't make the check difficult, and I passed it without having to spend a token. I hadn't dealt with this kind of thing, obviously, because nobody had. At least according to the record Alan had brought along. Are you able to contact HQ? I asked Alan. www he started, then grew frustrated and held up a finger. Every very day, one time. Once a day, got it. Today, you're going to ask about a cure for magical and spiritual illness in God's Terrainer. He's the mustache-headed man in charge of the healers.
Alan snickered.
He knew exactly what I was talking about, with bristly mustaches for eyebrows, and a big bristly mustache that ran around the back of his head. And that wasn't even counting Rayner's actual mustache, which looked like roadkill taped under his nose. SSS sure. He soon left, and I was joined by Valenia again.
You require a break, she said. What?
You have worked hard throughout the evening, she said. Darkness has fallen, and it is time to put work away. You require rest, my bonded one. I nodded slowly at her, and we headed out of the hatchery building, and into the night. The cool night enveloped us, leaving Valenia clutching my side for warmth. However, a variety of glowing creatures were out tonight.
What's this?
This is a show that happens once every few days, she told me, brimming with cheer. It was like watching someone watch your favorite movie, the look on Vel's face. Transparent things like earth animals flew about and pulsated. I used the identify skill to spy glimmerfly, which were simply flies made of ethereal wisps of color.
Glimmerfly.
Second stage Nakamoman. Glimmerflies appear only briefly in the daytime, as the sunlight overpowers their natural glow, but can charge themselves up with mana once the sun retreats for a truly spectacular show. Typical length, 1 to 2 inches, tiny swarm.
Typical weight, 1 ounce. Gender, unknown.
Aspect, holy/creature bug. Transformations, unknown glimmerfly. Glimmerfly has been added to your Nakamedex. They came in every aurora color imaginable, neon and electric green, bright pink, and a silvery glow. Had these things been out all day, and we just couldn't see them? I was also curious about where they'd come from, and what kind of caterpillar or pupa they had before they became these funky butterfly things. The thing that emerged next was far more impressive, an orca-sized firebird composed of the same sorts of colors as the glimmerflies. The thing left streaks of light dissipating in its wake. This one was harder to identify, but after several attempts I got it.
Glowvern. First stage Nakamoman.
Glowverns, like the glimmerflies they often appear with, are naturally invisible during the daytime, but can often put on a show during the night. Although they seldom interact with or get close enough to make contact with, be advised that their high concentration of holy essence can be damaging for humans. Typical length, 20 to 30 foot wingspan. Typical weight, 25 to 50 pounds.
Gender, unknown.
Aspect, holy/creature beast. Transformations, unknown-glowvern. Glowvern has been added to your Nakamedex.
Holy, I muttered.
Precisely, Valenia said, clutching me against her body. I loved the way her boobs pressed against my arm. They have been showing up more and more often.
Have they?
I asked, watching the glowing wyvern wheel around in the air and circle back around in a holding pattern above the town. And, oh, I have not seen these previously. Descending from far, far up, were hundreds of jellyfish made of similar stuff. They trailed hundreds of long tentacles from their large bodies. They appeared to be no more than bulbous sacs. While the glimmerflies and glowworms simply glittered with power, these jellyfish things pulsed with it. The holy energy sizzled down their tentacles and in some few cases caused arcs of electricity to bridge the gap between them. And these weren't your garden variety, soccer ball-sized jellyfish either. These were bigger than those Portuguese man-o'-wars they have, where the head is bigger than a person and the tentacles are something like 75 feet long.
Cute, Valinia said.
The bells of these colossal jellyfish had little wings sprouting off them, and halos floating above them. The wings were flapping, and helping move them in the air little by little. The glowworm was giving these things a wide berth. Identify confirmed what I'd suspected. Angeli.
Basic Nakamaman.
Angeli, or angel jellies, are colossal creatures composed of pure holy energy. Though ethereal, beautiful, and quite rare, their tentacles can deliver punishing holy damage on any creature foolish enough to get near them. These are especially dangerous to dark aspect Nakamaman or their bonded humans. Typical length, 70 to 100 feet, huge. Typical weight, 40 to 75 pounds.
Gender, unknown. Aspect, holy.
Transformations, none known. Angeli has been added to your Nakamadex. The window in front of my vision listed them as rare. We don't want to be close to those when they descend, I told her, and started leading her back toward my tent. Everybody inside.
I shouted.
That's an order. Over on one of the large platforms, the team perked up.
Cinzy.
She stopped, some 50 feet away from me on a different platform, with Fairy Poppins bobbing around her head like a tiny yellow light bulb. You've got to call out to Drat. He needs to stay well away from those things. It was a guess, but I was pretty certain Drat had a sort of forgettableness power, or a straight-up invisibility power from his Nakamaman Macaulay Skulkins. Her voice came like a megaphone positioned directly behind my head. Drat. Keep well away from all the light creatures. Fletcher thinks they're especially dangerous. Get inside right ow.
The sound was everywhere.
She dashed aside as a tiny spark zapped off a tentacle some 3 feet away, and accepted Ivy's hand. It rapidly became apparent that the Angeles weren't just a slight problem. The moment we got inside, we noted the tentacles passing right through the wooden roofing. The glowing ropes continued to descend through the ceiling toward us.
Ha, I said.
That is something, isn't it?
I do not understand your tone, bonded one, Vel said.
We have to get lower. Where's the nearest boat? All round us, Martians were getting the same message. They had been skywatching like Vel and I, and were now heading for cover. After that, they ducked out of their homes and down to the docks. And when that didn't look safe, many of them simply headed into the marsh. Their bodies were built for a semi-aquatic lifestyle, after all. Some of them were hauling marshals down with them, or sliding them off the platforms and directly into the marsh below. They'd call out and shove their young off together. I had to hope Laurel would see this and handle the safety of the rest of the team. They had shield powers, thankfully. That was the closest thing one could get, and I was hopeful they would work against holy energy. We dashed outside, and I pulled Valinia up short before she ran headfirst into a lowering mass of tentacles. We dodged around it before hitting a stairwell that descended to the surface level. There, the platform was a dock, with their wide-bottomed boats all tied up to posts every 4 feet or so. All around us was a chaotic maelstrom of movement. Most of the Martians were taking care of number one first, but a few made mad dashes for the hatchery, where their eggs still lay. A few were rising and diving through the waters at blistering speed, pushed on by their powerful tails, until they were directly beneath the hatchery. If there was one thing I could be thankful for, it was the calm determination in the air, rather than the hopeless grief that threatened to destroy their eggs just the other day. We'll just get in here, I said, and hopped onto the boat. If I had to, I'd end up with just my nose sticking out of the water. Valinia did likewise, and we pulled out away from where a few tentacles were poking through the raised platform some 12 feet above us. After a tense few minutes, or perhaps an hour, it became clear that the Angeles weren't going to float directly down to the marsh's surface, or lower. We had about 5 feet of breathing room, and watched as the colossal jellyfish hovered in place, their mantles pulsating with both muscle activity and tiny lightning bolts of holy power. Afterwards, I called out, and was grateful to hear Cinzy's voice coming out over the marsh.
The natives were fine.
She was okay, the others were okay. Only Drat remained unaccounted for. Valinia and I watched the glowing creatures in silence.
Minutes passed. A lot of minutes.
She held my hand, then scooted over and draped her body over mine. She warmed up and warmed me up as time went on. They are coalescing, she said. So they are, I said, and sat up. The vast majority of the tentacles were drifting over into a few directions. This created vast pockets of safety for one thing, and that was good, but I knew what it meant.
Let's follow them, I said.
In another hour or two, the Angeles had gathered in roughly 3 spots. The one we were closest to ended up being close to the cliff's edge and the cave we had traveled through to get to the surface. We ended up finding a boulder the size of a house beneath a snarl of vines and thick shrubbery, and when Valinia dove into the marsh, she came back grinning excitedly. The holy light of the Angeles bathed her face in a holy glow, leaching the color out of the minty green portions of her body.
Fletcher, come quickly,
she said, and dove beneath the surface again.
And here it is, my father said. Yeah, I told him. Here what is? My mother asked.
The water-breathing power, Sarah called from the kitchen. She was now feeding Braden, doing the airplane over and over again to get applesauce and creamed corn and such into his face.
How was it? My father asked. I laughed. It was awful, Dad. Awful.
My body's natural instinct, to hold my breath and screw my eyes shut, was gone. The moment I entered the water, I instantly understood what had happened. The mana gave me gills at the sides of my neck and middle back.
They just morphed into being.
Also, the ability Eagle-Eyed from Terra gave me the ability to see in the darkness. Luckily, there was still some illumination from the Angeles, filtering through the shrubbery and the water. It wasn't much, but it was enough to work for Eagle-Eyed. And besides, the sock was glowing. Now, I swam the rest of the way through the marsh without coming up for air, back to the village to link up with the rest of the team. The feeling of having water in my lungs/gills was so wonderful and so weird. It tickled a little, but in another way, it felt good. I can't really explain, because the sensation was like nothing I'd ever felt before. Also, the water wasn't nearly as chilly as it was up in the village. Up on the docks below the stilts and the building platforms, I met up with Cinzy, Regina, the 4 lady guardians, Alan and Trent.
There's a sock, I gasped.
The water leaving my gills and the air replacing it. Also a strange sensation I couldn't easily describe. As sock, he says, Cinzy said, as though I was mentally deficient and needed to be talked to like a 3-year-old. She turned to the rest. There's a sock, everybody. Regina and Ivy both snorted laughter. We know all about the sock, she said. You do. Wait, there's another sock, she asked.
Ah da.
Yes, there's another sock, I said, and described where I discovered the sock. As for their sock, right now, a whole host of Angeles was now clustered over where it had been hidden, buried under some marsh muck. The current guess was a Nakamoman swam by it and with a powerful tail flick, sent some silt and dirt to cover it up. It was barely visible, Isabel said. You want to see it? I went to ask how they'd gotten it back to the lab, and Isabel held up her hand, manifesting the shield again out of mana. Instead of the ginormous tower shield she'd brought into being when saving me, this one was only a little larger than a dinner plate. The ghostly blue energy contrasted with the dark of twilight, and I could even make out rivets, the space where the thick planks of wood had been joined and covered by an iron band running around the outside. The center had a pointy metal spike, probably metal at any rate, since it was all made of magic, and was held by flexible straps to her hand and forearm. Okay, well, if any of you can breathe water or hold your breath for a long time, the other one is in an underground cavern sort of. Cinzy took 2 purposeful strides forward, and thrust out her absolutely stunning set of boobs. And straight out of my favorite fandom of all time, she said the words which both shocked and delighted me. And she did it in the exact voice. It was like Cinzy had been replaced with a 2-foot green Muppet on the eve of his 900th birthday. No, there is another. As it turned out, while Trent went off to grab the other sock without getting anyone killed, Cinzy had spotted a 3rd gathering of the Angeles. Although the big guys were pretty terrifying descending from the sky, they had been extremely useful in giving us the locations of the nudity god's clothes. She marched ahead with ridiculous purpose, arms swinging and knees pumping up and down in the darkness. Periodically she'd freeze and I'd walk up beside her to find her smirking ridiculously at me. One eyebrow was raised as if to say,
I look so dumb, don't I?
We're close, she said imperiously, and thrust a finger in the air for good measure. Somebody else is close, Regina whispered, when Cinzy marched off again and left the rest of us following after for the 2nd time. Not right now, I breathed.
I'm always on the verge, she went on.
I gave her a grin and stuck my tongue out at her, then put a finger up to my lips. She probably wasn't the only one with enhanced senses. Cinzy continued to march along. It must have felt really good to suddenly have a strong and clear purpose. She'd spent the beginning of our expedition feeling like a 5th wheel, and once she finally got a chance to prove her worth, she felt she had mucked it up. For a girl who had never had much in the way of trouble academically, or trouble finding friendly faces, or trouble with her job, she'd spent the last few days being really down on herself. She blamed herself for what nearly happened with the Martians. A patch of forest obscured any view we might have had of another group of Angeles. So it was a complete surprise when, after almost an hour of poling out through the marsh and trekking naked through the dark forest, we began to see a bit of glow diffusing through the trees. Cindy breathed out a sigh of relief, probably that she hadn't imagined it. I gave her a squeeze on the shoulder and she returned the gesture with one of those smiles that you never thought you'd get from the most beautiful people on earth in real life.
Go on, I urged. What?
You discovered it. Go tell us what it is. And this is how, just a few minutes later, Christopher learns that we've finally found underwear. By the time we had all the pieces of clothing back in the former hatchery and now my laboratory, I was completely exhausted. Cindy asked me to meet with her to talk about this. She needed to give the Martians some kind of news regarding my job. I wearily agreed, and sent everyone else to bed. Valinia retired to my tent outside the building, and Cindy watched that happen. Her hair was purple, green, and gold today, and the patches on her skin had begun to shift places around her body faster. The colors they turned were cycling quicker. It was another reminder of Terra and her mission, to reach HQ, get more of the pills that stopped us from absorbing too much mana, and get back to where we now were. The only problem with that was she'd left without knowing which village we'd eventually find. It was two problems in one. Terra was part of the team and needed to be here for one. We needed those pills before something unknown happened to us from all the mana, for two. Hey, she said quietly but cheerfully, and put a hand on my arm. You did great today. I'm starting to think you're more of a bard than I am. I smiled, and tried not to let the tiredness show. I knew she needed reassurance about her place on the team, and she needed my help to do her job.
You did great, I told her.
Exactly what the team needed, and you sent Fairy Poppins off on a mission to follow those other angel jellyfish.
She smirked.
Angeles, awesome name. Here's what I can tell you about the cure, almost nothing. She frowned, so I took her into the hatchery building that now served as my laboratory. I had herbs and plants drying, hanging from the rafters, other plants and algae growing, mushrooms cut up into cubes and drying on workspaces, and on one table, the clay tablets with the various cures for magical and spiritual illnesses that Raynor had sent along with Alan. Clearly, there were no dual-type illnesses, and no dual-type cures for that matter. Cindy read along, close enough that her arm brushed against mine. She read through the different names, looked at the cures and how they were concocted. This is all really complicated, she said.
Potion brewing, I said.
It's kind of like mage spellcasting, except a lot more stirring is involved. And hopefully fewer fireballs. She chuckled, and in the slight wince I recalled she'd been stung by the Angeli.
Show me your wound, I told her.
It's not a big.
Show it to me, I said.
Her job was to soften the blow to the Martians about the time frame of getting this cure put together, half past never. My job was to make sure when people got the business end of a wholly damage-inflicting jellyfish with angel wings and a halo, they healed up properly. She showed me her other arm, where a section of her tricep was bone white, like a tiny lightning bolt. She seemed more uncomfortable with me touching her than with the actual damage. It's only about 10% of my HP, she said.
It's all right. I'm going to breathe on you, I told her.
Don't be alarmed. Treatment check. You will automatically succeed in treating the holy damage using healer's breath. While this will cure immediate damage, it will not cure the underlying affliction without a check. Would you like to make this check? Holy damage was no joke. I mentally gave my assent, and breathed onto Cindy's arm. The affinity check for the healing ended up succeeding, thankfully. A wash of menthol and mint green steam billowed out of my mouth and over her wound. She shivered, and goosebumps popped up. Treatment check. You have the treatment, elixir's skill at rank 3, and the associated attribute is affinity. The check is difficult, requiring 4 successes. Would you like to spend 2 tokens for an automatic success? Total tokens, 5 affinity and 7 free tokens. Asterisk note, this check qualifies for the hard at work bonus of double token value.
More tokens.
Still, I didn't want to mess this up. I went yes and watched as the 2 tokens went CLA cling into existence, with the familiar form of a fairy on the one side. They dissipated into thin air, and I watched in fascination as the white wound covering her arm fizzled up into motes of white light. They winked out, like embers drifting up out of a campfire.
Oh, you okay? I asked.
It was a strange feeling, she said, then flashed her patented smile at me. Fletcher, you're my hero. I tipped an imaginary cap at her. Just doing my job, ma'am.
Ugh, don't call me that.
I'm way too young to have anybody call me an old lady.
Noted.
I gathered up several vials that I'd left out and put them carefully back into their leather sleeves in the trunk I had. It was full of sturdy vials, beakers and flasks, but they were still glass.
Hey Fletcher.
When I turned to look back at her, she'd adopted a weird pose, leaning over the tall stool the natives had supplied, both hands together. It had the effect of squashing her perfect breasts together, and giving me a view of her cleavage that was total. Large dark maroon nipples peeked out on the insides of her arms, and shit, I was staring where I wasn't supposed to. Cinzy knew it. Dragging my eyes up to her face, I noted the satisfied smile immediately.
We never had our dinner, she said. We did not, I confirmed.
Really sorry, it's been one thing after another once we got here. I thought the nudity thing would be resolved sooner.
It's all right, she said.
Her butt was swaying back and forth, reminding me of a hypnotist's charm on a string. Back and forth, back and forth. You will fall under my spell. When I snap my fingers, you will do anything I say. I wanted to get to know you better. She straightened, allowing her boobs to jiggle back to their regular position. My eyes immediately fell down there, and I blinked the sight away. But then you used that special ability, and I learned all about you.
Oh. Right. Blissence.
We had sort of shared a glimpse into one another's passions and desires and kinks. And I learned all about Cinzy's predilections.
All. About. You.
What happened to you the other night? After we healed the eggs?
We, had a dance party, she said.
A whole bunch of the younger Martians weren't really ready for,
mating. She nodded.
We joined the marshals and the eggs, and they were kind of bored and tired. And I knew the eggs needed to stay cheerful.
Happy. Anyway.
We were talking about you and me.
Cinzy, I said. Don't use that tone with me, she pouted.
That's the I have some bad news tone, right before you tell me that you have another girl.
You can't. You just got here.
You haven't been here that long. Apparently Cinzy had no idea how fast some women could work. Wait, you're not gay, are you?
She narrowed her eyes. I have pretty good gaydar. I would know.
But just in case, you have to tell me.
I chuckled. Not gay.
Then, before she could open her mouth again, I got in her space. Closing the gap between us caused her to suck in a bit of air. Would it bother you if I had another girl?
I asked. Her eyes widened.
That's kind of a weird question. And what if I made it clear that I wasn't interested in being tied down right now? A spark of understanding lit up her features, but she was getting aroused just thinking about the situation we were in.
I didn't take you for a playboy, Fletcher.
It was one of the things I liked about you. I shrugged the question off as unimportant. It sounds like you want to be the center of my whole universe, but I just bonded a Nakamaman and we've already made it a couple of times.
Cinzy's jaw dropped open.
You, and well, of course, I guess I could see that happening.
That's wow. Okay.
I took another half step forward. She has no designs on stopping me from mating with humans, though. Cinzy's blush deepened and spread. It was nice to see her on the defensive now, off balance. If she knew I was with Valinia, that sort of qualified as her knowing I wasn't sleeping around. As long as she knew I wasn't aiming at an exclusive relationship that would cover potential problems, hopefully. As always, being faced with a woman who was Launch 10,000 ships gorgeous was a sobering, astonishing experience for me. She was 1 in a million, and the system had enhanced that to 1 in a billion. We were, finally, discussing me doing the most intimate acts you could conceive of with someone. The type of things guys with growth plate injuries and scoliosis did not do with the Helen of Troys of the world. I just want you to know this up front. My attitude on these things might not be what you're used to, or what you can handle. And the ultimate test of how fundamentally odd this reality could be was staring down into the space at my hardening cock. What attitude is that? Her voice came out in a quavering whisper, husky and throaty. She dragged her eyes away from the few inches of space between us, where my body was reacting to her presence. When I'm with you, you get to be the center of my universe. I can treat you like a goddess. I can try my best to make every moment amazing. But I won't be exclusive. I smiled, half apology and half jokingly. Also, this all-the-time nudity thing is super distracting. She let out half a laugh.
Fletcher.
So if you want me to make love to you, that's what you have to know before you decide.
She didn't hesitate.
Instead, the words came out in a breath that went into my mouth.
I'm ready. By now I was hard. Rock hard.
This heavenly angel, Who could have absolutely anybody had just agreed, knowingly or unknowingly, to share me with at least 3 other women. I bridged the last of the gap between us, and kissed her softly on the lips. She responded by wrenching herself onto me and getting as much bodily contact as possible in. Her belly, boobs, her thighs, and her sweet pussy was now pressed against me. Her arms wrapped around me, up under my arms until her fingers wrapped around to my shoulders. The sides of her feet were even pressed to the insides of mine.
The kiss was divine, and went on.
She moaned in her throat several times, slowly beginning to hump against me. She tried my crotch first, and once she had my cock pinned between her thighs, began rocking forward and back, coating me with her already flowing juices. The UI asked if I'd like to enhance our sensations using pleasure's bounty, and I agreed. As much as I wanted to heal up this god from its clothes, I wanted to impress Cinzy even more. When we finished here, I wanted her to believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that it wouldn't matter how many women I slept with, so long as she and I could do it again. Breaking the kiss, I immediately noted the sex-drunk expression, half-lidded eyes, the rosy cheeks, the parted lips, and the shudder. Lay back, I told her, and spread your legs. I hadn't done this in the past, but I thought now was the time. The one thing I absolutely needed was to have Cynthia Graham utterly convinced that I was some kind of sex god by the end of the session. I put a skill point into tongue, and another one into adaptability. Cinzy's breathing quickened further, and she obeyed. One hop later and she was up onto the workbench I just cleared off, going back onto her elbows and watching me intently. I also wanted to take my time. Running my hands over her thighs and up her stomach, I cupped each one of her perky boobs in my hands and thumbed her nipples in lazy circles. Soon I had the first one in my mouth, followed by the second. The tongue quality made my tongue stronger and more dexterous, along with a little longer. I used this to my advantage, swirling it around and around. Cinzy had an impressive and unique set of nipples, which lengthened out both thick and long. They were the biggest and longest of any of my partners so far, and apparently the most sensitive. Fletcher, she moaned. Oh Fletcher, what are you? She stopped there as a throaty groan escaped. Like with the others, I felt the coiling spring of orgasm tightening down toward the point of no return. She shuddered, said my name, and clutched at my head. And just as she was about to go off, I stopped. Wah! I knelt down between her spread legs while she whined and complained. That all cut right off when I shoved my newly enhanced tongue between her lower lips. The spring that indicated her imminent orgasm had begun to unwind after I released her nipple, but it went right back to coiling down, and faster than before. Cinzy had a larger clit than I was used to as well, and I took full advantage of that fact by gliding my tongue up one side and down the other. Now her fingers were in my hair and she clamped her legs onto my head. It blotted out most of the sound, and I soon heard the rushing of my own blood, but her moans were still there, only muffled. I didn't let the pressure stop me, but went right on servicing her delicious pussy. She jerked once, twice, and the fingers tightened in my hair before she climaxed. The pressure on my head intensified. Arching her back brought her ass up off the workbench, and took me with it. The next climax came barely 5 minutes of licking and nipple play later, but this one had the added benefit of her begging me to wait, that she was too sensitive. But I'd been down deep into the mind of Cinzy, and I knew what she wanted. As the second one was doing, I stood and plunged myself into her scorching, slippery slit. More back arching. More shaking and shuddering. Eyes rolled back in her head and hands scrabbling for something to hold on to. Like I was the force of gravity and she had no control over anything that was happening. Cinzy's pussy admitted me greedily, for the first 3 inches at least. After that I needed to slowly saw in and out to loosen her up. She rode the wave of what was surely an intense orgasm before getting up on her elbows and staring at me. F. Fletcher, she breathed, and something strange happened, she gushed. Some kind of fluid burst out of her unexpectedly, splashing up against my midsection and flowing down my body. It was warm, and feeling it trickle down either side of my cock was unique.
Not unwelcome, just odd.
I pushed, slowly and inexorably, until I was buried inside her. Her head fell back and another string of disbelieving noises emerged. By now I was having my own trouble, thinking my orgasm might be imminent.
Gods, but she was tight.
Once I was nestled inside, the pressure loosened, and I breathed out a long sigh. Turn over, I told her, sliding ever so slowly out of her.
Hop down.
She scrambled to obey me now, presenting her glorious ass in my direction. So much of her juices and her squirting juices had gotten all over me and her that this next part wasn't as difficult as I thought. I leaned over her back and breathed, I'm going to fuck your ass now. Her breath caught, before a tiny, almost inaudible word came out of her. Okay. She helped, reaching back and spreading her cheeks to either side, exposing her back door to me. That was all it took, I lined up the head and began pressing inwards. For a long time, there was nothing, no sound from her, no forward motion.
No progress.
She was holding her breath, and clenched tight.
It's okay, I told her. Go limp.
Resting her head on the workbench seemed to help. The head popped inside her, and all the breath went out of her in a whoosh. After that was a ragged moan. Adaptability had mitigated the pain of my enhanced girth from the other quality, shrinking me slightly so she could handle it. I'd need adaptability for every point of girth I had, or I would break this girl. What followed were 20 minutes of the slowest sex I'd had yet. It was just me going millimeter by millimeter for a while, and her twitching and grunting. Eventually I forced another inch in there, and she seemed to come to life. Getting one leg under her, she slid one hand down and began playing with herself.
You like it? I asked.
You like Fletcher's cock up your ass? She couldn't say the words. Instead she just nodded into the workbench and strummed her clit. This is what you wanted, I told her, and again she could do nothing but nod. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life wanted a big, fat cock in her ass. I punctuated the words with slow, deep thrusts. Yes, she cried, when I first felt my abdomen press against her perfect ass. Oh my gods, yes. I lost track of the number of times her ass clamped down on me, and she came again. Eventually I started making durability checks, aided by the stave-off quality. She came at least 4 more times between the first check, which I succeeded, and the 4th check, which I failed. I grunted, told her she was going to get an ass full of my cum, and emptied it all into her before she could try to speak. There, I breathed in her ear. You're gorgeous, and you're even more gorgeous when you come with my cock up inside your butt.
Oh my gods, she whispered. Oh my gods.
Was it everything you hoped it would be? Her face didn't seem to register the words, and staring off into the middle distance, she slowly nodded.
That's good, I told her.
I can't wait to do it again. With exaggerated slowness, I extracted myself from her rear end. This is Christopher beginning to accept the truth.